Hello. Welcome to February's live stream. I just want to check before we fully dive into this. Can everyone hear me? Because I've started a stream before and I've gone like 10 minutes in and no one could hear me. So I really don't want a repeat of that. Yes. Oh, fantastic. I cannot believe how quickly everything is going. It's already February. That's absolutely bonkers to me. I am very much in a Valentine's Day theme right now, hence all of the artwork is all like roses and pink and red, and yes, it's just that time of year. I'm a very seasonal person. Oh, thank you so much. Speaking of Valentine's Day, it was like 2 a.m. on Valentine's Day, and I looked at someone who'd cut their fringe, and I was like, I want to do that. So 2 a.m. on Valentine's Day, I just went, I'm giving myself a fringe. So there's now a fringe. So just a bit of a pre-warning. A lot of my content I film out of order. So like I've got content that I filmed back in October that I still haven't posted yet. And so, if you see my hair go fringe, no fringe, side bangs, no side bangs, that's just because all my content is being filmed out of order. Like my videos that are coming out on Sunday and Wednesday are filmed with like curtain bangs, and then the following video I just don't have a fringe anymore, so don't be alarmed. It's just I filmed them very out of order. But with that being said, hello. Thank you for joining me tonight. I've been very excited about this one. Today we're talking all about witchcraft and paganism and spirits and spellwork and all of the normal stuff. Honestly, I have done this. I think this is the 73rd live stream. That's bonkers completely. So if you've been here before, thank you so much for joining me. If you are new, I try to answer as many questions about witchcraft and paganism, or really any other topic, if I can answer it, in chronological order. And I spend about 4-5 hours going through as many questions as I can. So let's all sit down, grab a drink. I have my Halloween mug because why not? Everything I own is basically Halloweenified. And try not to spam the chat too much if possible with repeated questions. And if you do have any questions, there should be a tab at the top of the chat where you can put questions in a separate questions tab, so I can try to answer as many of them as I can. But in the meantime, let's have a look-see at where everyone is from. No guarantee on being able to get to everyone, mind, because there's usually a lot of them. So, the Void. That one is probably my personal favourite. Hello from the Void. Colorado, Texas, North Carolina, Suffolk, Virginia, Connecticut, Tennessee, Nottingham, Slovakia. Else have we got? We've got Florida, Oklahoma, the Midlands, Thailand, Western New York, Detroit, Chile, South Africa, Germany, California, Ohio, Delaware, Wiltshire. Let's have a look-see. Lancaster, Yorkshire, Dominican Republic, Washington, Wales, Michigan, California, Finland, Blackpool, Germany, Uruguay, New York City, Kansas, LA, South Wales. So many people from so many places. Turkey, Germany, Georgia, Virginia, Yorkshire, Texas, Washington. So many people. So, with that all being said, I have already pulled like a few books and whatnot because I have a look through some of the questions that come in really early, just so I've kind of got a little bit to go off. And let's get going. If I don't know the answer to any of the questions though, I will always try to direct you somewhere that maybe will offer you more insight than what I can give. Because after all, the live streams are just my perspective on witchcraft, my experience, and that's not going to cover every single topic. And some of the topics, I definitely am not going to know kind of a full breadth of an answer. So, let's get into the live chat. It is somewhere up here. Yes, I have to use 2 different screens to be able to have the questions tab. So let's hope this works and it doesn't just crumble and fall to bits. Okay. Let's have a look. So this top one, if I can click it, says, "Hi Hearth, with a natural science background, how does that fit in with your practice and beliefs?" So I know a lot of people have a tendency to say that you either believe in magic or you believe in science, and that you can't like meet somewhere in the middle. But I don't really think that's necessarily true. If anything, I found that with the knowledge I have of the natural world, it only makes me see more magic in that. And also it can help to separate out what is a natural event, say for instance, from witchcraft. So you might have some aspects of the world where if you didn't know better, you'd be like, oh my god, that has to be witchcraft. This is exactly what it is. Like, I know that. But then when you come from it from a natural sciences background, you go, okay, well, no, actually, there is an explanation for that. But there's no reason why you can't include that in your magic. And so I really like being able to like merge things together, because I do think that the natural world is inherently magical anyway. But I think it just helps to have more respect perhaps, but maybe just more of an understanding of the natural world. Yeah, science helps to reinforce magic massively, especially for me, because I do find that having that deeper understanding gives me a bigger appreciation of the magical side of the world. Oh my goodness, thank you so much, Jojo. Last time you were live, I asked about banishing a spirit from my front porch. You said to find out what it is with divination and create a banishing spell. I did, and it's gone. Oh, thank you so much. I'm so glad that you managed to get that all figured out, and that I could help in even the smallest way. So, I mean, hopefully, if you have any problems in the future, you can adapt that earlier spell, and then you never have to worry about anything like that happening ever again, which is a really nice, reassuring feeling. So, congratulations. I was going to say congratulations. I'm not sure if that's the right thing to say, but I'm glad that you managed to get it sorted. Okay. I will head... You can tell I'm rusty. I've barely spoken today, so if my words come out in the wrong order and I start sounding like Yoda, now you know why. Let's have a look at some of these. So, I've got one here. Do you have any recent book recommendations? Now, I actually have done this. I'm answering this question now so I can put this giant stack of books on the floor. Not necessarily book recommendations, but I'd like to show you kind of some of my most recent book purchases, because I think it might give you an indication of like the kind of things that I look for in books and where I end up spending my time. Because a lot of people will ask me like, how do you buy so many books? And the reality is that the majority of my books are secondhand. So I have like a pile here of my recent purchases. And if any of you want more information on any of these, I can try to do like more dedicated videos. The first one is one though that I think a lot of people will find really, really interesting. This is the only new one that I got, and it looks like this. It's very fancy. It's from Troy Books. This is called Piercing the Veil by Oscar Tusk. I'll actually get the information up about this because I think some of you will find this really interesting. I can't spell with one hand. Okay, I usually type with two hands. I'm not very good with doing it with one. Okay. See if I can get this to load. So I don't tend to get new books very often, but this one I was like, no, I have to get this. I have to. Where is it? They've got so many. No, that's Crystal Gazing, not that one. Where is it? Here it is. So this is the most recent one that I've got, and I think some of you would really like this one. So this is described as being performing tarot divination while in the lunar astral realm. Embark on a journey of mystical revelation with Piercing the Veil, performing tarot divination while in the lunar realm. Oscar Tusk, a seasoned practitioner of the old craft, invites the readers to delve into the depths of traditional witchcraft and unlock the secrets of the tarot like never before. Within these pages, you will discover the transformative power of tarot divination as it transcends earthly realms and ascends to the lunar astral. Guided by the profound symbolism of the Rider-Waite Tarot deck, you'll explore the hidden mysteries of the subconscious and navigate the ethereal landscapes of intuition and dreams. So I immediately saw that and I was like, oh, in the basket. To be fair, I pre-ordered this months ago and then it turned up and I was like, oh, free book, even though I paid for this. But you know when you pre-order something so long in the past that you kind of forget that it exists? That's what I did. And then the rest of the books, I tend to focus on getting secondhand books. So these are my current reads. I'm kind of working my way through them. 2, many of you will likely recognize the author of these. For good or for bad, we have Derek Akora's Ghost Town and Ghost Hunting with Derek Akora. I'm not really sure what happened. In this secondhand bookshop, there was a giant pile of just Derek Akora books. And I'm not sure if that's someone who really loved Derek Akora or really hated Derek Akora and wanted to get rid of the books. But if you've been watching my Sunday Spirit videos, these ones might be of interest to you. I haven't read them yet, but I want to check them out because I love anyone's experiences with the ghosties and the ghoulies. And then I ended up getting these 2. These are Capelban books. Now, I collect Capelban books. They are often out of print now. So I got Runic Astrology, because that looks interesting, and The Torch and the Spear. Now, this one was all about the cultures who've influenced pagan heritage in Britain, which I thought was quite interesting. I'm dangerous, right, when I get into a bookshop. I went in this day because I needed to kill a little bit of time till a car park was free, because the car park was free after 3 p.m. It was free after 3 p.m. And I was like, oh, I'll just pop into the bookshop before I get to the car park, and then I won't have to pay for the car park. And then I spent like a bunch of money on books. And then I got these 2, which I thought were really interesting. I'm sorry, I've just turned this into show and tell, but I've just been so excited to show someone these because they just look really cool. So this one is Lord Halifax's Ghost Book, which is just absolutely bonkers to me that this was just in a charity shop. It was £6 in a charity shop, and it goes over Lord Halifax, who's like a person, all about his historical ghost stories. Super cool. And then this one is My Mysteries and My Story, and it's just a really old, battered looking book, and it is all about palm reading. That is insane to me. Like, what the amount of things that you can find in secondhand bookshops. I feel like this is something that maybe I need to speak more on, is like where to find like interesting occult books, because while loads and loads of occult books are published like every single day, I do think there's something to be said about going to charity shops, going to secondhand bookshops, going to antique shops, and the kind of things that you can find, because a lot of the books I get are ex-library books, or they come from like house sales, you know, like where an old person has passed away and all of their books just go up for sale all in one go, and you can find loads of really interesting books on those kind of sales. So just a heads up, you might want to keep your eye out. But definitely that the one about tarot on the astral realm, that one is my current witchy read. So that would be my recommendation. All of this just became show and tell because I like books, and I get to drag you guys into liking books too. To be fair, I think most of you appreciate the books anyway, so instead it just becomes like book club, but without the extra stress. Okay. Yes, estate sales are really good as well, because you can find so much. I can't speak today is what I'm discovering. Let's have a look. Do you know of any good resources for navigating the craft despite it being harmful at times when it comes to my illness, that being like schizophrenia? I don't necessarily think I'm the best person to answer this one, but what I will say is, well, mostly because I don't have any kind of personal experience in this regard, but if you can find ways of identifying the differences between what is your condition and what you experience in that regard, and then what you experience magically, or even better still perhaps, would be to ask spirits, deity, whatever you're planning on communing with, if this is an aspect you're wanting to focus in on, to commune with you in a different way. And that way it's going to be really easy to kind of separate things out. Unfortunately, I can't offer massive amounts of help in that regard, but perhaps other people in the chat will be able to help if you have personal experience or know someone who has. What kind of keyboard are you using? It sounds lovely. I am using the Republic of Gamers RGB keyboard. It's a couple of years old now. It is so satisfying. It's so loud though. I am a very violent typer. I'm vicious. I destroy keyboards. I haven't destroyed this one yet, but it does mean that I type exceptionally loud, so I'm really sorry if I like deafen anyone in the process. Okay, so this is one. Hi from Warrington, hello. Just started reading about alchemy. Do you think your soul is your spirit? So this is kind of an interesting one because so many people are gonna have different opinions on what classifies as being like a soul, a spirit, and some people also divide it into different sections. So they would say that one aspect of the soul sticks around, one aspect goes somewhere else, and it divides into, I think the most common one I've heard is that it divides into 3 different sections. I don't necessarily know if a soul and a spirit is the same thing. I feel like it depends on your definition of the terminology. For me, see, it's a really complicated one because even as I'm thinking about it, it's like so overwhelming. For me, I don't think that they're the same thing because my astral form I would consider my spirit, and that can traverse around, but that doesn't negatively impact the physical body. Like if the soul were to leave a body, as people would describe, say, during death, your body is then void, right? Like your soul is that like living essence of your existence. Whereas to me, a spirit is more like a section of yourself. It's perhaps more akin to your consciousness, whereas a soul is more like your fundamental existence. But obviously that's just asking me as just like a random person. You know, I'm sure that there are many people from many different faiths who have like super specific opinions on like what a soul is, what a spirit is, what classifies it. But yeah, it's a really interesting one because I reckon if you were to ask like a dozen people, you would get very, very different answers. So let me know in the comment section or in the chat what you all think. Do you think a spirit and a soul is the same thing? Or do you consider them to be like distinct, separate things? So let's have a look-see up here. Oh, okay, so this is the one that I looked at earlier. I've always wanted to perform an invocation or an evocation, but I've always been a little bit scared about how to go about it. What are some of the ways you'd suggest a person go about it? So with this one, it's very much going to depend on what you're working with. And I think that's what makes this topic a little bit convoluted and complicated, because invocation and evocation tend to be different processes again. So just to cover the bases for anyone who is kind of new to my channel and my content and hasn't heard me speak about it before, when we're working with spirits, you don't have to invoke or evoke. You can just work with them in their own locations. If you're working with nature spirits, you can just go out into nature. If you're working with the spirits of the dead, you can go to a graveyard, go to a location where you know that they're present, etc. But you may choose to invoke and evoke, and that would be calling upon a spirit into either yourself or a place. So the way I like to describe it is that invoking is taking something inside, whereas evoking is external to yourself. So internal, external. So if you are taking a spirit or a deity in some cases into your body, that's a very different experience than evoking, which is allowing them to reside within that space. So you have kind of a scale of how these go. Why I decided sitting on my foot would be a good idea, I don't know. My foot is very dead right now. Let's move that. So just the really basic version of this would be, if anyone has read any Wiccan circle castings, for instance, you would call upon the quarters. You are evoking them into that space. You are summoning them, calling them into that space. So you would face, say, the north, and you would call upon the watchtower of the north, the elementals of the earth, and you would summon them into that space. And then at the end of that working, you would then say that they are free to leave and thank them for their participation. That's a really, really basic evocation. An alternative to this, and a very much more extreme alternative, would be, say, summoning a named demon into a summoning circle. They're both evocation, but they are done in very different ways, and the extent that there is risk is very different as well. So another example for invocation would be, once again, I'm looking primarily at Wiccan at the minute, simply because that's what I've been researching a lot more recently for a future video. You'll see that this weekend, if I can get it edited in time, is calling down the moon or calling down the moon goddess, where often if you have a god and a goddess representation, so these would be like people that represent the god and the goddess, that being would be invoked into the body so that those two figures would act as the god and the goddess, and the god and the goddess would work through them during spell work and ritual. Whereas you then have people who will call upon spirits to possess them for a certain purpose. And we see this a lot in traditions around the world, where possession is a very big part of, I do believe it is like voodoo tradition, what we would know as voodoo, but I don't necessarily think that that is the technical term for it. I'm not very well versed on that specific religion, but there's a lot of possession that takes place during that. And so they're two very different extents. What I'm trying to say here is that it's very much a sliding scale, so don't be too concerned about what's happening at the far extreme if that's not something that you're going to participate in. I'd say to start off with, evocation is easier to deal with than invocation because you are separate from that space, whereas if you're invoking, you're all kind of tied together in a big lump. I was going to say a fleshy lump, but then that sounds really disgusting. I meant like everyone is involved inside your body. So I would say if you're going to start with either of them, start with evocation and start with simply requesting a spirit to enter into your space. So that could be working with the elementals, that could be calling upon nature spirits or just the elements, that could be working with ancestors, that could be working with guides and deities and asking them to enter your ritual circle, for instance, while you're performing that circle. Make sure you have personal protections on so that you can keep yourself feeling secure and work with something that you feel comfortable with. If that involves working with your ancestors to start off with or your deities because you have a personal connection with them, then start with that. When you feel a little bit more comfortable, you can then work on calling upon spirits that you've maybe not had an interaction with before. Maybe a particular nature spirit that you've never worked with. That can be kind of the next step up, and then you can get more and more complex. And if you want to start doing kind of the summoning of named demons, for instance, then it's a case of following the appropriate protocol for that particular demon that you're going to be working with and making sure that you have personal protection. The general point with all of this is have lots of alternative protections. So don't just have one technique. Make sure that you know how to cleanse a space, make sure that you are respectful, make sure that you have personal protections and also protections on the rest of your space. So if they decide to go for a wander around your space, they're not going to be able to get that far. And then at the very end, it's important to thank them for their assistance and then release them from that space and ask them very politely to leave. So for instance, if you were working with the elementals, you might call them in by saying, you know, I would appreciate your assistance in this working for this quality and this quality and this quality. And then at the very end, you would say, thank you so much for your participation in this working. You are now free to leave this circle and I bid you farewell, or some kind of flamboyant. Many people will say blessed be and the like. It depends on what you feel comfortable with. If you are invoking, this is like a massive step up because the risk you have with invocation is that when you invite something in, if they don't want to leave, then you're dealing with a spirit attachment. And that can get quite nasty. Now, that's not to scare anyone here. It's just a case of being prepared. So only ever invite things in during invocations that you know. I wouldn't necessarily recommend invoking a spirit I've never had any interaction with before. It would be something that I've built a lot of trust in and I've spent a lot of time working with prior to an invocation. Because an invocation, whilst it might make some things easier, so for instance, it might make spirit communication a lot easier because they are working inside, it can be a lot harder to get rid if they don't want to. So in which case, if you're going to go for invocation, make sure that you have a banishing, make sure that you're able to self-cleanse, make sure that you have enough protections to keep yourself safe, and then make sure that you are prepared with the knowledge that you have on that spirit. The type of spirit that they are can also be really useful as well, so that you don't get yourself into a sticky situation. But yeah, that was a very long-winded way of saying that evocation is a lot more comfortable than invocation if you aren't 100% sure on what you're doing. Personally, I would not recommend anyone jump straight into invocation. I know that people do. I personally wouldn't recommend it. I'd say start by working with spirits in their own environment and then work on calling those spirits in. So just as an example, say for instance a tree spirit or a plant spirit. Start working with that spirit where it is. You know, go out to that oak tree or go out to that basil plant in your back garden and work with it in that space. And then start bringing the physical materials of that plant in with permission into your spells and workings. Start working with just the energy of the plant. And then when you feel comfortable, you can then start evoking them into that space and into that working. And then if you want to, you can then take it further still. It's just about going up in increments. I feel like I'm not using my words very well today. So if you're watching this and you're going, wow, Hearth really can't speak a straight sentence. See? Words. I feel like I need Evan and Caitlin's shirt, which just says, like, words are hard. I feel like I need that on a day like today. Because, damn, I am struggling to get my words in the right order. Now, I definitely missed a few of these, so let me grab some of these while I'm at it. Thank you so much, LV. Thank you so much to Gus. I wondered if you ever considered having a K2 REM pod or even a digital recorder next time you film a ghostly episode. You know what? I actually have. Now, so for anyone who kind of hasn't been keeping up to date with this, on Sundays, not every Sunday, but every so often, I will do like a Spirit Sundays where we talk about like ghost encounters, spooky things that my subscribers have experienced. Thank you so much to everyone who's already submitted, by the way. Some of your stories have already been posted. I can see Gunhilda's name here, and that story is probably my favourite of all of the ones that I've recorded so far. And whilst I've been filming those videos, I've noticed some really strange things. So just kind of at the very beginning, I noticed there were 3 episodes I filmed in one day, and only one of them was a ghost episode, and it was the middle one that I filmed was a ghost episode. And I feel like that's really important because I did have candles like back here, like fake candles. I filmed one video and the candles were fine, and I filmed the ghost video and one of the candles was consistently like going off and on and off and on. Except I couldn't see it doing it at the time. Like obviously it was, but because it's like behind me, I wasn't really paying much attention to it. And then I went to film the 3rd video, and my fringe is gonna do my head in by the end of today. And the candle was working completely fine again. And that was just so strange to me. And then all of that stuff that happened in the last video with like the noise that was so loud. I actually like can't fathom how that didn't pick up because it was so loud it stopped me in my tracks, and I still have no idea what it was. And so it makes me think that I need to be using like an old-fashioned recorder just to see, and I'm so tempted to get like an EVP monitoring thing just to have in that space, because there are some weird things that happen. I'm not particularly concerned about it, like it doesn't necessarily like bother me. It's just really interesting to me that these things kind of keep happening. If I keep doing this, by the way, it's because I cut my fringe myself, and I did not cut it perfectly, and there were these little hairs like jabbing me straight in the eyes every single time. So oh yes, and the batteries kept dying. So I had there was stuff that I didn't include. This is actually going to drive me insane as we go through this video. I'm sorry if I'm just going to keep fixing my fringe the entire time. So there's things that I didn't include in. So to start off with, I had already cleared my SD card and I put it in my camera, and it said you have 2 minutes on your SD card. I'm like, that's physically not possible. I just emptied the SD card. So I take the SD card out and I put it in my computer, and despite the SD card being empty, it still says I've got 2 minutes on the SD card, which didn't make any sense. So then I put a new battery in, put all of the other batteries on charge, turned it on. 20 minutes later, the battery died. That's really, really weird. So I'm like, okay, well, maybe it's just that battery. You know, I've had them for a while. Some of them are newer than others. So I took the battery out, and they're these like, do I actually have one in here? I do. So they're these like chunky batteries they're pretty good at holding charge. So I pop it out and I put another one in, and I turn the camera on and it's on 100%. And I'm thinking, okay, this is fine. I can keep going. This will get me through like the rest of my filming session. And 20 minutes later, a second fully charged battery dies, which is so bizarre because my batteries usually last like 40 minutes, 50 minutes a battery. Like, you can usually get quite a lot of time out of one battery. And it just kept happening again and again and again. And then my audio recording software stopped recording, which is really, really weird. So I'm going through this video, and then I've got all the weird noises and the bumps and the bangs, and I've got like the weird like squawking noise. So strange. And then I got to the edit, really excited to hear this noise again, and like I've got it in my software, and I boost the audio really loud. Nothing. It is so strange. It was so loud that it completely stopped me in my tracks, and yet it didn't pick up on the editing software. So I feel like I need more of an old-fashioned piece of kit, because my audio just did not pick it up. So I feel like maybe I need to be setting up like an EVP, but I feel like I should have it so that you guys can see it and I can't see it, just to see if like it peaks at the same time I'm experiencing things, so I'm not aware of it going mad and it's like changing what I think about a situation. Does that make sense? Like taking out some of that bias so you can see if the EVP is going into the red, but I can't see anything. I just think that would be really interesting. So yeah, maybe that's something I'll have to look into getting, because I have a few more that I need to film, and I think that would just be super duper cool. Right, just while I'm here, last month someone asked about tarot books. Oh, thank you so much, Sarah. I forgot to say that. I completely missed your username there. Holistic Tarot by Benabel Wen. Is that right? Benabel Wen is excellent for serious readers of all experience levels, and it comes with a lot of free resources. So for anyone who wants a tarot book, that could be something interesting. Thank you so much, Alan, as well as well, okay, but I haven't caught a live stream in months. Just wanted to say hello, love the bangs, and I will submit my ghost story to you at some point. Oh yes, please. I love seeing the ghost stories. So for anyone who would like to submit their own ghost stories, there is a Google form on those videos, and I've just opened it up to some cryptozoological stories as well, and some of those are so creepy. So if you have a ghost story that you would like to share, or you have a cryptozoological story, maybe you've had an encounter with a wolfman or Bigfoot or a chupacabra, or maybe you've got an alien experience, I would actually love to see all of those stories, so feel free to submit those. I'm like going through them all and it's very exciting. Okay, I feel like I've done a lot of talking and I have yet to get very far in these questions at all. So did you watch Ronald Hutton's live lecture from Gresham College yesterday? No, I didn't. I didn't even know it was happening. I missed so much yesterday. So I was meant to go to a Last Tuesday Society lecture, and I completely forgot it was on. I've been planning it for days. I knew it started at 7:30. What did I do? Completely forgot it was on at 7:30. So yeah, I need to start like scheduling them in and actually remembering to watch them, because otherwise I miss out on so much stuff. You could do a live telling of ghost stories. Maybe we can hear or see something. No, but like actually, would you guys like to do that one day, to have like an evening where it's like people can submit their ghost stories? And I think that would be really, really cool, where we do like a ghost live stream. That would be pretty cool. And we could have like bits of equipment out just in case, because I've definitely noticed activity peaks a lot when I'm doing the spirit videos. Like, my house is already sort of spirited anyway. I have people coming and going all of the time. But during those videos, it's like, oh, damn, that's actually a lot going on. So yeah, live telling of ghost stories sounds amazing. Okay, I'm gonna see if I can pull something together for that then. I will warn you, if you think I'm okay at telling the stories in an edited video, I've taken like 15 takes on all of those stories. So yeah, it's one of those where I will definitely be kind of diving into that. I just love the ghost stories. I just think that they're just so fascinating. Right, let's have a look, see, where was I? What is the time for me to start shadow work? So I have what many would say is an unpopular opinion regarding shadow work, okay? Brace yourself, please don't hate me for it, okay? I don't think shadow work is as important as people on TikTok push it as being, and I think that unless you actively need that shadow work, it isn't something that I would recommend you just do without professional assistance, because shadow work is essentially therapy without a trained therapist. And so while it is definitely more accessible to a lot of people than therapy would be, it does have the potential to open up old traumas, old wounds, things that we have repressed, and then we don't necessarily have the skills ourselves without the assistance of a trained professional to be able to get ourselves out of what could be a very difficult situation. Now, that's not to say that shadow work doesn't have its place, but unless you have things that you need to be working through, the shadowy parts of yourself that you need help with, I don't necessarily think that shadow work is useful for everyone, and I don't necessarily think that it is approachable for some people, especially people who have a lot of repressed trauma and repressed just gunk and stuff that they need to deal with. I think if we are doing that in an uncontrolled environment, sometimes we can end up re-triggering those traumas and we can actually make it worse. So shadow work definitely has its place. I would just say be cautious and make sure that whatever it is that you are doing so safely and preferably alongside professional assistance, because having so many people speak to me on platforms like YouTube, like Tumblr, like Instagram, I do tend to see the worst of some of the situations, and so I don't want anyone to get themselves into something tricky that they can't then get themselves out of. So again, just reiterate, it definitely has its place. It just isn't something that I think that everyone needs to carry out for the purpose of successful magical practice. You know, I think that especially TikTok tends to promote it as this like thing that you have to do, and it's definitely not a have to, it's a can do. It's a can do with precautions, but not necessarily a should do for everyone. And the way to tell if it's something that you should be doing is if you feel like there are things that you're struggling to move past in your life that are limiting your success within your magical practice, and then it's about figuring out whether those things are something that you should be dealing with alone, or whether that is something that you should be working with alongside a professional. Okay, where am I? Have you ever made rose water? If yes, how? So I personally haven't, but the way that I've always known rose water to be made is that you have, I'm trying to describe the best way that this is done. I believe it's done with a large pan with a bowl inside with rose petals in that bowl, and then you heat it and it evaporates out of the rose petals to the lid that is covering it, and then it will drip down into the pan underneath, or the other way around. And that's how you can make rose water. Though, I will be honest, I think for the amount of time and the amount of effort and the amount of raw materials it takes, you might be better off actually just purchasing rose water, because it takes an entire kind of setup to be able to do it, and a lot of raw material, and a lot of people don't have enough rose petals to be making a substantial amount of rose water. Oh, my fringe is stabbing me in the eyes again. I feel like the fringe was a questionable idea. Oh my goodness. I cut it on a whim and I really like it. I think it looks really cute. I haven't had a fringe in about 10 years. But now I remember why, because I have a cowlick right here which separates everything and it stabs me in the eyes. It's so annoying. I need to like get a pair of scissors and just like really gently trim it. Just a little. My fear though was that I took a set of scissors to it and I ended up with one of those micro fringes. You know, a little bit like doing your eyeliner where you go, it's not straight, and then before you know it you look like a raccoon. I thought I might start doing this with my fringe and like trimming it like this, and then before you know it I have a fringe that's like this big. And I really didn't want to have to deal with that. Oh no, it jumped. Where am I? Oh, good. I haven't lost anything. Thank goodness. What is your opinion on charging crystals on a mirror? Interesting. Are we charging them alongside something else, or are we just using a mirror? I say this because I personally don't think there's that much point of just placing the crystals on a mirror and then just leaving them be. But I do think that if you're like charging them in moonlight or anything like that, then by placing them on a mirror, it ricochets that energy around, so anything that doesn't get absorbed by the crystals on first pass will kind of have a more effective chance of being drawn into those crystals. Yeah, so in which case, if it's for moonlight, then definitely a benefit. I would say though, lock the mirror first though. So lock the mirror and then have it underneath just to help magnify that energy and literally reflect anything that gets missed the first time back into those stones, basically. Though I will say, because I get someone saying it really snobbily every single time, it drives me up the bloody wall, the amount of nuance I have to add into everything on Witchcraft. You don't have to charge crystals in moonlight. They do have their own energy. It is just if you are wanting to work with lunar energy, if you are particularly low energy yourself and you want a little bit of assistance, then charging crystals in moonlight can be an effective way of using them. It isn't something, however, that you have to do. And the amount of times I have to reiterate that drives me up the wall. Like, I understand that not everyone has watched all of my content or anything like that, but bloomin' hell, if every single person had to go under, like, into every little nuance on everything that they're saying, no one would get anything done. Can you imagine trying to go through, like, all of the nuance on everything we ever speak about? We'd be here forever. What about when it's cloudy or rainy? That's still perfectly fine as well. You might find that you might have a more difficult time connecting with that full moon energy, but I like to think of it as the tides are still affected by the moon and the moon's energy, even if it's cloudy. And therefore, we are still influenced by the moon's energy, and the objects and items that we are charging with that energy are still influenced by it as well. So if you can't see the full moon or the new moon or the waxing or the waning, that's okay. Like, the clouds don't matter all that much. The only thing it might change is how closely you feel connected to it, because you can't actively see it. Okay, let's have a look-see. Do you have any book recommendations for working with elementals? You know what? Not massively. I'm gonna see if I can find a particular book. I'm never going to be able to find this, am I? There's one book that I was reading recently that did a pretty good job, I think, of working with the elements. Oh no, this is why I have physical books, because if I have physical books, I find it way easier to be able to find out what it was called. Oh no. What I'll have to do is I'll have to keep like having a look and racking my brains and seeing if I can remember that. Because, oh no, yeah, I have a book that I have in mind, but I can't remember what it's called. It's on Audible, I know that much, and it's a white book. I literally, wait, I stock it in the shop. Hang on. 1 minute. I'm so daft. I can't believe I forgot that. What is it called? if it's the one I'm thinking of, it is it this one? Oh, this one might just be the elements in general. Yeah, this one might just be the elements in general. For general elements, The Way of Four by Deborah Lipp is a good book, but that's not the one I was thinking of. Okay, I'll have to try and rack my brains and figure out which book it was. Yeah, physical books are so much better for this exact reason. Simply because I could say, oh, I've got that book in my collection and I've alphabetized it, so I can just look for elements and it would be fine. Whereas when it's like a digital book or an audio book, I'm done for, because there is no way I'm remembering that title at all. Do you have any book recommendations for dragons or dragon magic? So the only book I have in my collection is Dancing with Dragons. Is it Dancing or Dances? I think it might be Dances with Dragons. Let me have a look, see. Dances with Dragons by... Oh, why have I forgotten what I'm not doing very well today. Can we... My memory is actually awful. I'll have a look over here. Let's see. Oh, there it is. I was going to say it's not there. It is there. It's just all the way over here. This one is the only book I have in my collection that is about dragons. No guarantee that it is that good, because obviously when you only ever have one book on a subject, I'm never going to know how good this book is in comparison to others. Oh, ow. I got my legs stuck. So this is Dancing with Dragons, Invoke Their Ageless Wisdom and Power by D.J. Conway. So that's this one. It is an interesting read. So I'll just cover some of the basics for this. So this is the contents list. So you got what are dragons, dragons in mythology and legends, seeking and working with dragons, dragon power in magic, dragon's breath in the earth, ritual tools, the magical personality, music and dance, and then basic rituals including dragon's blessing, basic dragon ritual, dragon fire, entering the mouth of the dragon, calling the dragon, the charm of making. I was going to say masking. I'm like, that's not quite right. The charm of I nearly did it again. The charm of making and protection of house, as well as the elements, seas and various waters, mountains and forests, winds, storms and weather, deserts and arid regions, fire and volcanoes, chaos and destruction, guardian dragons and dragons of the planets. So you have like different illustrations throughout the book and different rituals. So this would be, say, the basic dragon ritual is across these pages. So no guarantee that it is a super phenomenal book on the subject, but that is the one that I have in my collection that I've kind of partially read. Yes, partially. I'll be honest, it's why I stopped doing some of the book videos, was because I don't often finish a book in one sitting. I will go, say I'll read a section on, I don't know, what's this illustration here? Okay, so I will say, read this book and I'll get to this illustration and I'll look at the illustration and I'll go, oh, Edward Kelly. I now need to learn everything about Edward Kelly, and then before you know it, I'm like 15 books deep into Edward Kelly and I've forgotten all about this one. And that is how I end up reading, and it's not very conducive to book reviews or recommendations, or especially like what are they called? Book clubs. Like, it's not very conducive to a successful book club when the person running a book club is like 5 books away from the book they started on and they haven't even finished yet. So, let's have a look, see. Are there any witchcraft tools that you have never used? Yes. So, I have never used a scourge. I've never used a sword. I have never used a stang, surprisingly. It is something that I would love to add into my collection and to make use of, but at the minute I don't have a stang. I have a staff, but not a stang. But yeah, mostly it would be swords and scourges, because, yeah, Scourges have always never really appealed to me. They're very much something that was requested that I use during like my training, learning under British Wicca, but it was never something where I was like, oh, I really want to add this into my practice. If anything, it just felt mean. Like, I was taught to use like a scourge to like beat energy into objects. It's like a handheld like whip thing. That's the best way I can describe it. And it was used to like, you would beat energy into objects as though like the kinetic energy would like infuse into the working to help add extra energy to it. And because I'm so deep in the animism, I apologize to my stuffed animals when I kick them out of bed in the middle of the night. You know what I mean? If I wake up and the toy goat is on the floor, I feel really personally upset about it. So for me, to be like hitting a candle to put like energy into it, no, I feel too bad. I feel guilty. I would apologize if I walked into a door frame. You know what I mean? Like I'm that kind of a person where if I walk into a mannequin, I'm gonna say sorry. So that one I've never used. And a sword, simply because it's never been accessible. If you're doing, say, group rituals, unless you're doing them at someone's house, you can't carry around a sword in this country. That's just not something that you're allowed to do. And so I, could never work with a sword in kind of a group environment. And I've always ended up just using an athame instead, because it was just far more accessible for me. I would either use a wand or I'd use an athame, or to be honest, most of the time I just use my hands. I just find it easier to work with less things, because I tend to get very real with you during these live streams. I'm not going to like sugarcoat my magical practice, right? I am incredibly clumsy. If I can drop something, if I can trip over something, if I can bump into something, I will. And so the less things I have in my working space, the better it is for everyone involved, including myself, because I can guarantee you, if I have like little tiny altars, like tiny that I use when I'm doing kind of more ceremonial style workings, guaranteed anything that goes on that altar I will knock onto the floor. And it's usually something I really don't want to knock onto the floor, like an open bottle of oil or an entire jar of herbs. You know, it's always something impractical. So for me, I tend to just stick with this, because I can't drop these, they're attached to me. And that is for the betterment of everybody. So I tend to stick with minimal tools that I know are not going to cause that much of a problem. So I tend to use like short wands more than big long ones. I do have, and many of you have seen, there's one right there of my more Wiccan style correctly measured wand lengths. I tend to stick with shorter ones now, just because I find them a lot easier to deal with. And then athames are just so much more easy, so much easier to deal with than a ginormous sword. This one kind of relates, so I'm going to do this one now before I go back to the others, which is, as an animist, do you believe every object has feelings, or is it just that you think every object has its own energy? Like, do you apologize because you think there's a spirit in there? So in some cases, okay, so it's kind of a bit of both, right? So I think that some things have spirit and other things I just think it has energy, and I feel bad upsetting it. So for instance, if it was a plant and I'd like tripped over a branch, or I'd accidentally like caught it in my coat and like pulled a leaf off, I would apologize, because plant spirits are something that I work with very closely in my magical practice. If I drop a crystal on the floor, I will apologize to it, because it comes from the earth and therefore for me it has spirit attached to it. If it's a natural object, I tend to work on the principle that it has spirit attached to it. So this would be plants, this would be any kind of animal material, so that could be bone, that could be antler, anything that comes from the earth, whether that be, say, shells, or whether that be crystals, or just a pebble that you find, that kind of stuff. Otherwise, I think it just has energy. So for instance, if I were to drop a mug on the side or something, I would apologize, just because I apologize for everything anyway, and I think everything has innate energy in it, unless it is otherwise alive. So if I were to drop, say, a poppet, I would apologize because that has a spirit attached to it. I'm hoping that the distinction here it makes sense, but for me it depends on how natural that product is, or if I've done anything that is going to cause a spirit to reside within it, basically. Okay, back to where I was up here. Oh, here we go. Any plans for your garden this spring? Any new herbs, and how is your lovely pink lavender doing? As far as I can tell, it's doing okay. I will be honest, I don't do the winter. I don't like the cold. I've not been out in my garden since about October. I'm just kind of hoping that when I come back to it again, everything's still gonna be mostly alive. But I can tell from my window that the pink lavender is okay. Some of the smaller herbs, though, in the beds, I'm not so sure on, because we had a really bad, was it November, when it like snowed randomly out of the blue. It just went so icy for days and days and days on end, and it just got to the point where I'm like, I give in. They are at the whims of the natural world now. So I suspect that when I go and check the herb beds, they will not have done very well. And I know the strawberries are just done for. It just rained every day for like 2 months, and they were just not okay. And so I've come back to them now, and they're just dead, brown, limp, lifeless. And so I've just kind of had to just accept that the squirrel won. Like, the squirrel's not giving me a hard time anymore, but that's only because there's no strawberries there anymore. The squirrel won, I think. Every strawberry I had on that strawberry plant ended up with bites taken out of it by this blooming squirrel. Now, I love squirrels. I think they're the cutest things ever, but that one was taunting me. So, yeah, what I think I'm going to do next year is maybe go for something a little bit different in the hanging plant. Maybe just some flowers instead, just like some single year flowers. That way, the squirrel can't taunt me anymore. Oh, thank you so much, Manny. Thank you. So yeah, definitely the strawberries were not doing so great. Yeah, I have no tolerance for the cold. I'm really, really bad at it. Like, if it is 32 degrees, I am happy doolally. Like, we had a heat wave, I was going to say a couple of years ago now, but it was like 2020, and it was like 40 degrees, and it was amazing. Absolutely incredible. Everyone I knew absolutely hated it except me. I'm like living my best life. I'm like, I'm warm, I'm toasty. For the first time in my entire life, I've not had to put a heater on, because I live in jumpers and I live next to space heaters because I'm cold. And so now it's just like, today actually it's been 14 degrees Celsius, which is a massive, massive improvement on what it's been for the last like 2 months. Okay. What on earth is that? Is it pouring? What is that song? Wait, hang on. I don't know what that's going to drive me insane now. What on earth is that? I feel like it's from a Disney movie of some variety. Anyway, my brain is just doing tangents today. Do you raise energy before cleansing and banishing? Yes. If so, how do you do this? So I have an entire video. It's Arabian Nights. Sorry, that was loud. Tangent. So I have entire videos on how to center and ground that will then allow you to draw energy up into your magical practice. It's on my playlist, Beginner Witchcraft, or it's like Witchcraft 101, something like that. It's an entire video that's just dedicated to centering, grounding, raising energy. There's also energy sensing and energy manipulation on there as well, which I do think are incredibly useful when doing any kind of banishing or cleansing style of practice. It allows you to just sense what's around. It's that first bit of Arabian Nights. Do 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 do, and the poor do 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 Ah, dear. You can tell that I've not had much social interaction this week. This is the stuff that I edit out of my videos for good reason. Like, half of the content of my videos is literally just me just taking the piss for like an hour. I could get my videos done so much quicker if I was able to like sit and focus on what I was doing. Oh, here we go. Let's have a look at this one. Can permanent tattoos be used as a magical protection? Do you have to charge them, and how regularly? Yes, and sometimes. So this depends on whether you are using a charm or whether you are using a symbol that has been created for the purpose of protection, and they are different. So a charm would be an object that has power because of what it is. So for instance, the cross for Christians or the pentacle for witches, they almost become like thought forms in a way, where enough people have the same opinion about the same symbol, and therefore it holds innate power. So many people get pentacles tattooed on them for that exact reason, just as many Christians would get a cross tattooed on them for that reason. If you're going to do something like a sigil, then it's only going to have the power that you have put into it. So I'd say every 3-4 months you're probably going to want to recharge it again. And you could do that in a really simple way. So you might want to have, say, actually, you don't even have to do it like every 3 or 4 months. You could, in theory, be charging it every single day. So say you have particular moisturizer that you use to keep your tattoos looking really fresh. Charge that with a shit ton of energy. I apologize if there's any children around. I swear like a sailor when I'm not editing videos. I'm sorry. If you have, say, like a tattoo balm or a moisturizer that you like to use, charge it with a butt ton. Is that better? A butt ton of energy. Then every single time you are moisturizing your tattoos, you are imbuing them with energy over and over and over and over again. You can, however, just do it like all in one go. Wait, it could be Kill the Beast too. I think it could be Kill the Beast actually. Is Arabian Nights in Aladdin? Or is that like a separate song? Kill the Beast! I think it might be Kill the Beast I had in my head. I don't know why. I've not seen Beauty and the Beast in... Oh, I know why. Okay, sorry. Yeah, tangent. On Instagram, the song I used to advertise the live stream was the intro to Beauty and the Beast. So I think that's why I've got it in my head. But they are the same. That underlying tune is the same between the intro for Arabian Night and the intro of Kill the Beast. That song. I'm sure that they're the same. Anyway, this is a complete tangent. Totally unrelated to anything that we're talking about. But there you go. One of my random ass tangents. Right, yeah, you can use a charging oil for the same thing as long as it is skin safe and it's a percentage of oil in there that is appropriate, depending on kind of the circumstances of everyone involved. But yeah, you can use it for a charging oil as well if you have any like body oil, something like that. That's a great way of doing it too. Okay, right. Do you play Disney's Dreamlight Valley? I don't actually. I'm still working my way through Baldur's Gate 3. Still. I really love it, but I managed to skip an entire section in Act 1. And now every time I progress to another area, they're like, are you sure you want to continue? You're too lower level. I'm like, I've emptied this entire area. There is nothing here anymore. So I think I just skipped an entire section at the start. So I've just been like going in like blind and very low level into every single act. I have a question though, for anyone who also plays Baldur's Gate, specifically Baldur's Gate 3. Who did you choose as your primary romantic interest? I have a theory as to what the majority of people are going to say, but I want to ask anyway. Anyway, I know that people have like loads of different playthroughs and they have different people per playthrough. I would love to know what people chose though, because I'm predictable, because I watched a lot of anime growing up. Let's have a look. I'm just gonna wait for like this to come through. I'm so curious as to what the answer's gonna be here. Right, I'll move on to the next question in the process. Have you ever practiced Viking magic? I've seen a book on it recently and it looked interesting. I haven't actually. I have looked into it briefly at the very start, but besides that, I've not really been that drawn into it. But maybe I'll have to look into some books on the subject, because I did obviously get that book on runic astrology that I wanted to just check out and see, mostly because it's Kapelban and I do collect their books anyway. But yeah, I'll have to dive into that and then see what I see whether I'm particularly drawn to it or not. I've just listened to both songs and you're right, they're really similar. Ha ha! I'm onto something, folks. I think it's a little bit like how Disney often like reuse their scenes. So like the scenes from, is it Sleeping Beauty and Beauty and the Beast and Robin Hood, that are all like the same basic scene, but they just change the dresses and the characters. Yeah, so I think they just repeat so much, and I suppose if it's designed for kids, that kind of like da 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 da, that is like really, really catchy. Yeah, the ballroom dancing scene is exactly the one I'm thinking about, with like the dress being pulled out and the swirling. Yeah, I was a Disney kid when I was a child. I wouldn't necessarily consider myself a Disney adult, but yeah, the Disney earworms are the worst. Oh, actually, no, okay. The only thing worse than the Disney earworms are the TikTok earworms. You know, where you just have like this same like 10-second audio clip just on a loop inside your brain. You have no idea where it was from originally and you just can't get rid of it. Yeah, I've had that for like the last week. It's that song which, you know, I'm too messy and then I'm too clean. I've had that little snippet of that song in my head for like 2 weeks. I can't get rid of it. It's everywhere. I don't use TikTok either, but because I use Instagram, everything gets like funneled through eventually, and it just drives me bonkers because I often can't figure out where that bit of audio has come from, and so I just get stuck with it. I just can't escape the TikTok earworm. Right. Have you ever connected to an otherworldly being, not human, through divination like tarot? Yes. Mostly because I work with a guide through tarot reading, and I have never... Okay, I'm gonna kind of put a little note here to say that I actually don't know whether they were ever human or not. I personally would go no. A lot of the beings that come through when I'm doing readings, there's no guarantee where they come from. So some of them might be human, some of them might not be. I do think though that this particular guide has never been, just based off kind of the conversations that we've had. They tend to come through. But then I will get that in lots of places, like not just through tarot. It's just that tarot is probably the easiest vessel for them to come through in. Okay. Oh, you know what? I've got it in my freaking head now, haven't I? I said that messy and clean song, and now it's on a loop. I'm too messy. I'm too clean. That. I think I just merged two songs together, but that lyrics that drives me up the bloody wall. It's a good song. That's the annoying thing about it. It's the TikTokification of music now, where like the music is like really, really bad, except for like that little bit in the middle. Though I do think that song in general is good. It's just so catchy. It like burrows inside your brain and then you can't escape it. Right. Any advice on malicious spirits? Someone I know has been dealing with a dark figure in and out of their dreams, and it has physically harmed them before. I picked up my mug to have a drink and then immediately put it back down again. So, okay. Okay. Sorry, brain thinking, words, right order. So I feel like I'm going to cover quite a lot in this section, just because I think that this could be useful for... Oh, darn you, Belle. Now I've got Mary on a cross stuck in my head because I literally just listened to that yesterday. Such a good song though. Okay, anyway, when it comes to the dark spirits in dreams and stuff, I'm going to cover quite a lot here, not because it necessarily applies to this situation, but because I think other people might find it useful. So if you have a dark figure in your dreams, I think the first instinct that we have is to panic. I would say that's probably the worst thing that can be done though in that situation. So instead, I would start documenting when it happens. Because often figures in dreams are not overly important unless they start repeating themselves. So a couple of examples of this would be if you have say one person who looks perhaps normal. They are just an NPC in your dream, and they come to you every single night and they say the same thing to you. That is then really, really significant. Whereas if you were to just see a dark, shadowy figure once in your dream, that, despite looking quite scary, is less significant than this person who looks completely normal, who says the same thing every single night. So the first way to kind of tell if something is important is, does it repeat? If it repeats, then how does it repeat? When does it repeat? What is it that they're saying? Etc., etc. When it comes to dark figures, if you are getting the same person or the same figure coming through again and again and again, what are the circumstances upon which they are appearing? Are they an observer to that situation? Are they an active participant? Are they saying anything to you? Are they giving anything to you? Are they the person that is chasing you, pursuing you, attacking you, etc.? And does this happen in the same way every single time, or is it different? Do you notice anything else in that dream that is of significance? So while this dark figure is repeating, is there another figure that is also repeating in that dream? Are you being chased and you always see the same poster on the wall, or the same billboard, or you always see the same number plate or the same name, or something else that is repeating again and again and again? And then it's a case of documenting when this happens and whether things are changing. So are you making progress, I think, is another one to think of. If you're consistently being chased on the same street by the same figure, are you making progress every single day, or are you getting stuck at the same point? Because sometimes these dark figures are a way of guides, ancestors, even our own subconscious mind of saying, hey, there is something that you need to be fixing here. Is there something in your life where you're doing it over and over and over again and you feel like you aren't progressing anywhere? Because it might be that sign of like, hey, stop trying the same shit. It's not working. Now, if, however, you are noticing, like in this situation, physical harm is being caused, this is when we're looking at perhaps needing to do a personal cleanse. That's probably the first thing I would recommend, is do a cleanse of yourself. This could be a ritual cleanse, like a ritual bath. This could be in a shower. This could be with smoke. Doing a cleanse of your person, doing a cleanse of your clothes, doing a cleanse of your space, following the typical protocol of cleanse, banish, cleanse, protect if necessary. I do have an entire video on cleansing, actually I have two, on cleansing houses with and without smoke that you can follow if that's something that could be useful. So make sure that that energy is all cleansed in that space and cleansed out of yourself as well. Then it's a case of adding protections. So make sure you have personal protections. Make sure that your living environment has protections. That could just be your bedroom. That could be your entire home. You can adapt the protections, add more, take them away as and when you need them. It doesn't have to be like a set thing forever, but just add protection. So cleanse and then protect, and then see what happens. Does the dream stop completely? Does it continue? If it continues, it could be worth doing some divination, seeing, is it an entity or is it simply energy that you're dealing with? It might be that you then need to take it a step further and you need to banish something out of that space. You might need to lock mirrors if you do have any mirrors facing your bed, things like that, to try and ease it. Because if it is not a sign, or let's say a warning, if it is instead something that is causing physical pain, I suppose the biggest thing I can say here distinction-wise is it just attacks in the dream, or is it attacks that leave a physical mark upon waking? Because if it's an attack in a dream, it might be coming from something spiritual that isn't in your space. So it could be something that's latched onto you, or it could be something that just enjoys messing with you during dreams. There are some spirits like that. If it is causing physical harm like bruises and the like, then it's likely a spirit that's in the space, and so therefore banishing, cleansing and protecting the environment is probably a really good place to start. But either way, I really hope that this clears up, because it's not nice to be dealing with this, and whether it is something that is just subconscious that you need to be working on, or whether this is something more significant, like a spirit in your environment, it's not a pleasant thing to be dealing with. So just while I'm up here, let's see if I've got what people said. For the Baldur's Gate one. Have I lost it? I hope I've not lost it. Oh no, where is it? I know it's here somewhere. Let's have a look. See, for me, I have picked Astarion, because obviously we've got Gale. Astarion is the top pick, and I don't blame you. I blame watching Vampire Night at like 10 years old. There is something about animes with a white blonde, as in like white blonde, like they're not white. I hope this makes, like the white blonde, like silver hair. And then I blame Lord of the Rings. I mean, come on, Legolas, right? Like the white blonde. There's something about it in fantasy that makes me just go, oh, I have to pick this character. I'm predictable. All of my friends were like, so what did you pick? I can guess. I'm like, yes, you guessed correctly. I am predictable. And then someone asked what class did I choose in Baldur's Gate? Yes, what class did you choose? I chose a druid, because of course I did. I was an elf druid. Yes. Very happy with my decision. On my next playthrough, I'm going to try and do something different, I think. But for now, I'm just trying to keep up. I don't know what I missed in the first act, but it must have been absolutely massive for me to be this far behind. Right, let's have a look-see. Will my new studies help my Stoic studies? I felt lost last year. I mean, I always think that maintaining newness in your practice is really, really useful. It's so easy to get stuck in a rut, and then as soon as you start getting stuck in a rut, you can kind of start falling away. Having that drive and that excitement to try something new is always going to be beneficial, I think, in a magical practice. Well, I didn't know that you could do both. I thought you had to pick either the Underdark or the Mountain Pass, because when I tried to go back, it was like, Matt, you made a choice, you can't go back. But to be fair, I do know that in the first act, I encountered a massive glitch bug where entire sections just weren't working. So, see, that's my problem. It won't let me do both. So I did the Underdark, and then I went to do the Mountain Pass, and it was like, you're not allowed to do that. And I'm like, but what? Everyone else seems to be doing it. So on my next playthrough, I'm going to try and, like, figure out what went wrong with that one. Sorry, this is so true. You expect me to not pick the silver-haired, morally grey vampire? Insanity. Exactly. I read too many romantasy books for me to not pick the morally grey vampire. I would be a fool not to. I would be an absolute fool not to. But next time I'm going to have to, like, try and branch out and try different things, because I will play the exact same character in the exact same way with the exact same love interest 5 times in a row and not get bored. It is a problem. So I definitely need to branch out. But yeah, I'll be honest, I think for me it comes back to like watching like vampire anime when I was like 10 or 11, because like there's always a silver-haired morally grey vampire protagonist and I'm going to pick them every time. Right, let's see, where was I? I am somewhere over here. I actually don't know. Okay, here we go. How do you deal with people like atheists when they try to argue with you saying that magic doesn't exist? Oh, I don't. Yeah, I genuinely just don't. If you have, and this is not like a you thing, I mean like I'm talking like just generally to the people who act like this, if you have so much time on your hands to give so much of a crap about someone else's belief system, find a hobby, right? Because I don't know whether I just look at it in like a different way to a lot of people do, I guess. But as far as I'm concerned, like, if someone is a Christian, I'm not going to debate you on that. Do you know what I mean? It's none of my business. Like, you can have whatever belief system you fancy, right? Unless you are forcing me to believe in what you believe in, I don't care what you believe in. It's like, I'm never going to be that kind of person. I get comments all the time. If magic is real, prove it to me. No. Like, that's not my job. I don't have to. You know what I mean? Like, if you don't believe in it, then you don't believe in it, and that's fine. And I don't care if you don't believe in it. Just like it shouldn't matter to you if I do. I'm not going to force anyone to follow my belief system. And I hope that that is kind of gonna, like, go the other way as well. Like, I don't understand the mindset where it's like, convince me. No. I have better things to be doing. So yeah, for me, it is very much that, like, you do you. Like, I don't care what you do as long as you are not, like, forcing it on me, and as long as you aren't negatively impacting other people. You know what I mean? Then, like, I don't care if you're an atheist, and I'd hope that you wouldn't care that much either, really. Right. Oh yeah, so just to finish that question up. So if I meet someone and they are, like, super duper antagonistic with it, like the kind of people where they're like going and going and going and going and going, they're just not my people. You know, if you want to argue about a topic that doesn't need arguing about for 3 days, you're just not my people, and I'm okay with that. I'm just gonna slowly back away, distract you. I'll just, like, throw something in the opposite direction and run, because, like, I'm not dealing with it. I could be at home watching dog videos on Instagram and reading a book, you know. It's not a conversation I need to be getting into. Can you make a sigil for someone else? Yes, definitely. So it obviously is more attuned to you if you create a sigil for yourself, but not everyone is able to. And so having someone that you trust make a sigil, you can then apply that into your magical practice in whichever way you see fit. So maybe I'm not sure if this example is going to work, but I suppose one way to think about it would be if someone has real difficulty with their vision, and say they have a lot of vision loss and they struggle with the detail of making a sigil using, say, a sigil grid or using the letters, they really struggle with that. Getting a sigil from a trusted person that they can then have as a piece of paper in their working that they can put things on top of is a really effective way of implementing something into your practice that maybe you'd struggle to do yourself. It's a little bit like how if you are not a very good cook, getting someone else, say a trusted family member or a friend, or even just a trusted company to make food for you, is still a way of getting nutrients. It maybe is different than cooking yourself, but as long as you are getting what you need from it, then that is a really effective way of doing it. And it doesn't have to make sense for everyone as long as it makes sense for you. So some people would straight up say, like, don't ever make a sigil for someone else. But realistically, or don't ever buy a sigil from someone else either. But really, I think if it's a practical way for someone to utilize a form of magical practice that they would struggle with otherwise, as far as I'm concerned, if it works, it works. And there's many people out there who will make sigils and post them publicly online. There's many people who will make custom sigils for people. And it's just an additional way that we can add things into our magical practice that maybe we'd struggle with. Right, where am I? Oh, the answer to this one is no. But now I feel like I need... Oh, wait, have I? Constantinos. I've not even read the question yet, sorry. Have you read anything of the author Constantinos, like the Gothic grimoire? What do you think about his books? Let's have a look. Off the top of my head, I don't think that I have, but... Why do I have very specifically the version of Singing in the Rain that was performed on Britain's Got Talent in 2007? I very, very specifically have that version of Singing in the Rain in my head right now. And I don't know where that came from. Oh, did Nocturnal Witchcraft? Then yes, I have read some of his work. I was thinking it was going to be someone from like the 17th century. No, if it is not the Nocturnal Witchcraft. Wait, have I read that? Oh, am I getting confused with the I might be getting confused with the Nocturnicon. Hang on. I can picture the book in my head. Oh, so I've read the Nocturnicon, which is not the same. Oh, yes, it is. That is by Konstantinos. I do really enjoy that book. The Nocturnicon, I really enjoyed. And so I would probably work on the principle if I enjoyed that book, I'm probably going to enjoy a lot of the others as well. So I'll definitely add more to the list. Oh, my microphone is top of the range. I just don't do very well with technology. The volume is as loud as it'll go without me peaking my microphone. It's like as close to being in yellow as it will go. It's probably because it's just quite a bit further away from me, because if I bring it here, I feel a little bit like I'm gonna do an ASMR thing, and it's not for me. So I tend to put my microphone there. Yeah. Don't know what's up with that. It might just be the connection, because sometimes it does go down, but I can't get a better microphone. It's the one thing I was like, I'm gonna try and get it as good as I can get it. So yeah, microphone unfortunately can't upgrade. I do have other things that I need to, but no, all of the settings are the same on the stream as they always are, because I'm scared of touching it. If I touch it, I might break it. So everything is set up the same as it was on the last stream. It could just be the YouTube system, the way it's converting everything, changes that they might have made, not sure. But if I get closer, does that help? Because I'm not sure what else to do, because it's up at like max. I can't take the audio up any louder than it is, I'm afraid. Right, where am I? Okay, here we go. I'm struggling to start a Book of Shadows. How would I start? And also, how would I put intention into a spell without getting distracted? Because I struggle with paying attention during spells. So, Book of Shadows is literally whatever it is that you're working on. What I'm going to do is I'm going to push my chair closer and see if that helps. It's heavy, so I can't I can't move it while I'm sitting in it. Okay. Huh. Is that any better? I physically can't get any closer without like pinning myself to the desk. So when it comes to a Book of Shadows, it's whatever it is that you have done, carried out, read, learned about. Just stick it all in a book, and that's basically a Book of Shadows. Do not aim for a charmed Book of Shadows or like a super fancy decorative thing. Just go for practicality. Slap it all in. When it comes to putting intention into your workings while not getting distracted, it comes with practice, and that's a really annoying thing for me to say, but it genuinely does just come with practice. The more you do it, the more accustomed to the process you become, and the easier it ultimately ends up being. Right, let's have a look, see. Where was I? Right. Do you think the afterlife is real? I think that any number of different afterlives have the potential to be real, but I'm not necessarily going to say that any given one is real. I think that none of us really know what is after until you get to that point. Right. Where am I? Okay. Thank you for what you do. Oh, thank you so much. Do you use stones and minerals or gems in your workings? Do you know of any that can increase a sense of well-being? I do, not necessarily for kind of this aspect. I typically tend to focus on it for magical associations. There are, however, lots and lots of stones out there that will work for kind of well-being and stuff. We're looking at like quartz, we're looking at rose quartz, things like that. But generally it's a case of looking at some really accessible stones, searching up their properties, and then seeing if any aligns with what it is that you are wanting to be working with. So quartzes are really affordable, really accessible. So that would be like clear quartz, rock quartz, rose quartz, citrine, amethyst, smoky quartz, these kind of things all fall under that like overarching quartz umbrella. And so they could be a good starting place, and just to see which my chair is now squeaking against the desk, which of them would be most effective for what it is that you are looking for. Actually, do I have I will just grab a book real quick. Oh my god, I've squished myself in. Okay, I'll see if I can find this book real quick. Okay, got it, this one. This is why I like physical books so much more than digital ones. So let me just have a look at the back of this and see if there's any big lists. Okay, let's have a look. Magical substitutions, nope. Oh, for reference, this is Scott Cunningham's Encyclopedia of Crystals, Gem and Metal Magic. Ah, here we go. Let's have a look, see. Do they have anything for specifically well-being? Nothing in particular for well-being. You've got peace, which I suppose could be used for that purpose. Meditation. What else have we got in here? We've got healing and health, which could be an option. So for healing and health, we have Argate, Amber, Amethyst, Aventurine, Azurite, Bloodstone, Calcite, Cornelian, Cat's Eye, Celestite, Coral, Clear Quartz, Diamond, Flint, Garnet, Hematite, Holy Stones, Jade, Jasper, Jet, Lapis Lazuli, Peridot, Petrified Wood, Sapphire, Sodalite, Sulfur, Sunstone, Topaz, Turquoise, wow, I got stuck on that word, and Red Zircon. So that's kind of the book that I would say you can look into, or you can use the internet for these things. But books like this mainly go into the magical properties rather than, say, the medicinal's maybe the wrong word, but like the well-being side of it. There's definitely like web pages and specific people who are really, really talented at that aspect of crystal magic. Right, this pile of books here, you can't see, but it's looking more and more as the stream is going on, as this pile is getting bigger and bigger and bigger. Right. Bum, bum, ba-dum, bum, bum. Oh, okay. Would you have any recommendations for a witch who is interested in spirits but has never had any paranormal experiences yet, or how to words, or how to help become more sensitive to them? Wow, I really struggled with that sentence. So I would initially say that what a lot of people consider to be paranormal experiences are actually the extremes of spirit encounters. So if you, say, have never seen a full body apparition, that doesn't necessarily mean that you are not open or cannot experience spirits. It's just that it is a very extreme end to it. So for instance, like things moving, things being thrown around, full body apparitions, footsteps, talking are really big energetic things that you don't need to have experienced to work with spirits. When you're working with them, they tend to work more subtly. It isn't these big showy events of a spirit that wants to get your attention. Instead, it is the smaller events of a spirit that already knows that you're aware that they're there. So as I say in all of the streams, it's about being present and being aware and acknowledge things that you are seeing or experiencing in any way, even if that doesn't mean jumping straight to, oh my goodness, it is a spirit. So for instance, it would be you see an orb in the darkness. That's probably quite extreme anyway, but you see like something at the corner of your eye, or you see like a twinkling of light between the trees, or you see an orb in a dark room on a camera, and you go, okay, I definitely just saw that. I'm not going to say that it's 100% a spirit, but I'm going to at least acknowledge that I saw it. Or if you hear the whispering of voices, it's about going, oh, I definitely heard something. It could have been nothing, but it might have been something. And that I find is the most effective kind of first step, because what a lot of people do is they would assume that a spirit is just going to walk and like slap them in the face. And when that doesn't happen, it's like, oh, well, I'm not sensitive enough to spirits. But actually what commonly happens is the little things that we don't think of as being spirit encounters are the things that get missed. It is the shadow moving when no one is moved. It is the little twinkling lights in between the trees. It's a whisper of a name on a wind that you probably heard coming from someone else, even though you don't think there's anyone else around. You know, there's this rationalization that comes with being an adult in a society that doesn't believe in spirits and ghosties and ghoulies. And so just by acknowledging things, it's definitely a really, really good first step. And then it's about creating an energetic environment. Now, I'm going to say this with the caveat that if you create an energetic environment, be prepared that spirits are going to be in that space. And you might not always get spirits that you want in that space. So I would recommend having protections just to make sure that like the spirits that are within that space are like wanted in that space. They have your positive intentions at heart. But create areas that are highly energetic with lots of crystals or candles that have been charged with energy. Things that are energetically provoking. That could be watching ghost videos. That could be reading a ghosty book. That could be learning more about spirits, because that then heightens your emotions as well. But having spaces in your home that are more highly energetic means that they have more chance of manifesting, because there's more there for them to be going off and feeding off of. And then it's a case of just taking time, slow progress, and asking them to show you signs. That's another way of doing it. Because I typically work on the principle that unless I know otherwise, I assume that there's always a spirit there. That sounds probably a little bit strange, but if I enter into, say, an old property, I'm always working on the principle that there is a spirit in that property unless I sense that there is nothing there. And so I will walk in and I will say hello, or I will say goodbye when I leave. Or if I'm in a graveyard, if I'm having to step on graves, because that's, I don't know if it's the same everywhere, but in England, graves are often very, very close together. And so to see the stones further up the graveyard, you have to walk over people's graves in order to get up the path to get to the graves. I always assume that there are spirits. Always apologize. Make sure that you're being courteous. You know, it's a little bit like, don't say anything about someone that you wouldn't say to their face. It's that kind of an approach of like, always assume that there are spirits there. Because if you're consistently greeting spirits, if you're being conscientious of spirits, then when it comes to you asking like, hey, would you be able to show me a sign? They'll be like, oh, well, yeah, I mean, she's already been really nice to us, or they've already been really nice to us, or he's already, you know, however you identify. They've always been good to me, even though they can't see me. So you know what? I am going to be helpful too. And make that step to present themselves in some way that is accessible to you. So it's one of those where it definitely builds, and you'll probably find it being a snowball effect. So it'll start with you thinking like, oh my goodness, when is this going to happen? Like, I'm never going to be able to see spirits. And then all of a sudden it'll be like whispers or knocks or bumps or bangs or little bits of movement. And then all of a sudden it's like, oh, okay, it's happening. This is happening. Because the more open you are and the more other spirits can see you interacting with spirits, then the more likely they are to interact with you. And then it becomes like a snowball effect. And this happens a lot with people who are training to be mediums as well. At the very start of training to become a medium, people often find that it's very it's very slow and it's very gradual. And then all of a sudden it's like, whoa, can you turn off, please? I need just a moment of peace and quiet. I vividly remember having this conversation with someone that I used to work in a group with. They were training to be a medium, and he very distinctively said, like, it's gotten to the point where I can't even sleep at night because now that they know that I can hear them, they just want to talk to me all of the time. And I think that's, especially when we're talking human spirits, that's a really important thing to kind of mention in regard to like the treating a space as though there are definitely spirits in it. Because if you're trying to have a conversation with someone and it's really, really obvious that they don't want to talk to you, they just aren't acknowledging that you're there at all, they're like pretending that you don't exist, you are not likely to continue attempting to have a conversation with them. You know, if you're talking to someone and they're like on their phone and they're not listening to you, you're probably just gonna stop talking. Whereas if they are actively engaging with you, they are looking at you, they are nodding and yes, and I'm listening, then you're much more likely to continue that conversation. I find the same typically applies when it comes to spirits, in that even if you can't actively understand them or you can't engage with them fully, taking that first step to just saying yes in the right places and nodding and greeting them and being polite is often a really good way of getting them to start that engagement. So, just while I'm here, thank you so much, Gunhilda. Thank you so much. And also thank you so much to Ink Your Fish. What are your favourite things about the Imbolc season and any plans for spring? My favourite thing is that all of a sudden it feels like it starts getting so much warmer. Today has been that day where I went outside with like all my jackets on thinking I'm gonna freeze, and I went, whoa, why is it the same temperature inside as it is outside? And that is like the turning point for me, where I know that I'm like past that point of the year where it's like dark and grey and miserable and wet and rainy and cold, and we're now moving into that like lighter, brighter, I can see the light at the end of the tunnel. That's my favourite thing about Imbolc, always. And mostly my plans for spring are to travel places and to see things, because I have officially am able to drive a car now, which I'm very proud of, and I can finally go places. And I think that's going to be really nice to be able to like get out and experience things, and I think that's going to be really refreshing this spring. So those are my plans. Nothing super fancy. It's why I didn't do a video this year, because I think I've just done the Sabbat videos. You know what I mean? How many times can I do a Sabbat video when my practice is basically the same? So I think I'm starting to like move away from that. I mean, the trains are good if you live in a place that has trains, but but if you don't, then you're just kind of screwed. Right. Okay, where am I? I am here. You can go ghost hunting now. Oh, see, I'd love to. I just need to find someone that I can convince to go ghost hunting with me. Who do I know that I can twist their arm and make them ghost hunting? Everyone I know is a very strong, like, I don't believe in spirits kind of a person. Like, it's entertaining when I like twist people's arms. I remember I think it was my birthday, I convinced my boyfriend to watch what is it called? It used to be on Netflix. I don't know if it still is. Is it on Netflix or is it Prime? Where it's that like they spent like a month inside haunted buildings and they wanted to see what would happen if like they were in that environment for like a long period of time, like what would occur. And I made him sit through that, and by the end of it he's like, we're watching another episode? I'm like, yeah, we've only got 2 more episodes to go. He's like, okay, whatever you enjoy. And you could tell it's like pulling teeth. I'm like, I'm sorry, I like the ghost shows. But yeah, I want to go and do like a few of like the proper ghost tours. So like one thing I really want to do this year is I want to go to York and do their like late night ghost tours like around the city. I think that looks incredible. And so I really want to do that at some point this year. And I just want to go to like more cool places. And maybe with that will come like more podcasty episodes. I'll be honest, besides the time has been a problem with the podcast, but also I want to be able to like go to the places that I am talking about. And so now I finally have the ability to be able to do that, and I'm so excited. Okay, anyway, next question. What are your favourite or best plant energies or gems in your workings? Do you know of any that can increase... Oh wait, this is the same one, isn't it? I think this is the same one. So ignoring the like sense of well-being bit, my favourite crystals, clear quartz, hands down, any day of the week. If I could only have one crystal in my entire magical collection, it would be quartz. Simple as. Absolutely incredible. So affordable. So easily accessible. You can find it basically just coming out of the ground in some places. So absolutely incredible as an energy amplifier. For herbs, it entirely depends on the intention that I'm working with. And I would rather use one plant in a working that I have a deep connection with than 50 plants that I don't have a connection with. So I would say that the best thing to use is what you feel particularly drawn to, rather than say what a book recommends. You know, if you are doing... I'm trying to think of a type of spell off the top of my head. If you're doing, say, a healing spell, you might look at a spell in a spell book and be like, well, there's like 30 herbs here and I don't connect to any of them. But you know what I do connect with? I connect with the willow. I would pick working with the willow as a singular plant in that working than the 30-something plants that it recommends any day of the week, because you're going to have a far more successful response because you have a deeper connection. Right. Where am I? I feel like this has jumped. I feel like this has massively oh no, has it? Oh. It did that thing where it duplicates the questions just before it jumps to the very bottom. And scroll. Oh no. Oh, crap. Where am I? Oh no. Well, poop. Okay. I don't know where I am. I'm sorry, I'm so lost. Okay, let's go with this one because it's the closest one I can find that I haven't answered yet. What are your thoughts on familiars in the traditional sense? Depends what you mean by the traditional sense. And do you have one? I'm intrigued by the history and concept, but haven't dipped my toes into forming any kind of connection. See, this entirely depends on what you mean by traditional sense, because traditional from a Christian perspective is very different than traditional from a witchcraft perspective. So at the moment, I work with servitors rather than working with familiars, mostly because that's just the way it's worked out rather than like a purposeful decision. I suppose I'm being told very strongly now, just like I was last time, that no, they are in fact not a familiar, but technically, okay, to the spirit that is currently yelling inside my brain, they could be considered a familiar, but they don't want to be, and therefore they are not a familiar. You know what I mean? The crossover is very, very loose. There's a big grey area in the middle. So I personally don't work with any familiars right now, but that's not me saying that I would never in the future. Now, for me, animal familiars are not something that I am particularly interested in. It mostly came from a misunderstanding from the witch trial period rather than magical practice historically. That doesn't make it any less valid today, But for me, animal familiars are not able to do what I would want a familiar to be able to do. And so personally, I don't work with them. Oh my goodness, thank you so much, Kelly. Thank you. And also glitter and duct tape. Oh, glitter and duct tape. I love that name. That's really, really cool. So yeah. Oh yeah, you are definitely not alone. Just, for anyone who is like feeling as though they can't go and get like their driver's license or whatnot, I have been doing lessons for more than 10 years. And I was too nervous. I was way too nervous to ever go and do it. And then I just kind of went, yep, I'm just going to go and I am going to do it. And so I did. And so you're not alone. If you are an adult, if you are in your 20s or 30s or 40s or 50s or 60s, or if you're 75 and you haven't got a driving license and you want to be able to do it, you can definitely do it. Like, definitely. It just takes the confidence to take that leap of faith, and that's what I was really struggling with, definitely. So this question is kind of related to what we're already talking about, so I'm going to cover this now, which is the idea of a familiar sounds like a comforting presence. Could you talk a little bit about the purposes of familiars? So a familiar is, well, what I class as being a familiar rather than a magical animal companion. That's not a dig or anything, that's just how I like distinguish the difference between them, is a spirit that you enter into an agreement with, like a contract with, where they are willing to assist you and you are willing to assist them, and it's like a spiritual bond that is formed where they are able to gain information for you, find knowledge, commune with other spirits. They're able to traverse the astral and the spiritual planes in a way that you can't do, and they can aid spells and rituals spiritually while you work physically. They are essentially like a spiritual sidekick. Let's go with that. A spiritual sidekick. And can be incredibly useful and effective. Many people will use servitors for the purpose of a familiar. Like, it's that similar concept. But usually a familiar is a little bit longer lasting. They can stick with you for your entire life, or you might have them for a couple of decades and then they'll move on. And it is a relationship that you form directly with a spirit rather than, I'm trying to think of the words, it's not like an individual event that you have agreed upon. Instead, it's like a long-term contract where you're working with them on a one-on-one basis. Really, really nice to work with. Not a requirement for magical practice though. Like, there's lots of alternatives that you can have and work with instead if having that kind of long-term agreement is not something that you necessarily want. Right. Ooh, okay. I have questions. And spiritual assistant, I like that better. Yes, spiritual assistant. So, let me know. Let me think. Whoa, words. What is happening? It's like, if anyone's seen that video of the lady who forgot the word avocado. She's like talking to the camera and she's trying to think of the word avocado, and instead she just really loudly says plum. She's like so frustrated that she can't find the word avocado. That's what my brain feels like today. It feels like it has been scrambled. So this question is one that I have a lot of questions surrounding it. And I think generally this could be just an interesting one. Like a PSA a little. Do you know what causes rips or tears in your aura? I had my auras and chakras cleaned, aligned, and the follow-up report said I had tears in my aura and that I had entities watching me closely. Now, I don't want to say that it is not legitimate, okay? I'm not going to say that this isn't legitimate. I'm not going to say that this person isn't. However, this is a common red flag for a scammy spiritual healer. Now, I'm going to go into this further because I don't want to assume that is the circumstance here, but this is the layout of a typical spiritual scam. So you either approach them because you're concerned about things in their life, or they approach you, and they will typically say to you, they'll say, oh, I'm seeing something a little bit off in your aura, or I can see that you have some spirit attachments going on. Let's do an assessment and let's see what comes out. So they'll do a reading, or they'll do Reiki healing, or they'll do chakra aligning, or whatever it is that they're doing, and they'll do it for free. Usually they're like, it's courteous service, and then they'll come back and they'll say, yeah, you've got some curses going on here. We're gonna need to deal with that. Or they'll say, oh yeah, you have some malicious and malignant spirits going on. They're attached to your aura. They're draining your life force. They're destroying your aura. But we're outside of the free consultation period, so now pay me $5,000. This happens scarily often. I've had people attempt to do it to me. I'm sure many people in the chat will have had these messages come through for them, or they've gone to someone. The worst is when you go to someone because you're concerned about something in your life, and then they start scamming you. And it typically follows that same pattern. So I'm not saying that this is definitely a scammer. I would say this sets off massive alarm bells in my head, because this sounds very much, it is the concern, panic, cash grab approach that is often done on people with little spiritual experience. Yes, I thought of that, but all that was said and that the work was done. Yeah, it's one of those things to be cautious about. I mean, the aura is a consistently renewing energetic field, which is why over time it changes colour and it shifts and it adapts. If you have very little control over your aura, it will be really big and expansive and out of control. And then if you have more control over your energy, your aura will be really close to you and really narrow. Your aura will change colour based off your emotions and the energy that you're working with at that given time. It will shift, change, and adapt. It is, in a lot of drawings of the aura, you'll see it drawn like a magnetic field where it'll come out like this and then back round. So I find it unusual for the terminology to be, what specifically was it? Rips and tears. I find that very unusual terminology because the aura is this ever-renewing energy field. Like, you might have like weak points or areas where the energy is struggling to concentrate, but rips and tears feels to me very fear-mongery. It's that kind of very extreme reaction that you get from hearing that something is torn or ripped. And so for me, I find this generally very alarming, not from the stance of your aura actually being torn in any way, shape or form, but more from the potential that this is a scam artist. So I would say here, if you can do any kind of divination, that would be really useful. If, anything like that can help give you a little bit more insight into what's going on there. Do some energy sensing if you can. See if you can sense anything around you, because if you do have spirits that are observing you, you will likely be able to sense them, and you're likely going to also be experiencing other things as well. So if you are not experiencing any energy disruptions, changes in the manifestation of your magic, if you're not sensing, then if you're not sensing anything, more than likely there's absolutely nothing to worry about here. If you have an entity that is feeding on your aura or your energy, you're likely going to start feeling really drained. You might notice that your magic starts going awry. So like workings that would usually work super effectively, all of a sudden just go completely wrong. Like your magic is literally falling to bits and you don't understand why. And it's because you have an entity that's like pulling your magic in a different way because it's latched onto you and it's drawing energy from certain areas of like your auric field. So if you're not feeling anything, then I don't think you need to be overly concerned. But I do think this is kind of a massive PSA to everyone, because anyone can get wrapped up in scams like this. It's so easily done. And the problem is that scam artists typically go after people who are in incredibly vulnerable situations. And so they will target religious people. So you find a lot of Christian scams. They'll often target people who are ill and need healing. They'll target people who've gone through heartbreak. They'll target people who've just lost loved ones and who are grieving. And they often target people who aren't entirely aware of what it is that they are talking about. And so it's really easy for them to start manipulating people. And they are so good at what they do. Like, I'll give that to them. They're really good at what they do. And it's shit that they're really good at what they do, but they are. So yeah, cleansing the property is definitely a really, really good place to start. So you've done the right thing there. And I say, really, unless you're experiencing anything strange, I wouldn't worry overly much about it. And if they start coming to you asking for even more money, because that's the other thing that happens again and again, is that someone, especially readers, will do this. Not the majority, obviously, just like a few. They will say to you, they'll do a reading and then they'll say, oh, or psychics will do it too, like psychics, not real psychics, like the scam psychics. They'll say, oh yeah, I can see that you've got a curse in your energy field. I can feel it. We can get rid of that. $100. So you pay them $100 and they get rid of it. Oh, but actually this is deeper than I thought it was going to be. We're going to have to do some serious cleansing work, $250. And then before you know it, like, people have lost like thousands upon thousands of dollars from these kind of scams. And it's so sad to see. So if you see anything that's done in this format, red flags. Where's the red flag guy when we need him? We need him to like run across the back with his flag. I am so absorbed into like TikTok, Instagram culture that unless you are on Instagram and you've seen any of these people, you're not going to have a clue what I'm talking about. Okay. Okay. So this is a topic that I see come up a lot. I was taught that twin flames are a person and spirit pair. For example, each takes turns incarnating while the other watches over. I know most consider twin flames to be human soulmates. Any thoughts? So, as far as I'm aware, twin flames and human soulmates are different. And I feel like I need a cup of tea right now, because I kind of feel like we are just talking about all of the TikTok tea that I don't like talking about. But I will anyway, because I do think it's important. I have never found the term soulmates to be used in an accurate way, just as I've never seen anyone use the term twin flame used in an accurate way on social media. And that's because they come from very set traditions that people tend to ignore. A little bit like yoga. Yoga isn't what it is on Instagram. You know, yoga is a very specific thing that has been kind of, all of the core of it has been ripped away, and it's just become this like aesthetically pleasing thing that it isn't, you know? So twin flames are two souls, two spirits that are kind of bound together throughout lifetimes, right? Throughout incarnations, they are bound together. And sometimes twin flames will come together, sometimes twin flames won't come together. But, and here is the massive but, and this is the tea that I was talking about earlier. What you will commonly find is you'll commonly find romance gurus on social media will start talking about how twin flames will hurt each other, and twin flames are, you know, souls that are designed to be together, but they're never healed enough in order to be together, and you just have to push past all of the horrible stuff so that you can be with your twin flame. And the comments are people talking about physical violence and emotional abuse, and they're being replied to, and they're like, oh, that's just part of the process. Stop glorifying relationship abuse. It gets me so angry every time. people use these terms, not you in this situation, but people on social media who promote these things where they're like, oh, he just does that because he loves you and he doesn't understand because you're a twin flame. No, he's doing that because he's a dick. I'm sorry. Stop perpetuating unhealthy, in some cases incredibly dangerous relationships. And that's mostly the thing I will say on this is, I don't know a great deal about the core root, the origins of twin flames, soulmates, but I know that they aren't what we see on social media. So ultimately, I think the biggest piece of advice on all of this is, if you can find the core origin of something like twin flames, you're going to get to the root of what it's actually all about. Because as far as I'm aware, twin flames and soulmates, people use them interchangeably. They're not used interchangeably traditionally. And they are not this idea of like this cycle of negativity that you just have to push past and then everything will be fine. No. I get so angry when I see people on TikTok being like, oh, just push past it. No, like, please, like, stop with that advice. So yeah, it's a difficult one for me to discuss in depth because I'm not super well versed on the traditions that surround the original concept of it. But yeah, it's definitely one of those where be careful what you see on social media when it comes to these topics. Same as like yoga and the like. They are things that have been taken out of their original tradition and they have been watered down to be mass produced. And that isn't necessarily the best place to learn. So I would say stick with kind of what you were taught and then dig deeper into that, because yeah, some people out there do be confusing the hell out of these things. Like, I'd love to know who the first... Now, I know this is a different topic in itself, but I'd love to know who the first person was to take yoga out of, like, its context and just make it, like, a completely different thing. That's a topic that's always fascinated me, like, that change-up of where yoga started and where it is now, and how it is, like, completely not the same thing anymore. I find those kind of changes kind of fascinating. But, like, sad fascinating, you know, like, it's a shame that it's been reduced down to nothing but, like, really tight yoga clothes and aesthetics. I would love to, and I need to look up some people, actually, who talk about yoga in a more traditional sense. I think that would be really cool to learn more about. Okay. Okay. What is the difference between a death and an ancestor altar? I always thought a death altar was to honour the dead and was recently told that was incorrect. I think this is going to depend on tradition. So, an ancestor altar is typically used to connect with ancestors. That doesn't mean all ancestors. That just means the ones that you are actively working with. So I suppose in theory then you could have a death altar for everyone who has passed over, and then an ancestor altar would be for specific ancestors that you are choosing to work with on a deeper level. That might be the way to look at it, but ultimately I think it comes down to just differences in what am I trying to say here? Differences in tradition. I think tradition is the word I'm after. So you will find like ancestors being worked with across different belief systems, across different regions and countries and continents and religions, and they're all going to have their slight different nuances. So I think it's worth looking into how ancestors and the dead were worked with where you are, and maybe in your lineage, your heritage, and then go from there. I think that could be a useful way of doing it. Okay. Let's see. Where am I? I am... Yes, that's what I meant to say. Oh my goodness. My brain is absolutely frazzled today. Oh, do you believe in free will or fate? I believe in both, actually. I think that they both have a part to play. I don't think that... okay, how do I best word this? I feel like there are certain things in our life that are fixed. These are like fixed things that we are going to experience, but we might not necessarily experience them in the same way. So depending on the choices that you make, a person that you meet might have been a friend, they might have been a boss, they might have been a romantic relationship, but the choices that we make will change the outcomes to those circumstances. So I think that there are certain people that we are always destined to meet, and there are certain things that we are always destined to do and see, but we might not see them in the way that we would have if we hadn't have made the decisions that we made. And I think that maybe comes back to my basis in like divination and tarot, where you can look into the future, but there's no guarantee that that is going to be the outcome, because if something were to change, that can then cause a ripple effect, like the butterfly effect, where it starts affecting and impacting everything else that comes next. So I think that is maybe where I stand the most on this. But I mean, really, we're never going to know, are we? Like, you're never going to know whether like you got that job because of the work that you put into it, or whether you would have got that job regardless. Or you don't know whether you just happened to meet the love of your life at a theme park, or whether you were going to meet them regardless of what you decided to do that day. I think that's really, really cool. It is. It's like a choose your own adventure book. But I do feel like there's probably like a basis that we go on, and the outcome changes based off what we choose. Huh. I can't tell if the questions are repeating again. Okay, I'm just gonna try and... Okay, I'm 100% complete newbie to witchcraft. What audiobooks would you recommend for learning the craft? So I would say that I actually have an entire video, if I can find it, on beginner witchcraft books. Let's see if I can find my own video. There it is. Okay, so I would say if you can... I don't like hearing myself talk. I have this entire video that I will try if I... Oh, it's not going to let me put it in the chat, is it? It's called Beginner Witchcraft Books, Traditional Witchcraft, Ceremonial Magic, and Modern Witchcraft. And in that are a range of books that cover traditional witchcraft, ceremonial magic, modern witchcraft, and the like, that I think could... I think the majority of them are available in audiobook form. So I think that video is probably the best for that topic, personally, and maybe I'll have to do updated ones in the future. Okay. I am somewhere. I'm sorry, this is another tangent, right? I feel like there was a question at the start of this video that I started answering, got distracted, and then never finished answering. And I'm saying that because usually I delete the tabs that I've opened to answer questions. And I haven't deleted this one, and it's making me think that I forgot to delete it. And this one was in relation to spirits, summoning spirits. It's something to do with summoning spirits, and I was going to recommend the book Consorting with Spirits by Jason Miller, and I just completely forgot to do that. So if you were the one who asked the question at the very, very start about summoning spirits, that was the book that I was going to recommend, and then I just forgot about it. So there is a downside to my tangent sometimes, apparently. Okay. Oh, okay, so update on this talk. Okay, I will actually get this up while I'm thinking about it. So, I didn't even tell you the question. Oh my goodness, for people who can't attend your talk in Mansfield, is there a way you could film it and upload it? So, this is actually the thought that we had in mind. If I can find the email address. Let me see if I can find this. Okay. So, an update is that... Where is it? Where is it? I've lost it. Oh no! Where is it? I've only gone and bloody lost it. So I'm doing a talk, like an in-person talk. I'm absolutely blooming terrified. I can't find it. Why can't I find it? Okay, this is going great. I'm doing an in-person talk in April at an event that I am attending. It is in Mansfield, and so it is on the Sunday. It is going to be a talk on sympathetic and contagion magic, and I'm terrified. So if anyone would like to, if you live in the area and you would like to come and check it out, I have a page that you can go through to book tickets for the whole event. I am only talking on one day, mind. I'm only talking on the Sunday, and the room has only got 60 seats. So it's not very many seats, and I'm trying desperately to figure out where the link is for this thing, and I can't find it. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to try and dig that out. And the plan is, if I'm allowed to, I'm going to record that talk so that I can then post it on YouTube or on Patreon, depending on kind of the quality of that. But I'm just trying to find the email that I have seemingly completely lost. Well, shit. I will get back to that at a later point, I think, in today's video. Because for whatever reason, I can't find the link. But yeah, I'm going to try and record it if I possibly can. But it's bothering me that I can't find the link. Because if I can't find the link, then I can't... I'm so disorganized. This is not good. Okay, where am I? Okay, anyway, I'll figure that out later. All of the questions are asked chronologically. I am not guaranteed to get to everyone super quickly because I am currently still in the first 30-ish minutes of questions. Everything is done chronologically, so I try to get through as many as I can, but sometimes it does take me a little bit of time, so please have patience with me. I'm doing this by myself. And I'm not super quick at it because I get distracted. Right, right, where am I? I am... Where actually am I? It jumped so badly. Oh my goodness. I think I'm getting the same question over and over again. So I will just reiterate here, as it says on the chat guide on the screen, please try to not spam the same question multiple times, because I do end up in a situation like this where I can't tell whether the chat has moved, because I'm getting the same question like 50, 60 times in the chat. And I am going to just say here that if I do keep getting the same question asked hundreds of times by the same person, I will block the person, because it does ruin the chance for other people to get their questions answered if I can't find anyone else's questions in the chat. So just a little PSA, I don't want to have to be doing that, but I am getting the same question by the same person about 100 times in the chat, which then makes the chat disappear, which I really don't want to lose any of the chat. Right, I think I'm here. I think, because I remember that question. So let's see if I can find the next question that I haven't answered yet. Okay. Have you ever considered starting a book club? So yeah, I've considered it, but my problem is that I don't read books the way that I meant to read books. I don't read books all the way through in one go. I bounce from book to book to book, and I'll be honest, I have the attention span of a small child. I have the attention span of a puppy who is torn between the sock that just landed on the floor and the toy that is 2 feet away from them. And so I don't know if I'd ever be able to like maintain it. I don't ever want to like start something and then not be able to finish it. So yeah, maybe one day, but at the minute I'm not I'm not super good at finishing books. How often do you think you should randomly be running into other practitioners in real life? I think a lot of the time you might pass people without realizing it. I don't necessarily think, though, that there needs to be like an amount that you are engaging with the magical community if you don't want to, you know, unless you're actively like seeking out individuals in the community. I don't really expect that many people would have like regular encounters with other practitioners unless they are spending a lot of time going to events and like shows, moots and pagan gatherings and the like. But I do think a lot of people would have experienced an interaction with a magical practitioner without knowing it. I'm trying so hard to find this blooming... I've taken to using my phone now to see if I can find... I think the email has gone missing. Oh, no. Okay, anyway, I give up. I'll try to find that later. Let's have a look. Are you able to ship to the US? Unfortunately, given my current interactions with insurance and everything and the like, it is basically impossible for me to be able to ship to America right now. It is driving me up the blooming wall. To get the insurance to be able to do it, you have to like jump through hoops. And I have jumped through hoops for weeks now and I'm no closer to being able to do it. So at the minute, it's not looking like I'm going to be able to. I would love to. I think it would be so cool. I get emails every single day from people asking if I can ship to America, and unfortunately, I can't. And yeah, maybe one day. I would honestly, maybe once everything's calmed down in America, because right now it's kind of it's a little bit crazy. It's a little bit bonkers. But yeah, it's insane. I mean, the last interaction that I had, we were like having an argument on the phone with this guy because he was like telling me he was looking at the website and he was telling me things about the website that weren't true about the website, like they weren't on the website, and I'm like, that's not on the website. He's like, yes it is. I'm like, I built the website. No it isn't. What are you looking at? And in the end you just kind of get to the point where you're like, you know what, I give up. This isn't worth all of the effort. Right. Do you have any tattoos? I don't know. I am so indecisive that I have yet to. Maybe one day. I have like loads of plans for stuff, but then I keep changing my mind. So I let everyone around me get tattoos and I just live vicariously through them. That's what I'm doing at the minute. Like, I think everyone I know now, like all of my friends and whatnot, either are covered in tattoos or they have a few, and I'm just like, oh, I like this one. Oh, this one's my favorite. I will design their tattoos. I will admire their tattoos, but I am just so indecisive. It's a problem. Right. Have you ever done a what they got right about witchcraft for the TV show Charmed? Not yet. I am currently working through Agatha All Along. I have a couple more that I need to do of that. But the next ones are actually going to be about the Love Witch. So if anyone has seen the Love Witch, or maybe you haven't seen the Love Witch yet, I would recommend watching it pretty soonish because I filmed a 3.5 hour long dive into what the Love Witch got right about Wicca, specifically 1960s Wicca and witchcraft. And so that is coming out if I can get it edited in time, because it is huge. It was crashing my laptop. The file was so big. I've had to split it into 2 videos, I think. So it's, if I can get it done, it's going to be coming out on Sunday and then the following Wednesday. If I can get it done in time. Because, oh my God, that movie has so much in it. Like, just the first 15 minutes of that movie had me like pausing it, zooming in on the screen, being like, oh my god, look at that. Oh, are those red chords? Oh my god, look at this. Oh, the wording is right. Oh my god, look at that. It's bad. So that's like a 2.5 hour long total video. So that should be coming out this Sunday, if I can pull my finger out and get it finished in time. But I have a few that I want to be doing. The Good Witch is one that I've heard a lot about. Charmed is one that I definitely want to be focusing in on. In the UK, The Love Witch is available on Prime. I'm not sure if it's available anywhere else. It's a wild movie. I will kind of pre-warn you though that it does contain a lot of nudity, sexual themes, and kind of violence, self-violence. So just pre-warned on that regard, because it's not going to be for everyone. In my video, I don't show any of that stuff. So, yeah. I'm not going to show any of it, but I'm just going to warn you about it. Did you do one about the craft? I did, yeah. So I've done Practical Magic. I've done the craft. I've done 2 episodes of The Chilling Adventures of Sabrina. I probably need to do more because that show is absolutely rammed full of stuff. I've then done 4 episodes of Agatha All Along. And then I've got like more things in the works that I'm slowly chipping away at. But it took me, I'm not even joking when I say this, I scripted this Love Witch video. I scripted this in 2022. And I spent 2 years trying to find the circles, the ritual circles that they use in this movie. I spent 2 years just doing that. I went to everyone I know that works with ritual circles. I went through every book I could get my hands on. I couldn't find anything that was a perfect match. So for any of you who watch the live streams, who also watch the main channel content as well, you're going to be like the first ones to get like a heads up. If you can figure out where those circles are from, like a perfect match for them, you are incredible, because I have not been able to find them anywhere. And I don't know if I've just missed like an entire book on the subject, but yeah, it's a lot. So that is going to be my next plan. But then the Charmed ones I will chip away at. It's just, there's so much of it. Like, Agatha All Along is bad enough, and that's just what, like 9-10 episodes, something like that. It's what, 10 seasons of Charmed? Actually, let me just double check. How many Charmed seasons? Maybe it's not as many as I remember it being. Wait, maybe there's not that many seasons. Oh, there's 8. Yeah, that's quite a lot in it. There's 8 seasons of Charmed. So, yeah, that's going to take me a while for me to get through. How's the book going? Slow. Very slow. But it is going. By the time I get done, this thing is going to be huge. I just want to kind of pre-warn people that, like, I might end up having to split this project into, like, multiple books, because I have not even done, like, an entire, like, rough draft yet. Like, I'm still in the research, put stuff down on paper bit, and we're, like, getting towards, like, 70,000 words. It's like already like nearly 350 pages long, and I've not even finished the bare bones of it yet. So we're in for the long haul, folks. We're in for the long haul. This is gonna be intense. Have you played Witchwood? It's a little old witch running around with a cauldron on her head collecting ingredients for spells. That sounds so cool. That sounds really good. I will add that to my list. Right. I will read every word of every book you put out. I'm here for. Oh, I'm so glad that you are so supportive of it. Yeah, I'm just hoping it's gonna be good at the end of all this. It's just so dense because because of the way I'm writing it, it's a lot of research going into it. So we'll see. We'll see what happens. Any plans for Patreon group video calls? Maybe group rituals or chats, book clubs, divination reading, exchange, etc. At the moment for Patreon, I'm trying to focus on consistency. I am not a particularly consistent person, and so I'm really trying. I have another video that's going out on Patreon maybe this week. I have a couple that I've kind of pre-filmed, but yeah, I need to focus on consistency, I think. What I might do though are like Patreon. I am consistently inconsistent. Exactly. It's the only thing I'm consistent about is being inconsistent. So I think what I might do is maybe focus on some like Patreon live streams, because they're maybe a little bit more, I don't know, they're like a little bit cozier, a little bit smaller. And so I think that could be quite cool for like having like really detailed chats with people. And yeah, I think that could be an interesting way to go, because I enjoyed the live stream layout. Like I really enjoy getting to chat with people. You get to listen to all of my verbal diarrhea. It's a win-win. So maybe that's the way to go in the future, if people would be interested in that. Maybe I need to post that on Patreon and see what people think. And maybe we could do it even like a Zoom meeting type thing where we do it on like certain topics. I think that could be pretty interesting. Is this your first book or have you published others? This will be my first one that I'm determined to actually finish. The reality of my existence is I have written a lot of books on a lot of different subjects, and I have never done anything with any of them. I've never finished any of them. And so I am determined that this is going to be one that I actually finish, because I feel like if I can get one done, then that proves to myself that I'm actually able to do it. So I'm kind of pushing myself for that. And also it's a topic that I'm really fascinated by. So if I can, what might end up happening is I might end up splitting it into different sections. That might be the end result, because I'll be honest, the first section that's about history is big. Like, it's big in its own right, and I could just keep diving into that. Like, I will find rabbit hole after rabbit hole after rabbit hole, and then before you know it, I'm 15 days into a tangent I didn't even intend to go on. So I might end up doing it like that. My next task is to go and find publishers. That's gonna be terrifying. So yeah, that's kind of where it's going at the minute. Do you feel like your practice would be different if you meditated? No. Mostly because I find that my practice is fueled by chaos. And I don't mean chaos magic. I mean just the chaos of my existence. You know, it is my just inability to plan and the inconsistency of my existence. And that is kind of where I fall. And I almost feel like if I were to meditate more regularly, I wouldn't know how to practice anymore. I would have to almost learn how to practice again, and it would be like a different style. And I don't think that that's like inherently a bad thing. Like if I ended up like having to change my practice up again because I was doing more regular mind calming, I don't think that would necessarily be a bad thing, but my practice wouldn't feel like mine anymore. It would be like someone else's. I feel like I've just said, no, it wouldn't change. It would completely change in the same sentence. But what I mean is that I almost feel like it would become someone else's practice. And I'm not sure I like the idea of that. Like, I like the fact that my practice is kind of chaotic and random and all of that kind of stuff. So this is what I get for cutting my own fringe. I think I made it worse, not better. Okay, we're gonna. Oh no. Okay, there we go. We're gonna have to settle for that. I can't keep messing with it. Okay. Oh, okay, interesting. Oh, there's two interesting ones in a row here. I clicked on the wrong one to start with, but let's go with this one. I always have children's faces like, no, wait, the question disappeared. I always have children around me, but I can't see their faces. I'm not sure if I need to do anything. So I'm assuming here that we are talking about spirit children. So ultimately, it depends on whether it's making you feel uncomfortable or not. Because if you are feeling okay about it, I don't necessarily think that's the end of the world. However, if you are becoming uncomfortable about it, it might... This is actually a really interesting... I have so many thoughts, my brain doesn't know where to go first. So, okay, I have questions. You don't have to answer them in here, but I'm just going to throw them out there because I just have so many questions. Are all the children from the same time period? So I'm thinking, like, are these children perhaps all belonging to the same event or the same situation that occurred? And in which case, often when you have faceless spirits, it is a physical manifestation of their oh no, it's not that it would stop my magical practice. It's just that my magical practice, I enjoy being fueled by the chaos of not having a calm mind, and therefore it would ultimately completely change my magical practice and how I went about it if I were to do regular meditation and to have a calm mind. Like, I would have to change up everything that I've done because I've adapted my practice to fit the requirements of my anxiety-riddled, OCD-driven brain. Does that make sense? So it's not that it would negatively impact my practice or that I would have to stop practicing. It's just that my practice is a direct result of the adaptations I've had to make to accommodate for my brain. And so if I were to then change how I function during those spells and rituals, I would have to change my entire practice because it wouldn't work if I didn't have to accommodate. I'm hoping that makes sense. I'm okay now, but at first I was freaked out, understandably so. I'm curious as this just sparks so many questions in me, because usually faceless spirits are a physical manifestation of their lack of name. And that doesn't mean like a name in life. That means that no one knows who they are in death, whether it is that they have never been found, like their physical remains have never been found, or their deaths were completely dismissed and not known about, or maybe it was that people actively covered up what happened. So it always intrigues me when you get faceless spirits, especially when you get faceless children, because it very, very much reminds me of situations where people have gone unnamed. And if these are all from the same time period, it's making me wonder if we could have a situation. Now, I'm going to throw a time period out there, and it's not necessarily going to match here, but if we're talking, say, like the workhouses, you would often get a lot of children who would pass over and they would have no memorial. They would have people outside of that workhouse probably wouldn't know that they had passed on, and they would go on as being nameless. Like they were in essence faceless. And so I'm curious, is this in all locations, or is this just where you live, for instance? Because I'm wondering if there might be something in the land that is where all of these spirits are residing from, and they've been very attracted to you because they know that you can see them, and therefore you might be able to help them get their names back. That's kind of immediately where I go with this. You might want to do some... It depends on whether you want to do anything about it at all, I suppose. I mean, you don't have to do anything in this situation if you don't want to. If you did want to, it could be worth looking into the history of the place and seeing if they are reaching out to you because they need someone to like dig up information that's been lost. Perhaps there was a workhouse where you are. Perhaps there was a tragedy that took place. Perhaps there maybe is even a darker history there that people don't know about, and they want assistance with that, and so they're coming to you. Now, of course, this is me just kind of throwing things out there. It might apply, it might not. But faceless spirits tend to have only in your house. Interesting. So I'm wondering then if it is the land that this is in. If you could get up, say, old maps of the area to see if there was anything in that place that could be causing them to be attached to the land. It could be worth, if you have an old property, it could be the property, but for a large amount of children, I suspect it's probably something that was there previously. It could be worth doing some divination to see if you can get some insight from any of your guides, if you have any, or just from your own subconscious to see what comes through that way. You could, it's depending on the circumstances. I'm saying that automatic writing is usually a really good way of going about it, but if we are talking about children, depending on the age, they might have never learned to read or write. It could be worth maybe trying to interact with them. Having a yes-no system is often pretty good. Some people have it where like they hold their hands out. It depends on whether you can sense, if you can see them very visually. If you were to hold your hands out and you were to say like, this is the yes hand and this is the no hand, and ask questions, if they would engage with you that way, because then you can get more context to the situation. Some people will use like toys that can move, or they'll use like objects that can light up. People use divination, like spirit boards and the like. But if you can see them and they will interact with, I think that's the important thing. If they're just present in that space and they aren't interacting with you, they're just there. It might be that they are nameless and they just don't know where they are and they don't know what's happening. But if they're trying to engage with you, you could get something out of that in terms of like figuring out what's happening, where they come from, are they all related to one another, not by blood, but like by circumstance. Oh, this is so interesting. Sorry, this might be so boring to everyone else, but I'm just like going down the rabbit hole of possibilities here. To have so many children though in one place is very, very unusual, unless you're talking about a workhouse, unless you're talking about, you know, somewhere like really, really nasty. I mean, here, I know it's the wrong age. If they're children instead of babies, it would be the wrong age. I mean, a workhouse is probably the most likely scenario, but then it depends on where you live, because obviously I don't think they had workhouses. Did they have workhouses in America? This is a really good question, because workhouses were in England especially, where if you couldn't afford to live, so like if you couldn't afford food, if you couldn't afford shelter, you would go to a workhouse, and the workhouses were often split by gender, so the men were in one section and the women were in another section, and the children were sometimes separated again, and they were all forced to work, often in factories in very dangerous conditions, and sometimes families never saw one another ever again. Like a father could die in a workhouse and his own family wouldn't be told of his death, and he would just be buried in just a mass grave outside. Like, it's horrible. It was an awful experience to have, and that echoes into the future. Like now, most workhouses have been knocked down, but there are properties that have been built on that site, and those properties will often have a lot of hauntings in them. So I'm wondering, if there could be like something horrific that's happened at a school, like someone said here, school, orphanage, hospital. That's another one as well. If you've got a child ward in a hospital, you could be dealing with something like that. But if you can engage with them in some way, whether that is through dreams, whether that is through divination, whether that is through meditation, whether it's through like physically watching them as they're interacting with you, whether it's moving of objects, something just to gain more insight could help you to understand the children better, and it might help the children to understand their own circumstances a little bit better. Because I mean, when I'm thinking, if you are a 6-year-old child, you're not really going to understand why you can't see your parents anymore. You know, it's a horrible situation, and that stress and that confusion can often bleed into them after death as well. Oh, see, there's another good one, a sanatorium. Yeah, really commonplace for tuberculosis especially. So yeah, they honestly, this is the kind of situation where I would love to go and do like this it's not in this situation because obviously, but like generally would be like going to experience these things and trying to sense what's around, like have it be like its own like episodes where we deep dive into individual people's circumstances and what they experience in their homes. I think that would be really, really interesting. But yeah, that one though is, you are very, very gifted. That's what I will say from this. Incredibly gifted to see spirit so clearly that you're able to get that. That's incredible. Okay. The other one is this. So, what's the best way to dispose of salt after spell work? I know you can never put it in the environment, but can you reuse it? Yes, if you've used it for something like cleansing, or you've used it to mark the edge of a border from your like inside magic circles, or you've used a little bit in a spell, you can definitely reuse it. After an amount of time, it gets to the point where it can't absorb anymore, and therefore you would have to replace it. Generally, the best advice I can give for disposing of salt is to dilute it in water. So to literally just oh my god, why is that brain word thought sentence, none of that was in the right order. No, not dilute. What is the word I'm after? It's soluble. You dissolve. Oh my god, what just happened? Dissolve it in some hot water and then tip it down the drain. I'm sorry, I can't get over the fact that I just forgot the word dissolve. Dissolve. It's not even a complicated word. Oh my god. Someone please give Hearth her own paranormal investigation ghost. You know what? I would absolutely love that. I had a senior moment. I had a senior moment. That's all it was, guys. That's it. I would love to be able to do that, right? So as in, like, not go, as much as I'd love to go to, like, the Winchester Mystery House, or I'd love to go to, trying to think of another place and I can't, you know, like these, like, very, very famous haunted locations. I actually think that some of the most interesting places are the mundane, everyday places. It's the supermarkets that's been built on land that shouldn't have been used and they have weird activity. It's the new build that shouldn't be haunted, but for whatever reason it is. And it's like, it's the individual people's experiences that I think make it interesting. As much as like the Winchester Mystery House is absolutely fascinating, there is something to be said about a normal family who don't believe in ghosts, who reach out and say, I have no idea what's happening, I can't explain this, help. Those are the stories that I find the most interesting, which is why I like shows like Help My House is Haunted, because they do go to just normal people's properties and they try to figure out what's going on. And that is the kind of thing I'd love to do. Like, that would be incredible. You're having quite a few brain farts tonight. I am. Absolutely. I did warn you at the very start, I've not spoken very much today, or this week actually. So my brain is just like, gone. I spend the majority of my time in here. I don't spend it talking, which is what's making me so nervous about doing the event. That's really scary. Okay, let me see. I'm gonna see if I can find what... I've just had a brilliant idea. That's not right. I've just had a brilliant idea. I'm gonna see if I can make it work. So let's have a look. Have you ever practiced pyromancy? Are we talking pyromancy as in divination with fire? Or are we talking pyromancy as in like fire bending? Because I have noticed bonjour, Jamie. Hello. I've noticed a lot of people being like really drawn to, you know, you're gonna have to accept that I buy you food now. You know that, right? You are going to have to accept that at this point. A lot of people online kind of focus on like the pyromancy type of stuff. Like as in like fire bending, and I'll be honest, I'm not immune to it. I watched Avatar: The Last Airbender just like everyone else, and I also had a thing for Zuko just like everybody else, and I think we all sat there and went, I'm gonna be a firebender, and then it just didn't work out. When it comes to pyromancy, like fortune telling with flames, that is really interesting though, because there is so much. If you can make sure that there's no interactions from drafts, no one's walking past, if you can have a control for that kind of candle, you can gain so much insight into how a working is going to perform based off how that flame reacts. So typically if I get a really, really big flame, then that's a good sign that the working is really, really potent, it's burning really well. If I notice that flame becoming really, really pathetic, I know that there's going to be some issues there. If it is like pulsing, that usually means it's burning through issues, it's burning through blockages. And so it's a great way to kind of tie divination into your fire magic. But I'll be honest, I will accept that I, just like the majority of the population, really wanted to control the elements. Wouldn't that be so cool? I have noticed that energy does alter how big the flames are. So if you're in a high energy environment, say for instance if you're in a coven environment, you'll often find that within that circle the flames burn a lot higher than if the candles are outside of that circle, which I have found very interesting. But yeah, mostly in terms of the divination. Okay, where am I? I am somewhere over here. Here we go. So I'm interested in trying dowsing rods. I don't want to get mass-produced ones. I could make my own out of metal hangers and straws, but I don't know if that material is conductive enough. Thoughts? Stay right there. Where have I put them? Oh my goodness, watch me not be able to find them now. I need to find my I've trapped myself behind my desk. Hang on. Ugh. I'll see if I can find my dowsing rods. Where did I put them? I tidied. Why did I tidy? When I tidy, I can't find anything. Where did I put my dowsing rods? Oh no. Okay, I moved them. I moved the dowsing rods. Oops. So my dowsing rods are made of copper. I'm so annoyed at myself. Why do I tidy? I tidy and then I lose things. This is a problem. Jamie, you're going to have to help me find them. You're better at finding things than I am. I am a chaos goblin. So what was I saying? Oh yeah, my dowsing rods are made of copper, and I actually got them from a copper artist. And this is something that I would recommend people do, is instead of buying them from like a wholesaler where you've got no idea where they've been made, go to a copper artist, because they're usually quite happy to make dowsing rods. Many of them will make dowsing rods anyway, because they're used not only for psychic work, but they're also used for dowsing for water and the like. And mine are literally just copper. You can use copper piping, you can use just solid copper. Obviously it does get quite pricey if you're using solid copper. And they are just L-shaped bent copper rods, and they are encased in they have like copper caps that slot over the ends, and you can hold them and they allow it to move really freely. So if you struggle with your movement, you can do it without the copper caps. Makes it harder for the dowsing rods to move, so your shaking or movement is less likely to impact it. Or if you're fine with being really, really still, you can use the copper caps and you can keep them really, really still and they'll move really freely. I would recommend going to a copper artist personally, because I do think that that's where you can get the most reliable kind of items. You know that they've been made with care, but copper is by far the best material for it. Very, very conducive to finding water, finding electricity, and also for general dowsing and divination purposes. I'm so annoyed at myself that where have I put them? Are they over here? I don't know. I don't know where I've put them. Oh no! I had them on the bottom shelf right there. I had them there for months, and now I've managed to lose them. Okay, where was I? I was... That's the same question again. That's... I'm not even joking. I always appreciate Oh no, the audio is really quiet. I don't know what to do. Jamie, you're technologically savvy. Help me. My microphone is turned as far up as I can get it, and I don't know what to do. Not ideal. So I haven't changed. Never mind. Carry on then. That's Jamie. Help me. Please have a look at it next time, because I have no idea what I'm doing. I haven't changed any of the settings though. That's the annoying thing. If anyone who was watching the stream last month, is it different this month to last month? Because I don't know what I've done with anything. In case I break it. What if I break it? Okay, we're just gonna have to persevere. Maybe I should if I pull my keyboard this way and I move you closer. Is that better? Maybe that's better. We'll have to see. Okay. Oh my god, better. Okay, so I think I just need my microphone to be considerably closer to me. I just turned into Severus Snape. Please ignore that. Yeah, I think I just need my microphone to be considerably closer. Maybe I need to become one of those podcast bros. You know, where they have it like on a table and it's like annoyingly in front of their face. I need to become a podcast bro. That's clearly the way that I need to go with this. So, where was I? I am Oh, interesting. Yeah, see, this one I get a lot. So I've always been told that boys can't do magic or practice witchcraft. What do you think about men and boys' relationship with witchcraft? I think... Ooh, sorry, just while I go through these. It sounds low if you're the viewer on mobile, but you're fine on desktop. Interesting. Yeah, the giant boom mic with the pop filter. That's what I was thinking. Oh, thank you so much for joining, Rach. Thank you so much. Hopefully I will see you again at another live stream. I'm sure I probably will. Yeah, so I think I'm getting quite a strange thing. I wonder if it's a setting that YouTube has changed, because it seems like there's definitely issues going on, but I don't know what it is. So I think I'm just gonna have to play around with that after the stream and just hope that me being just a little bit closer will help anyone who is struggling to hear what I'm saying. Honestly, it might be a benefit. Yeah, I mean, my microphone on my OBS, it's saying it's at max, so we're just gonna have to persevere. But in terms of men and boys and their relationship with witchcraft, I always think this is a really, really strange dynamic that is happening at the minute. And this is probably going to get this video a lot of dislikes. I will be honest and say that, because that's what happens. I personally don't like... Personally, I'm not saying that there's anything fundamentally wrong with it. From a historical perspective, I personally don't like the idea that witchcraft is directly wrapped up in feminism. That's not me saying that witchcraft can't be used within feminism. That's not me saying that it can't play a part in it. But I have met a lot of people who consider witchcraft to be a woman's only thing. And historically, that is complete bullshit. And it will always be complete bullshit. I don't care what anyone says to me about how important it is. I understand that it's important, and I'm not saying that it doesn't have a place, but it completely dismisses the 25% of people who were executed for witchcraft that were men. It completely disregards almost a quarter of all people accused and executed for witchcraft. And when we look back at the wise folk, the cunning folk, the peddlers, a lot of them were men, and it was often taught woman to man to woman to man to woman, and back and forth. It was also carried out among families. You would have husband and wife who were both peddlers, who were both wise folk, who were working to counter the baneful witchcraft that was being carried out by those accused of witchcraft. Historically, witchcraft has always been for the people. It has been a practice that was carried out to benefit the everyday layperson, to protect them from sickness, to protect their crops and their livestock, to give them good fortune and give them good luck. And, oh, it's better. Oh, good. Sorry, I'm having two conversations at the same time. It drives me insane that people have essentially taken all of witchcraft and gone, this is only for feminism, this is only for women. No. You can use it to benefit yourself as a woman in society. You can use it as part of your feminism, but you cannot claim it as being all for women, because it isn't. It never has been. And then when we're looking at Wicca, Wicca is perceived as being a very, very feminine-driven religion. And some people will go as far as to say that men are not permitted to practice Wicca, which always confuses the hell out of me, because who do you think brought Wicca to the masses? Gerald Gardner. Who do you think created Alexandrian Wicca? That wasn't a woman, that was a man. Who do we think brought Wicca to America? Like, women are very, very prevalent within Wicca. It is a very dualistic practice. It is very divine feminine heavy. But I don't like the erasure of men within witchcraft and Wicca, because it's simply not accurate. If we're looking at ceremonial tradition, so we're looking at the Golden Dawn, for instance, that was men and women. It was not just women, it was both. And there were many societies that were just men as well, and there are societies that are just women. I think that it is one of those where it's important to tread carefully with it. It's a very difficult topic because people do wrap so much of it up into their identity, and I don't think that there's anything inherently wrong with doing that. I just think that it is important to say that if you choose to do that as an individual, that then doesn't erase the entire history of that craft for other people. And yeah, exactly. I mean, the Rider-Waite-Smith cards, yes, it was Pamela Coleman Smith who created the artwork, but she was not the one who requested that deck to be made. It was Arthur Edward Waite. They were both members of the Golden Dawn. They were both involved in its creation, and without Arthur Edward Waite, there would never have been any funding for those cards to have been produced in the first place. And then no one would have the Rider-Waite-Smith system that we see today exactly. So it's so frustrating, because I completely understand why people choose to do it. I understand the background of it, but just from a historical perspective, it doesn't make any sense. So if you are someone who doesn't identify as a woman, perhaps you are non-binary, perhaps you are gender fluid, perhaps you are a man, you are welcome within witchcraft as far as I'm concerned. And if anyone tells you that witchcraft isn't meant for you, then I would recommend pointing them towards a history book, because it's not historically accurate and it drives me insane. Okay, different topic before I end up diving down a rabbit hole. And yeah, I've got to. This may actually, you know what, I say this, but I actually scripted an entire video about this topic and then never published it because I was so scared of publishing it. But yeah, well, Agatha all along does perpetuate the idea of it, definitely. And you'll often find the Chilling Adventures of Sabrina sort of perpetuates it a little bit, because it does focus on the Spellman family and the like. Charmed also perpetuates the idea of it. The Love Witch perpetuates the idea of it to a point that's maybe a little bit less, because it is a Wiccan coven and there are, like, everyone's involved in that. What else perpetuates it? Sabrina the Teenage Witch, The Craft, Practical Magic. Like, that all perpetuates the idea that only women can practice witchcraft. Bewitched, yeah, like, it's a stereotype, and so I can understand why people get drawn into that stereotype, and I can understand people who use it as a safe space. I can completely understand that, and they are also welcome to use it as a safe space. But having safe spaces within a larger community, rather than taking over the entire community and claiming it as your safe space, are not the same thing. Do you know what I mean? Like, as far as I'm concerned, everyone is welcome within witchcraft, and historically it has always been that way. I mean, have a look at the, if you were to look at German witch trials, I forget the name of it. Actually, there was a few, I think, but there was one main witch trial that happened in Germany, and almost every man in the village was accused of witchcraft. None of the women were accused of witchcraft, or very few of the women were accused of witchcraft, but it was the men in the village that were all accused of witchcraft. Actually, let me try and discover this. Just trying to get the name of the specific case. So I don't think this is, I'm not sure if this is the actual one that I'm after. I don't know if this is the actual one. But this is a good example of it. So I'm gonna absolutely butcher this name. Wurzburg. The Wurzburg witch trials of 1625 to 1631. They took place in the self-governing Catholic Prince Bishopric of Wurzburg. Essentially, it's part of the Holy Roman Empire that was in Germany, and it was one of the biggest mass trials and executions ever seen in Europe, and one of the largest witch trials in history. Around 900 people were accused of witchcraft and executed. So that's not just the people who were accused, that's the people who were just executed. And so we're talking about, like, the majority of a population gone just like that. Like, it was massive, and it wasn't just women, it was a lot of men as well. And because it took place within the Holy Roman Empire, we're talking burning at the stake. Not a nice way to go. And so this is what kind of frustrates me when people, I know I'm still harping on about the same topic, I'll change topic in a minute. When people say, like, only women were accused of witchcraft. No, they weren't. Just categorically, no. Like, in some areas, yes, women were more likely to be accused than men, but that is not the case when we actually look at a wide breadth of witch trials. We are seeing, maybe not entirely balanced, but in some areas it was only men that were accused, and in some areas it was only women that were accused. And yeah, the Pendle trials, the Pittenweem trials, Salem, they did involve men as well, and people completely bypassed that information. Yeah, it was if you were in the wrong place at the wrong time, if you looked a certain way, if you did the wrong thing, if you said the wrong thing to the wrong person, if you had the wrong political affiliation, if you were a problem, you could very well be accused and tried of witchcraft. And that goes both ways. Like, it was not just one way. That went every which way. Okay. Oh, what led you to work with the Fae? Is it a big part of your practice? I wouldn't necessarily consider it a big part of my practice. I would, however, consider it a big part of my life. And I consider those two things to be somewhat separate. And I will kind of elaborate on that, in that I interact with the Fae a lot, often completely unintentionally. It's just encounters that I have in my everyday life. I don't, however, invite them into spells and rituals. I could, but I don't. And so to me, that's where that distinction is. Like, I live my practice, but not all of my practice is all of what I interact with in my life. there's like a Venn diagram where there's like a crossover bit in the middle. So I interact a lot with the Fae when I'm out in nature, out and about. I've had a lot of Fae encounters that some have been really amazing, some have been not so. All different kinds, from gnomes to water Fae to boggarts and, you know, anything in between. But I don't then bring that into my magical practice. That then is kind of a separate, I work with the plants, I work with the elements, I work with the natural world, I work with ancestors and deities and servitors, but I don't necessarily work with the Fae. Now, how I ended up kind of getting into interacting with the Fae was just a random occurrence of just, I was always fascinated by the Fae. And when I began learning about it, well, it being like the large classification, it really, really fascinated me. Like it was something that I could dive into. And then I got the books, Fairy Faith in Celtic Countries and British Goblins. And I found so many similarities to my own experiences with what I had assumed were just spirits. I just thought that they were just normal things that everyone experienced and everyone dealt with. And then when I look further into the experiences that these people had, I realised that they were the experiences that I was having. So it was less a case of choosing to work with the Fae and the Fae just one day deciding, yeah, we're going to just interact with you. And so from that point onwards, it's just kind of been like this constant thing. Like there's never been this point where I've gone, are the Fae real? From when I was, yay, hi, you can't see, little person height, as in like small child. That's what I meant. I meant like little human, like small child. From the age of like 4, 5, seeing really, really strange things. Like just bizarre encounters that now, looking back, make a lot more sense. So, it jumped. Oh no. Okay. Okay, so I'm gonna take this one from the bottom. I know that kind of breaks what I was gonna say, but it's just so that I can figure out where I am in the Q&A. How do you work with the Fae? So this is going to depend on what you are wanting to connect with, who you want to connect with, and the kind of interactions that you are going to want to have with them. So say, for instance, you specifically want to work with water spirits, like water Fae, and you don't want to include them in spells and rituals, in which case I would advise going into a natural environment where there is fresh water or seawater. By fresh water, I just mean like water that's... What am I trying to say? My brain is not working. I don't mean like somewhere that's just wet because it's been raining. I mean somewhere that has a constant supply of water. So ideally not an area that's just temporarily flooded, but somewhere that has consistent water that is fresh. But the ocean counts, and the ocean isn't fresh water. Oh my god, my brain is fried today. Somewhere that has a constantly renewing source of water. That's what I meant. So we're talking rivers, we're talking lakes, we're talking streams, we're talking the ocean, we're even talking like canals, brooks, anything like that. And natural waterways, oh my goodness, Kelly, that's exactly what I meant. I meant like, natural waterways. Things where water is there consistently. So not an area that has, say, flooded and it will be flooded for like 2 days and then it's going to go away again. I'm talking somewhere that will have had water consistently present over the course of months or years. So places where they will get used to being present. You know how like with any kind of species, it's going to take a while for them to be aware that water is present, and so it's going to take them a while to build up populations in the area. Similar applies when it comes to fae, because they work with the natural world in a very similar way we do. So somewhere that is consistent. And then you're going to want to be there during different times of the day. So be there earlier in the morning, at lunchtime, in the early afternoon, in the evening, at night, only when it's safe for you to do so, and spend time just being present and observing. And over time, you might notice that as they become accustomed to you being there, as they become accustomed with your energy, they start appearing more and more regularly. This is how you can kind of start building up encounters. And this applies to other things as well. So if you want to work with fae that live in woodlands, or fae that reside within certain areas. So this would be, say, deserts even have fae. Mountains have fae. We have a lot of them in caves and in mines, though obviously that not super safe. Waterways, really, really popular ones. Just to get accustomed to them being around you, and over time you'll notice sightings happening more and more. So the one occasion that I remember very vividly was at the Chalice Well Gardens in Glastonbury. Very, very quiet, because I tend to go out of season. Just being able to sit at a bench around that bottom, if you've watched any of my Glastonbury vlogs, you'll know what I mean, this like bottom area where there's pools surrounded by grass, and being able to sit there for long enough, you can have the most incredible experiences, because they become accustomed to you being there. And if you're still, you're not causing them any upset, you're not like trying to follow them, you're not disturbing them in any way, they're very likely to start showing themselves to you. If you want to actively work with them in spells and rituals, then it's about building a rapport with them. It's about letting them know that not only are you not going to interrupt them and disrupt them, but that you want to engage with them. And this is where the idea of giving offerings comes in. So like historically, people would leave out a dish of milk, and they would leave out bread or cakes and butter. They would also leave out honey, things like that. Obviously now we need to be careful because of wildlife, but these things can still be given in a sealed container that the fae are able to interact with, but animals aren't able to get to the same. So this might even be a higher location where animals aren't able to reach it in the same way. And doing it on a regular basis, like really regular basis. So we are talking like every single day or every single week leaving out an offering for them, and you need to be consistent. I cannot express that need enough. Like, you have to be consistent. And then once you've started building an energetic rapport, say hi to them, say goodbye to them, have a chat with them. You can then ask if they would be willing to come into that working if you were to give them, say, an extra offering every week, or an extra offering that week. Are you willing to aid me in this working for this particular purpose, and I will do this for you in return? And working with the fae is very much like a give and take kind of a situation. It's like any kind of exchange. There's give and take there. And then over time, you'll start building a rapport with certain individuals, and they may well let you know the name that they're willing to allow you to call them. And then you can start getting to know them on an individual basis and having more of a relationship with them. And so working with the fae is tricky. Some people are very concerned. I just squished myself even further against the desk, are really concerned about working with the fae. And obviously there's reasons to be concerned, just as there are reasons to be concerned about working with any type of spirit. There's no guarantee that any spirit is going to be fine with you 100% of the time. It's just about taking the precautions that you need to do so safely. So yeah, lots to digest there. And at this point in time, I'm really regretting cutting a fringe. Okay. If you work with the fae, you will come into contact with Hecate, as she is the mother of fae and she is very scary. I'm just going to throw this one out there, that Hecate is a Greek goddess, and the fae, as when we're often speaking about the fairy faith, is usually found within the British Isles and Western Europe. So I'm not sure where those have come in at any point in time, because initially they wouldn't have had massive amounts of contact with one another. I mean, the first time you're really looking at great contact between these two global areas would be during the Roman invasion. And so I personally have not known of Hecate being directly related to the entirety of the fae. maybe individuals from the region, but not necessarily all. And you don't have to work with kind of any deity if you want to work with the Fae. If anything, they'd probably take great insult at having a deity as their superior. A lot of them consider themselves to be deities in and of themselves. Some of them are considered to be kind of minimized deities from pre-Christian belief systems. So I think they'd take it really unkindly if they were told that there was a deity above them. I think then they might not like that very much. Not all, obviously, because there's a lot of variation there. But yeah, definitely not something that I would advise letting them know, just in case. And yeah, I mean, Hecate is a very powerful, very fascinating deity. And I think they all have the ability to be intimidating, perhaps, in their own right. But yeah. Well, yeah, I mean, I can never say this, the Tuatha De Danann, I can never say that. I've looked at the pronunciation of it so many times. Are often considered to be the group of Fae who are minimized deities. So that is kind of like, you have what I would consider to be higher Fae and lower Fae, or lesser Fae. That doesn't mean that one is like superior to the other. It's just that one comes from a different branch of mythology than the other. And so they are kind of considered to be more akin to deity than others. I'm gonna see if I can look up a blooming pronunciation for this. Oh, I'm not going through the entire pronunciation list to do that. I will do that later. I will add that to my to-do list at a later point. Do you think that hair length plays a part in magical abilities? I've heard some people say that cutting a hair short limits your abilities. I personally don't agree, just wondering your opinions. I suspect that my chair is so squeaky. Oh my god. I suspect that this probably comes from certain belief systems. I don't know the full list of them, but I know that there are certain where they believe that cutting facial hair and your normal hair your hair is sacred and you don't cut it. Or you would only cut it under very sacred circumstances, and I suspect that that's kind of been applied in. Now, the alternative way to look at this is that your hair is a tag lock. And so if it is a tag lock because it represents you, now I'm just throwing this 2 cents out there, right? So your hair, despite what some people still believe, I'm shocked that people actually still believe this. Your hair doesn't grow from the ends. But there's still this thing that people believe that if you cut your hair, it grows faster. This is dead. Like, this isn't growing from this end. But because it was living here at the follicle and at the root, it retains memory of who you were, your energy, at the point of time where it was growing. And therefore, if you were to cut it, they say that hair holds memory for that reason, and people, after they've gone through traumatic events or they've gone through like a heartbreak or whatnot, they tend to get a haircut afterwards. It's like change, that removal of like memories and whatnot. So I wonder if it has something to do that, but it does very much remind me of like whatever that person was. Oh, Samson, yeah, from Christian myth, where like he cut his hair and lost all of his like strength. It reminds me of that story. But yeah, I'd say from a magical perspective, you could see it as like, when it was growing, it's growing and it's attached to who you are at the point where it's growing. But by the time it gets down here, you might consider yourself a different person. And so therefore you would snip it so that you're then renewing it, like renewing that energy for tag locks and the like. But I personally don't put that much stock into it. I mean, I follow whims, and I'm the kind of person that saw a tutorial of how to cut your fringe at 2 a.m. in the morning and just decided to follow it. So I don't think I'm the person to be particularly sentimental about that kind of stuff. Right. I'm getting a lot of repeats, and I can't tell if they're actual repeats or or if it is just the chat glitching. Have you thought about doing a podcast chatting with other witches? I have, yes, and I am consistently tripping over my social anxiety and my crippling what is it called, where you feel like my brain today is not working, where it feels like you shouldn't be doing what you're doing because you aren't good enough to be doing what you're doing. Imposter syndrome. Wow, I wish I could have come up with that name before I decided to give you the entire description. Imposter syndrome. Yeah, I am consistently crippled by my social anxiety and imposter syndrome. I consistently feel like I am not good enough to be talking to other people. And that's not me asking for like a whole bunch of praise or anything, nothing like that. That's just like, I consistently feel like I don't have anything to offer in a conversation with other people. And I let so many opportunities pass me by, and other people will just grab them because they don't have the same imposter syndrome, I guess. But I almost feel like maybe I wouldn't mind doing it as like talking to normal practitioners. That sounds really insulting. I don't mean it to be insulting, but like talking to everyday people who just practice witchcraft because they love it. You know, like my style of practice on camera, yes, it is the same as it is off camera. Like the style of practice is the same, but like the workings I choose to carry out are different, and the intentions are very personal, and I don't share that. And you get a lot of aesthetics on social media. Like I am consistently limited by what I post based on what is gonna do well, because after all, this is my job, and if YouTube sees that your videos are consistently performing poorly, it stops promoting your channel. So like we as content creators are consistently torn between posting content that we truly enjoy posting and posting content that is going to help us in the long run. And that can be a really, really difficult line to walk, because there's videos I post that I know aren't going to do well, and it's a risk me posting them. But then the content that does really well, I'm really tired of posting. And yeah, our practice is different because of that. Whereas I think if I were to be having conversations, it would be really interesting to be having conversations with normal practitioners, not people who are, holy shit, sorry, mind my French, not people who are like content creators themselves, but like normal people. I'd love to talk to other content creators as well. I feel like it's kind of difficult for me to admit, but I feel like I've almost isolated myself within the community, not because I don't want to be involved in the community, but I am so bad at social interaction, and I'm so scared of people not liking me that I just don't interact with people. And that is it's always been my downfall, and I think that's something I really need to it's something I know I need to work on for myself. But I'm sure if you feel the same way and you feel like you don't want to engage with people because you're scared of people not liking you, you are definitely not alone. Definitely not alone, because I feel the exact same way. And I see like members of the community being like really close and like hanging out as friends, and I'm like, I wish I could do that, but I'm scared of social interaction. I'm terrified of people. So I spend my life reading books instead, because books can't judge me, but people can. So yeah, one day, I love the idea of being brave enough to like do something like that. I think that would be really, really, really cool. Yeah, social anxiety is a huge thing, and people tend to downplay it as just like, oh, you're awkward around other people. And I'm like, oh no, I'm awkward all of the time. but I just overthink everything. I plan every conversation I'm gonna have about 1,000,000 times before I actually say it, and then after the fact I spend the next 2 days spiraling over every little thing that could have been taken the wrong way and overthinking absolutely everything. And yeah, it's so much fun. So yeah, that's the thing. Social anxiety doesn't go away with practice. It's like you can get really good at talking to people, and it never goes away. So like with the generalized anxiety and social anxiety, it's like I am just a ball of nerves. If anyone has met me at an event, I will have been bricking it the entire time. And it's the one thing I say to people. When people come up to me and they're like really nervous to talk to me, I always say to them that, like, trust me, I guarantee you that we are both bricking it. We are both freaking out right now because I don't do social interaction. So yeah, I would love to engage with more members of the community and talk to more people. Everyone's so nice though. Like, you've been mentioned in high regards by other people. That's really nice. I would thank them, but that would involve social interaction, and that freaks me out. Thank you, people who have mentioned me. I do genuinely appreciate it. I'm just really, really bad at showing it. I think you're more than competent. I've learned a lot from you. Oh, I'm so glad. Like, I mean, yeah, words are hard. I need to get one of those Evan and Caitlin shirts. I gotta do it. At some point, I just gotta do it. So yeah. More afraid of us than we are of you. Oh, definitely. Yeah, you know that thing when they say about spiders of like, oh, I'm sure that the spider's more afraid of you than you are of it. That's me. If you're ever scared of coming up to approach me, just know that I am genuinely shitting it behind a stall or at an event, which is why I'm scared of doing the public speaking. I stopped doing the public speaking because the last event that I did, I spent the month leading up to it thinking about it and dreading it like doomsday. And then the morning of, I like nearly threw up like 15 times. And I did the talk. I can't remember any of it. All I know is the organizer walked towards me and said, "You'll be fine, Eleanor. There's only about 15 people in there. Go outside, get some fresh air, come back in, and you'll be fine." And I was like, yeah, I'll be fine. 15 people. I can do this. That's fine. So I went out, got some fresh air, walked back into the talk room to find it being standing room only. I don't remember anything that happened from that point onwards. Everyone told me that the talk was really good. Do I remember any of it? No, I couldn't tell you what I even talked about. I talked about the history of witchcraft in some regard, but like, I don't remember anything that I said during that talk. All I know is that I stood up and I said some things and I didn't throw up, and then I walked off, and that's all I remember from that weekend. Like, literally that entire weekend, all I remember is nearly throwing up before I went on the stage, and then as soon as I walked off, that's it. That's all I remember. And thank you so much, Relic of Ages. Thank you. Don't worry, I didn't forget. I just wanted to finish my point before I ended up off on another tangent. Thank you so much. With your issues and imposter syndrome, I too have similar with trying to get out projects. We are our worst critics. That is really, really true. We are our worst critics completely. And I saw something the other day that I think might really resonate with some people, which is thoughts are not facts. Thoughts are not facts. And I have to really remember that, because so often I will like do entire videos and I'll be like, oh, this video is awful, everyone's gonna hate it, I'm not gonna post it. And then my mom will be like, just post it, like, it's fine, just post it. And then you guys all really like it, and I'm like, oh, it was just a thought and not a fact. Okay, I have to learn to remember that thoughts are not facts. Thoughts are just thoughts, and thoughts are fueled by emotion, and that doesn't necessarily always apply in the same. It doesn't always mean it's real, is what I'm trying to get across. So yeah, Thank you so much, Relic. Like, your support on these live streams means so much to me. I always see your name coming up every single time, and I love seeing like repeated names. I see them all of the time, and it genuinely means so much to me. So thank you so much. So yeah, it's a shame, Hearth. You could make a lot of money doing meet and greets. Oh, can you imagine? Can you imagine? I would be awful. I mean, maybe one day. Yeah. I got asked to do like a gathering, like a workshop type thing, and I nearly dropped dead right there. Like, terrifying. I love the idea of it though. Like, one day I'd love to be able to do like a live Ask a Witch video. And this is live, but I mean like an in-person Ask a Witch video. I think that could be really, really cool. I was actually tempted to do that before, like on my talk. I was tempted to make the talk that I was doing an Ask a Witch. But I didn't think anyone would know what that was, so I decided to not do that, because the one thing I never want to become, and this is going to be a really, really niche reference for some people, okay? So, has anyone seen Bridget Jones? The first Bridget Jones. The scene where they are in the restaurant and like this old couple turns to Bridget's friend and like gets his attention, and he turns back to them and then he goes, yes, I am who you're thinking of. And the old couple goes, oh no, your coat, your chair is on my wife's coat. That's like my worst nightmare, is because people will say it to me. They'll be like, I recognize you, and I'm like, do you? Because the last thing I want is to be like, yes, I'm that person on YouTube, and for them to go, you look like my niece. Mortifying. Forever. I would never let that go. That would be my 9 of Swords forever. I would never ever be able to live that down. It would be awful. Am I thinking of the right one? 3 a.m. card. I can't spell. Oh, yes, 9 of Swords. Oh my goodness, I forgot my tarot for a minute there. Oh, I mean, the other worst nightmare is to end up with the pole scene in Bridget Jones, where she's trying to do that interview and she keeps going down the pole at the wrong time, and then she ends up with the butt right in the camera. If you haven't seen Bridget Jones, please. It is a British institution. You have to watch it. But yeah. You and Kelly Ann Maddox would be fantastic. Oh, goodness. So nerve-wracking, though. Like, just thinking about it, I'm like, you, Ivy Corvus, and the Green Witch. Oh. See, like, I really... The worst bit about all of this is I don't think any of these people know how much I actually really like and admire all of these people. I don't really engage with the magical community online because I find it just too much. It's just an extra layer. Like, it's already my job, it's my passion, it's my hobby, it's everything I read, it's everything I do. Like, it would just be too much for it to be everything I watch and everything I look at online as well. Like, it would just be too much. And sometimes I feel like these people don't know how much I admire them within the community as well. Like, and I mean, my biggest thing is that me keeping my distance from the community makes me feel like I'm aloof, and like I feel like I'm better than everybody, and I don't feel that way at all. Like, I admire all of these people so much. It's just I never feel like I'm able to tell them that, because that's too scary. So instead I just like people's pictures, and that's what I can manage. Right. Next one before I get sucked into this. Oh my goodness, there's so many of the same question, and I cannot figure out whether it is the chat glitching or... Okay, I don't think I've done this one. So, what is the difference between Ogham staves and runes? Stay right there. I can show you a direct representation of this. Uno momento, por favor. Hang on. I will be back. Right. back again. I have both. Haha, I knew there was a reason I spotted these earlier. Okay, so runes are based. Imagine it. You just join the live stream and there's just an empty chair. And it's just me, just in a different room. I've just buggered off into a different room. So, runes are typically based off an alphabetic system. So, just as an example, can you see these? Yes, there we go. So, these are some of my runestones. Thankfully, these are my bigger runestones. If I'd have grabbed the other set, you wouldn't. They would be too small. So, each one of these is part of... This one is the Elder Firthark alphabet. And so each one has kind of spellings involved. Spellings, they're letters that can be used to spell things. And they also have magical and divinatory associations, right? They're usually a set alphabetic system. And you can get different varieties. So you can get the Elder Firthark, the Younger Firthark, Saxon runes, Witches runes, which are kind of a different thing as well, but same name. Then you have Ogham staves. Right. So Ogham staves are based off tree spirits and tree energy. So I'm just going to grab a few out so that you can see here. Well, I mean, technically, I suppose it's this way, but that hurts my wrist, so I'm not going to do that. So, each one represents a different tree in the Ogham system, right? So, what I consider as a reader of both of them, I find they have very different energies to them. So, when you're making runes, there's obviously lots of traditional ways of making runes, but the energy comes from the symbol, right? It is the symbol and the association with that symbol that you read when it comes to working with runes. And so these are... Which ones are these? Are these the epidote ones? Yeah, these are the epidote ones. I don't read with them though because I don't think they're real. I think these are fake. I think these are resin. Can you see, like, for one, I don't expect epidote to have this these red markings. These red markings to me are indicative of ruby in zoetite. And so and they also have this weird like shininess to them. So I don't like this. I think these are fake. Anyway, regardless, tangent. So it is the alphabet that is the focal point, and they are typically then carved onto any number of different items. So you can have them on wood, you can have them on clay, you can have them on bone, you can have them on lots of different crystals and the like. When we're talking staves, each stave represents a tree, which is part of an alphabetic system as well. However, they are usually only done on wood, and traditionally each wood, so each stave would be the wood that it is represented as. So this stave for this tree matches the wood that stave is made out of. And so often the process for making Ogham staves was a lot more labour intensive, and it would involve a much deeper connection to the system than what people would typically use for runes today. Now, I do think it's important that we remember that like runes that we get today just mass produced are made differently than they would have been hundreds, thousands of years ago, right? But when we're looking at the staves, they still retain a lot of that historical past where someone who wanted to work with the staves, they would form a connection with each of the trees of the Ogham. And they would form that connection. They would request a piece of that wood to be taken to work with, to form a stave. And then over months, years, decades, they would form a connection with all of those trees. And then they would have an entire set of Ogham staves. And each stave, so say birch, would come from the birch tree. Ivy would come from ivy. And so it's a different system than what we see today with kind of mass-produced runes. Now, that's not to say that, like, historically, runes weren't done in a way that is more akin to, say, Ogham staves, but this is just kind of from today's basis. When we're talking about reading runes and staves, you can cast them in a very similar way. You can reach into a bag and pick out the ones that you feel most drawn to. You can do casts or throws of Ogham staves and of runes. But I do find that Ogham is, if you have gone through the process of forming a connection with each of the trees, it is a different experience to using runes. Because when I work with the staves, I am not just reading what it is that the stave says. I'm not just reading that information and then getting it out of a book. But you then can have a deep connection to the spirit of the tree that stave has come from. And so then they can give you additional information that can bolster that reading. It's a little bit like people using guides when they're working with tarot, where not only is it the meaning on those cards, but it's also the information that the guide is coming through to them. Same kind of applies when it comes to staves. Now, with that being said, of the two of them, I find that runes are actually considerably easier to work with for divination than staves. For me, I prefer using staves as a connection to the tree spirit. I prefer using staves as a signifier for a working that it involves a tree spirit. And I work with them more on a one-on-one basis, whereas I work with runes more for divination purposes. Now, as I mentioned earlier, I don't work with these. I could swear blind these are plastic. And that's why I've never worked with them. The runes that I work with myself are small black obsidian runes. They're the ones that I work with the most. I also have a friend of mine made me some ceramic runes, which I will work with as well. But I tend to use runes more for divination, Ogham more for their connection to the tree and all of that. And then for general divination, I will use my tarot, which is in this pretty box here. I typically will gravitate towards tarot every single time when it comes to doing divination. But yeah, I mean, that's just my experience of it. I think that it is important to bear in mind everyone's connection is going to be different, and it also depends on how well versed you are in a particular tradition. So I began using runes at the very start of my practice. It was I don't know if pendulums was something I used first just because they're so much easier, or whether it was runes, but runes were the first primary form of divination that I used. I was instantly drawn to them, and it's what I worked with straight away. I just immediately clicked with them. But I have never done a great deal of further research into runes beyond my own personal experiences. Whereas with the Ogham, I definitely have. Other people are going to be the other way around. They'd much rather work with the runes. They don't like the symbolism of the staves in the same way. Like, they don't want the commitment that working traditionally with the staves leads to. And that's completely okay too. You know, like, not everyone's going to want that commitment of working with so many different plant spirits. It makes things complicated. And some people don't really want extra complicated. Let's have a look, see. I'm trying to figure out where on earth I am on this. Let's have a look. I feel like when it comes to forming connections, I'm terrified of fostering a connection, then it becomes too much for me and having to stop. Yeah. And when it comes to staves, that's a lot of connections. It is a lot of connections. You don't necessarily have to form intimate long-term connections to the same degree with all of them. So for instance, like, there are certain trees that I am much, much more drawn to than others. So that would be blackthorn, rowan, oak, willow, birch are the ones that I am primarily drawn to. They're the ones that I work with more often than not. The others I do have a connection to, but not to the same extent. So it's kind of like how in a friendship group, every one of you is friends, but like a couple of you are like best friends. I don't know why I said it like that, but like a couple of you are like best friends, and some of you are just like good friends, and then some of you maybe only know each other because you know other people. The same kind of applies with the staves, but obviously you're going to get stronger information from them like psychically, if you do have a deeper connection with the individual plants. Yeah, but you can also get OM cards, so that's something that you can work with. I personally wouldn't. I would rather stick with the staves, because for me, it's a bit like rune cards. To me, putting the symbol on a card kind of loses some of its historical connection. Like, there's something about it that gets lost when you take it away from the form. Like, Ogham is very much tree magic. Just as I associate runes being very much associated with tangible stone and bone. Like, that's what I associate runes with. And I feel like putting it on a card, to me, loses it kind of a little bit along the way. Was that worth me running into the other room and finding these? Maybe not, but there you go. Show and tell. The spirits that people are able to see that once lived, does that mean they haven't crossed over properly and so won't reincarnate? Perhaps. And it's one of those where it very much depends on belief systems. We kind of briefly touched on it earlier, but some people believe that the soul is split into multiple parts. So there's one part of the soul that goes on to reincarnate, there's one part of the soul that goes on to live at peace, and then there are some parts of the soul that linger behind as like echoes of who they were in that life. That's one way that people look at it. Some people see souls who haven't moved over as being spirits, and so they are trapped, and therefore if they were to release what it is that's holding them, or if they were to kind of be at peace, then they would move on. Or if they were to learn that they had died, they would move on. Some people believe that it is just kind of an echo of their existence and they've already moved on to other places. It's really hard to tell, because different spirits certainly seem to have different intentions to still being here. And also I think it depends on belief systems as well. I think that in some belief systems, they would say that any spirit that hasn't moved over is a demon. Whereas in other belief systems, any spirit that hasn't moved over is trapped. In others, it's a choice. In others, it's an echo. You know, it very much depends on kind of the belief of the people involved in that. Right, where am I? How do you successfully move items from an active spell without messing up a spell? For example, when moving homes or when cleaning your home. Personally, if I'm cleaning, I tend to just clean around things because to me that's just easier. For moving home, I mean, if you do want to move things, I would try to move things as collectively as you can. So move them all into the same place and then move them all back into their original place again after you've cleaned. For, say, moving house, it could be a case of wrapping them all up in a cloth. Black cloths are often used for this purpose to hold all of their energy together and to protect it. And then you would then open it out again at your next destination, or recharge that working and kind of restart it isn't necessarily what you have to do, but to kind of bolster that energy all over again. Right. Let's have a look-see. Where am I? Have you ever thought about doing live tarot reading for the viewers? I have considered it, mostly for Patreon, honestly, because I think it would just get way too overwhelming doing it on like a big stream. I think that would just become a little bit too much. But definitely on live stream, I've considered it for like Patreon. My problem is that in the videos where I do tarot reading, I will cut out the ginormous gaps where the cards are deciding which ones they they want to pop out and which ones they don't. So there will be like 5-10 minutes where I'm just shuffling and shuffling and shuffling. And it takes ages. Like, it's not like a quick process for me. I suppose it depends on whether or not you are reading based on like a spread. Like, a lot of the readers who do like live readings, they will shuffle to a point and then they will just draw cards. I think that way works really, really well for like a quick acting live stream, even one-on-one tarot reading environment. For me, I shuffle until the cards pop out, and that can take a really long time. And often the amount of time it takes for those cards to come out of that deck is directly related to the reading that I'm doing. So if, for instance, I'm asking about jobs, like job opportunities, if I'm shuffling and shuffling and shuffling and it just keeps going and it keeps going and it keeps going and we're getting like 5 minutes, 6 minutes, and then positive cards come out, to me that says that it's going to take an extended period of time in order to reach the job that you would like to achieve or to have success in a job interview. But when you do have success in a job interview, then it's going to be really good success. It's just going to take you a while to get there. That doesn't necessarily work for a live stream environment, and that's something that I definitely have to work around, because people are often not willing to sit for 10 minutes in silence while I'm just pleading that a card comes out of the deck. Oh, it would be mortifying. How do I encourage the spirits in my home to become more active? We have a couple of vessels here that will be very active for a couple of days, but then we get radio silence for a good while. Ooh, I'm thinking then that this might be a case of they build up their energy for a while, and then they will use all of their energy over the course of a couple of days, and then they're spent again, and then they have to raise their energy back up again to be able to have the activity that you're able to experience. So I'm wondering if maybe you were to put more energy into those rooms, you might find that more energy manifests, but more kind of activity manifests because of that energy. Because if they've got more energy to feed on, they're more likely to use that energy to put it into activity. So that could be something to consider, making certain rooms quite highly energetic with whether you raise energy in that room and you release it into that space, or you have a lot of high energy items in that space that they can draw on. You might find that you end up getting more activity by doing it that way. And then it's a difficult one, because sometimes praising activity means that they think, oh, they've acknowledged me, I don't need to do it anymore. But when they do something, it could be worth following it up with, would you be willing to do that again? And giving them that kind of positive affirmation of, you are putting the effort into something and it is definitely manifesting. I can see it, we're experiencing it, so keep doing it. You know, that kind of positive affirmation of what you're doing is working. You might find that you get more of a reaction that way. Oh, that's interesting. An EMF pump will help the spirits for them to be more active. That's something to consider as well, yeah. Kind of two different ways of doing it, but same outcome, which is really all we're wanting, is kind of that positive outcome. I'm just clinging to this rune. just stuck to it. I like messing with things. I have like a little fidgety thing, but it clicks. And I think that would be really, really annoying. Right, here we go. I am here. The best herbs to use in divination. For me, this would primarily be mugwort. Mugwort and rose are the two that I would primarily use. Mugwort, well, roses, especially full roses, are primarily used for love and the like, but especially white roses I tend to find are very good for divination. It's because of their association with the moon, psychic work, dream magic, divination and the like. And then mugwort is really commonly used for psychic growth and development, astral projection, psychic dreams. So for me, mugwort is like the big one for psychic work. It's mugwort as a plant and then labradorite as a stone are the two that I use the most for divination and that kind of psychic work. Thank you so much, Erica. It was definitely worth going into another room to find them. I'm very glad. I will have to try and do some courses or some like video courses or something on runes and Ogham and tarot as well. I know that there's a question kind of down here of like, would you consider doing tarot teaching videos? I think I would, yeah. I've had some ideas over the past few years of like doing something like that. It's just a big undertaking. So yeah, I'll have to like script out a course or something and do it that way, I think. If I have the videos filmed, then I can decide what to do with them later. But yeah, I would be interested in doing that because there's so much information. I feel like it's very difficult to get out in a setting like this. I know that there's like a lot of expectation to get like the perfect words in the perfect way and to explain everything really concisely, but it's so difficult to kind of get everything out when there's so much nuance to topics like tarot reading or runes or Ogham. So yeah, I think maybe courses would be a good option where it's like a group together of videos that you can go back to time and time and time again. I think that maybe could be a good way of doing it, with like paper sheets and whatnot that you can look at to help you study them and things like that. I think that could be cool for me to do. I'll add it to my ever-growing to-do list. Right, I haven't even heard of this, so I'm gonna have to look this up. If you've looked into it, what are your thoughts on Alan Moore's recent book about magic, the moon and the serpent bumper book? Let's have a look. Let's have a look, see. What is this? Interesting. Very unusual. I'll have to check that out later and have a look-see and see what I think. I am... Here we go. What adaptations have you made to make your practice more anxiety and OCD friendly? So for me, daily practice is a no-go. Like, I know I've spoken about this in the previous kind of couple of live streams. Consistently I get asked, what do you do every day? What do you do every day? And the answer is nothing, because anything that I have to repeat is a risk for my OCD to latch onto it. So, I mean, if OCD manifests in many, many different ways to lots of different people, and, you know, I'm never going to speak for everyone with OCD, but I know a lot of people, myself included, have this, it kind of creeps in. It's like an insipid thing that creeps in slowly. And at first you go, oh, my OCD hasn't done anything with this at all. And then quite quickly it becomes, if I don't touch this stone one more time, then my working is going to fail. And it creeps in really easily. And it's like, if I don't say this one phrase one more time to make it 9, then something terrible is going to happen. And it takes you by surprise and you're like, whoa, I didn't even realize I was doing that. And then when you start looking at your working, you go, oh yeah, my OCD, this has been riddled with my OCD. And so for me, anything that is repetitive, I tend to avoid as much as possible. So I won't do daily practice. The only thing I do every single day is I talk with my spirits and I talk with my servitors and I talk with my deities. That's all that I do every single day. Because if I were to have a ritual shower, or if I were to do something, I mean, even with like my rings and stuff, I've got to the point now where I can tell my OCD is attached to them, because if I'm not wearing them, I feel like something bad's going to happen. It's that kind of insipid thing that creeps in. So anything repetition is bad. My spirits and deities will actually tell me when I'm doing things too obsessively, which is useful. They kind of chime in and they go, okay, let's not do this 5 times today, let's do this 4 times today. Trust me, everything will be fine. And then I can be like, okay, everything is fine, I will do it 4 times. And they will snap me out of it if I need to, which is helpful, because especially with them, sometimes I will get a little bit OCD, and they'll go, whoa, we don't need 12 times, 10 will perfectly suffice, and then tomorrow you're going to do 8, and then tomorrow, and then the next day you're going to do 6, and you're going to bring it down to 3. So for me, I stick to 3 of anything, 3 repetitions of a chant, 3 spirals round a circle, 3 taps of a candle, no more. Because if I allow myself to get into the habit of doing more, it becomes a problem. And this is why I don't do like daily meditations. Like I use things like aura. Like there's a reason I talk about it. It's because I do find it very useful, because if I were to sit down and I were to do a divination, if I was to do meditation at the same time every single day, it would become a problem. It would be a case of, oh, I'm sorry, I can't go out today. I have my meditation at 2, and if I miss it, the world will end. It becomes a problem. And same with like ritual showers, ritual washes. I've mentioned it before. My OCD historically has been hand washing. It's very, very easy for me to fall back into the habit of it again. So for me, ritual washes, not going to happen. I'm not washing my hands a certain number of times for ritual purposes. It's not happening, because I know exactly what's going to happen if I start doing it. My OCD is going to latch onto it, and then it's going to spiral from there. And so I find that I have to accommodate for my magical practice. And so for me, my workings are powerful because they're driven by emotion, rather than powerful because they are driven by ritual. And I feel like that's something that maybe needs to be spoken about more. I'm all for things being ritually powerful because you're doing things at a certain time of day on a certain moon phase, and you're doing the same working you've done every time, and you walk in a circle 9 times, you say the same thing, right? But if I were to perform ritual often, it would become a problem for me, because it would be a case of, oh no, I can't do this working right now because the moon isn't quite in the right place. And if the moon isn't quite in the right place, then my house is going to burn down. And like, I have to laugh about it, because it's just, for me, it's just the way my brain works, is it latches onto things that are repeated like that. And so I do live in a sense of chaos when it comes to my spells and rituals. I don't overly think about anything. I will think about the consequences of my actions, and I'll think about the things that I'm using, but I won't overthink about it. It's a case of, oh, I need to do a prosperity working. Okay, well, now's a good enough time. I'm going to get this candle, and I'm going to use that sigil, and I'm going to get this herb, and I'm going to use that oil, and then I'm going to do this, and this, and I'm done, and then I'm not going to think about it. And for some people, they'd look at my practice and they'd be like, oh, whoa, I don't like that. That is like way too random. You have not planned any of this. What words are you saying? And I'm like, I don't know. I'll figure it out when I get there. Because that's just how I have to do it. And so I'm very, very much about, if you need to adapt your practice to suit your requirements, just do it, right? No one is gonna, unless you're like part of a group that's like dictating what it is that you're doing, no one is gonna be telling you like, oh no, you're not allowed to do it that way. If it works, it works. And so, yeah, ritual is like the big thing that I've had to take out of my spells and rituals. As much as I think ritual is incredibly powerful, the repetition of ritual causes me problems. And I'm sure other people have as well, because I had no idea that so many other people within witchcraft would have experienced similar, until I spoke about it in a previous live stream, and then people were like, oh no, I feel the exact same way. And I'm like, oh my god, I feel so much less alone. Oh, thank you so much, Joe, and thank you so much for your kind words. It really means a lot to me. And yeah, it's, every single one of us is unique, and there's no, I think this is why I like emphasizing that there's no right way to do anything, because I've read some books where they're like, you have to do it this way, and I'm like, I don't like that though. That way doesn't work for me. And so then I just end up changing it anyway. Right, do you work with elemental spirits? If so, do you have any recommendations of good approaches? Yes. To both. Sorry, brain just literally like rebooted there. I just had a moment where I just didn't exist. Yeah, I do work with elementals, not as much as I used to. I used to be very heavily elemental in my practice. And personally, I think the best approach is to form a relationship with them. And this applies with all spirits and entities, but I feel like it's missed more so with elementals. And I will be honest, I think that the problem with that comes from Wicca. Got nothing against Wicca, but I think that... So, okay, Words, brain, form them, sentence. Okay, go. When we're looking at traditional Wiccan kind of calling in the quarter ceremonies, right? We are calling in the quarters. They're sometimes known as the watchtowers. And with that comes the calling of the elements and the elementals that are a part of it. So depending on the type of Wicca that you follow, it would have a different protocol for how you would call upon that energy and those spirits. Except that's largely missed in modern Wicca. So by modern Wicca, I mean the late 1990s to, well, I would say nowish, but I think now people have a little bit more of an understanding than they did before, to maybe late 1990s to mid 2010s. Let's go with that. So we're talking like 1998 to 2015. A lot of the context behind those rituals was lost. So they would say, open a circle, call in the quarters. And you'd be like, what are the quarters? Okay, I'm just going to follow this ritual and just do it. I'm guilty of it. Been there, done that, right? So you are calling upon elementals, spirits, and you are essentially kind of cornering them into a ritual space or a ritual circle. And you're basically bringing them into your spells and rituals. And people are not necessarily acknowledging that what you're working with are spirits. And so they should be interacted with in the same way as all spirits are, where you build a repertoire with them. Repertoire. I don't feel like that's the right word. Reprieve? Repertoire. Rapport! That's it! Thank you so much, Nad. Oh my god, my brain tonight. I promise I'm okay. My brain is just frazzled today. Rapport. You build a rapport with them. God, this is why I edit my videos so badly. You build a rapport with them, and you get to know them, and you build that connection with them. And what I've often found with people who call in the quarters during all of their spells and rituals is sometimes they'll say like, oh well, you know, it didn't do anything. They aren't helping me in any way. And you have to take a step back and be like, okay, but what are you offering them? Because if you are calling them into your space and you've never had a conversation with them, you've never you've never built an understanding with them, they don't know you and you don't know them, and you're just cornering them in a ritual circle and telling them to do things, after a while they're going to get really tired of it being entirely one-sided, and then people find that they stop working with the elements and the elementals. Or even worse is they have a very volatile reaction. So they might call upon the fire element and the fire elementals in a working, and they might get a really volatile, extreme reaction from that. And often that comes from a place of annoyance, right? You'd be pretty annoyed too if you were consistently demanding. If you were being demanded of constantly and they were not giving you the time of day to even talk to you outside of that situation, you'd be pretty pissed off. So really the best piece of advice I can give for working with the elements is to build a rapport with them. I got it now. Build a connection. So spend time with the elements. That could be lying in a bath of water. That could be spending time at a bonfire or staring into a candle flame. That could be getting out into nature and getting your hands in the dirt. That could be standing on a hilly street during a windstorm or something. You know, whatever it is that you're able to do safely. Spend time with the elementals. Learn about the elementals, their origins, because the elementals are kind of a really interesting group of beings that have been worked with for a really long time, but have only been named fairly recently. This fringe is going to do me treeing. So be courteous. Yes, exactly, glitter and duct tape. Please and thank yous. P's and Q's are always recommended with all kinds of spirits. request their aid in a spell or a ritual rather than outwardly demanding it. You know, say just if you're opening a circle, for instance. Trying to think of how I would open my circles when I don't really open circles with elements so much anymore. Stand towards the north and I would call out to the elements and I'd say, you know, elements of north, elementals of the element, please aid me in this working for this particular purpose. Please offer me your strength and steadfast durability for the duration of this working. And it's a request, not a demand. And then at the end of that, it's a case of give them libations, give them an offering, feed a match to the flames or feed some water into a river, you know, have a connection with them in a deeper way, say P's and Q's and whatnot. I think it's where people go wrong the most with elementals is they see the elements as being a commodity. Actually, I think that's probably the best way of putting it. To a lot of practitioners, the elements are a commodity rather than something that you actively work with like you would an ancestor. They're not given the same degree of respect, which I think is an awful shame. Right, we'll just go up here because somewhere I knew I forgot to do something. Someone is having a birthday tomorrow. And here we go. Jess Mosley Art. I hope you have an amazing birthday tomorrow. I was meant to say it when I spotted it, but I knew that if I went off on a tangent, I'd never go back to the earlier point. I hope you have an absolutely incredible day. I hope you have a magical time. I hope you get everything that you want and that the weather isn't awful. Because let's face it, there's nothing worse than planning something really fancy for your birthday and then have it be like a snowstorm. So I hope that you have an incredible day. Okay, let's go back to where I was before. I'm somewhere over here. Oh, okay, yes. The immediate answer to this is yes. Would you consider doing a video about the coven that did workings during World War II to overthrow the Nazis, or a witch reacts to the telepathy tapes podcast about people with extraordinary gifts like ESP? Definitely to the first. I'll have to have a look into the second. I'll copy that so I can save it for... Why am I talking? Why is a video of me popped up? No, go away. I don't like hearing myself speak. I'm in the wrong job. Okay, so when it comes to the coven with World War II, I would 1,000% consider doing a video on that. If people would watch it, I will make a video on it because that is such a fascinating topic. And above anything else, I think that goes to show whatever you want to say about Gerald Gardner, right? Whatever people want to say about whether they think he was a fraud, this, that, and the other. When you learn the story of what happened that night with that coven, I don't think that you can say anything about his genuine 1,000% belief in what he was doing. Like, you can say that, like, the coven that he learned from was real, was fake, and that none of the people that he said that he learned from were real people, and, you know, you can say all of this stuff. But when push comes to shove, they sacrificed so much that night for a cause that they genuinely believed in. And some of them died after that event in order to protect England from Nazi invasion. Some of them gave their lives to the witchcraft that they were performing to be able to carry out that working. And that is that to me is so powerful. And so, like, I feel I have a book on the subject actually that I need to oh my god, what have I done? I need to finish reading. If you're interested in topics like this, I would recommend the works of Philip Heselton. He is a leading I'm trying to fix this while talking. He's a leading expert in Gerald Gardner and his history and the New Forest Coven that he was a part of. And so Philip Heselton is a phenomenal author on this topic. I've had the great pleasure of listening to him speak, and he's so interesting, like so interesting. So yeah, I will have a look-see into that and see what I can write up. Let's we'll see. Have you ever manifested something that shocked or surprised you? Yes. I have spoken about it before though, so I'm not going to go like super duper in depth with that. It was a prosperity working that I did, and most of my workings take a while to manifest. This one manifested as soon as I lit a candle, and that one took me by surprise because I was like, oh damn, that's quick, that's really impressive. And it was like an instantaneous thing, and it's not very often that I get instantaneous manifestations. That's a tongue twister. Instantaneous manifestations. And so that one was like oh damn, okay. That's pretty cool. What are the Fae? So the Fae are a classification of spirits. I know I always say this in all the live streams, so I'll make it quick. The classification is akin to fish. We all know what a fish is, right? Everyone knows what a fish is. A great white shark looks very, very different to a clownfish, but they all have enough similarities for them to be classified under the overarching branch of fish. The Fae apply, so the term Fae applies in a similar way. So it is an overarching classification of spirits that are similar enough in characteristic to be grouped under the term Fae. And then underneath that umbrella term are smaller groups of Fae that fit into individual characteristics. So you would have, say, the brownies, you would have the boggarts, you would have the elves, you would have the gnomes, you'd have the goblins. Even in classifications of that, you would have, say, like the red caps are like a classification in and of themselves. The Fae, though, is an overarching umbrella term that describes a group of spirits. And then this also applies to, say, like nature spirits. Same again, it's an overarching classification with lots of smaller groups that fit within it. I notice doom scrolling tends to drain my energy a lot, which takes away from my energy for spell work. How do you feel about doom scrolling and social media's impact on spell work? I don't notice it so much with spell work, but I definitely notice it with motivation. I think that doom scrolling is awful. I think doom scrolling is, in a way, kind of, not to make light of other such things, but I do think it can become a point where it is almost an addiction in the way that people feel compulsively drawn to doing it. And I think it can be really, really dangerous for people's mental health. I think it has a negative impact on us. And I can't even imagine how much of an impact it's having on children who are being brought up with social media where they've never known anything other than doom scrolling. There's always been a social media platform to doom scroll on, whereas, like, I remember Facebook not existing. Do you know what I mean? Like, I think I'm quite fortunate in that I think I'm the last, well, not me alone, but like I think my generation is probably the last generation of people who grew up at least to a large degree without social media. And I think it's going to negatively impact people a lot more in the future. Because, like, I've even seen it. I'll make time of an evening to read a book. And then I pick up my phone and before you know it, 3 hours is gone and I've not done anything productive. And it's not pleasant when you snap out of it and you go, wow, I've wasted all of this time, and for what? Like, actually for what? And then you've got the comparison between yourself and other practitioners. You never feel good enough because your practice is never going to look as perfect as that person on social media, and you're never going to have the right items because you're not being paid for the work that you're doing. And it's just, it's a trap, basically. You get sucked into a trap. And so, if anything, I would recommend avoiding doom scrolling, at least to a degree. You know, give yourself like a period of time where you can do it, and then say, you know, once my 30 minutes is up, I'm not going to do it anymore. Because I have noticed it negatively impacting self-esteem, motivation, and I think that's also going to heavily apply to magical practice as well, especially when we start like comparing other people. I think comparison is the thief of joy for a reason, and I think that social media has a way of making that even worse. Oh, thank you so much, C. Anne. Thank you so much. Oh, you're so nice. Thank you so much. Yes, set a timer for doom scrolling. Yeah, I get to the point now where I try to not scroll. I will like scroll on my phone for like 10-minute increments and then I put it down. And sometimes I will even leave my phone in another room. Like I have it on loud so I can hear if someone is trying to message me. But I try not to actively engage with it too much because it is just a recipe for wasted time. Okay. Bum. Okay. Oh no, it jumped. Oh goodness. And scroll. Right, actually I'm not too far off now. That's okay. I can do this. Right, where am I? I am somewhere vaguely around here. Ooh, wait. Oh no. Wait. I think it might have muddled up all of the questions. I hope not. Okay, I'm hoping I'm just gonna go from here. Okay. I find this one really interesting to be aimed towards me, so I'm gonna directly aim this towards my followers because I have no idea. I have never been to Alaska. I'm going to Alaska and I wanted to ask, is there a great area where I can talk to the Fae? Now, generally speaking, I would recommend natural environments with limited human... I was going to say corruption, but that's not really the word that I'm after. I mean, like, is degradation, is that the word that I'm after? With limited negative human impact on the natural world, which I suspect is probably quite a lot because it's Alaska. So yeah, national parks are a great place. Any kind of natural environment is really good. Obviously, it's also important to keep yourself safe. I live in England, and our largest predator... Now, this really annoys me because sometimes when you search up England's largest predator, it will tell you it's the badger. The badger isn't a predator in this... Red foxes are our biggest predator. Badgers, while they do predate on things, they're more insectivores. They don't actively like hunt things down. Red foxes are kind of our biggest threat. So obviously, if I wandered out into the park in the middle of the night, my biggest concern would be people rather than wolves or bears. You know, like that's definitely something to be like concerned about. Whereas my biggest concern is that person getting too close to me? Oh, there's a fox. Yeah, there is a difference. When I say badger, I mean like cute, black and white striped badger. I don't mean like honey badgers that will like rip your face off. They do, but I don't necessarily... I don't... Let me have a look-see. See, actually, do they? Let me have a look. See. So, when you actually search for it, let's have a look. It comes up as badger a lot of the time. I don't consider I don't consider badgers to be predators. I would personally consider them to be more opportunistic feeders. You know what I mean? Like they will feed on whatever they have around. So they'll eat insects, they'll eat berries, they'll eat vegetation. They will also eat meat if they find it. They will, in some cases, eat things like hedgehogs. Whereas foxes are like actively hunting down prey, especially if they don't live in towns and cities. So like it speaks volumes. Exactly, they're predators to the insects that they hunt. So it's one of those grey areas where it entirely depends on whether we're talking about like predators that will actively hunt down flesh as the majority of their diet versus predators that tend to be more like opportunistic feeders. You know, like a hyena is technically a predator, but they are more scavenger in their feeding style than, say, a lion. I mean, to be fair, lions do steal leopard prey, but you know what I mean. But yeah, if you live in... This went off on a fucking tangent again. If you live in Alaska, I think the biggest concern is getting out into nature without putting yourself at risk. And yeah, as people are saying here, we have cougars. Are mountain lions and cougars the same thing? I always thought they were the same thing. Are mountain lions and cougars different? Bears. Wolves. Like, things that we don't have in England anymore. I mean, we never had cougars. Oh, sorry, wrong finger. We never... we never have cougars. We had bears and lions at one point. Not lions, wolves at one point. So yeah, make sure you keep yourself safe. Get into an area that is perhaps a little bit more natural without putting yourself at risk. And then if anyone has any specific locations that could be good, please feel free to leave them. But yeah, I have never been to America at all, actually. So I definitely haven't been to Alaska. So I don't have any personal recommendations. Yeah, be thankful you don't live in Australia. Everywhere in the bush is dangerous. That is true. Yeah. I always wanted to live in Australia, though. I wanted to live in Adelaide. It's so beautiful. And like, yeah, I was so tempted to go when I was a teenager, and then I just never did. How do you handle live streaming with social anxiety? I feel like if I ever did YouTube, I feel like I'd be too anxious to do a live video. I'm trying to think of how I've done it. I mean, I think it might be because I started doing the live streams so early on that the live streams kind of grew with the channel. So it wasn't so much of a big deal. But, okay, I'm trying to like formulate things in my head. I think the reason that the live streams I can do is, and this massively sounds like I'm tooting my own horn, and I don't mean it that way at all. I think I am a bit of a jack of all trades when it comes to the things that I know. And so a lot of questions when I get asked, I will have either some experience with it, or I have a reference book on the subject, or I know someone who can help further. And so I'm never particularly concerned about not knowing the answers to the questions and like fumbling and having lots of big empty space, which would freak me out. Like it's my big fear when I'm doing like an in-person talk, is that I will like forget what I'm saying and everyone will be looking at me and it'll just be like deathly quiet. I know that I'm able to fill the time with like random chit chat, and I'm able to like pull random bits of information from the depths of my brain because I'm a bit of a jack of all trades. And also it's nowhere near as intimidating talking to a camera as it is talking to people. I think that's like a massive difference, is if all of you were in a room right now, I would be absolutely bricking it. But if I'm talking to a camera, it doesn't feel like quite as big of a deal because I'm sitting in my filming room. I'm talking to a webcam. You know what I mean? Like, this is where I play Baldur's Gate. Like, there isn't like a lot of stress in that regard. And I think that's the thing, is if anyone's interested in doing YouTube or doing live streams or whatnot, I think it's just about being picking a topic where you can fill the space. If you can fill empty space and give yourself thinking time, then I think that massively helps. And it takes the pressure off as well, because if you know that you can give yourself thinking time, if you know enough about the topic, then I think it makes it a lot easier to do a live stream. And if you and ah all the time, that gets really annoying. The amount of ums I have to edit out of live streams afterwards, or like when I post them on the podcast, which I haven't done in ages, I need to like get through to doing that. The amount that I have to take out is ridiculous. Yes, and with a click, we're all gone. But if we would be in the same room. Yeah, see, that's true as well. Like, if I have, like, a full-blown panic attack or whatnot, I have a button that I can just click that says be right back, and it'll just load up a be right back screen. Can you imagine what I'd have to do if we were all in the same room together? I'd be like having a panic attack, and I'd have to like hold up a sign to like cover my face so you couldn't see me, so I could like have a panic attack in like semi discretion. Like, it's definitely not the same. It's nowhere near as intimidating doing this as being in person, like nowhere near. But I think that it comes over time as well. Like, no one is ever going to be really good at talking to a camera the first time that you do it. I mean, the first videos on my channel aren't actually the first videos on my channel. They're just the first videos that I've kept up on my channel. And this also wasn't my first YouTube channel either. I've had other channels in the past, so I already had some of the experience of talking to a camera first. I promise I'm not purposefully ignoring anyone. If the chat jumps, sometimes I will lose questions, so feel free to put them in again. I never ever purposefully ignore anyone. It's just how the chat works when you have like 500 messages. Sometimes things just get lost, so feel free to post them and I'll get round to posting them. Orange Haired Hearth was terrible. Absolutely awful. That's never coming back again. But yeah, it's one of those where if you feel like you want to start a YouTube channel, start one. I mean, over time, you're going to get more confident. I'll be honest, the listening to my own voice, yeah, I still don't like that. I don't like listening to myself talk. I have discovered things about my voice that I did not know existed before I started listening to myself talk. And it takes so long to get used to it. I can't edit in front of people. I don't like anyone else playing my videos. Like, my mum will play my videos while I'm there, and I'm like, please mum, like, please, I can't listen to myself speak. I hate it. I didn't realise I sounded so posh until I posted videos, and now I realise I sound like I've got a carrot up my arse. But you know what? I'm okay with that. I've just become accustomed to it. Okay. Right, let's see where I was. I'm somewhere here. Have you tried charm casting for divination? I haven't, no, but it's something that I really want to look into more. I've seen a lot of... The orange hair was horrible. The sincerity was great. Oh yeah, the orange hair was really, really bad. It's the worst colour I've ever done is orange. Oh yes, back on this. I've seen a lot of Olivia and her videos on, not videos, but like her Instagram posts about like charm sets. And it just looks so fascinating. It's something that I really want to learn more about, but I've never done it myself. But I like the idea of it because it's kind of like reading runes, but without the pressure of having to know the meanings, because it's like you have made your own meanings basically, right? You've made your own meanings, and so you don't have to worry about forgetting them. You're not trying to remember that this one means stand still and this one means family. Like, instead, it's like you are instinctively going to know what each of them mean. And I really like that. I like the practicality of making something like that. It's so much more personal to your craft as well. That's a very nice way of putting it. Articulate. I'm gonna go with articulate. The only thing I like about it is, one, no one can tell where I'm from, which is quite nice. It's funny to watch people guess. And two is that people have said if English is their second language, I'm very easy to understand because I don't have any kind of regional strong accent. Like, if I had like a really strong Yorkshire accent or a really strong Cockney accent, I think it would maybe make understanding me from like a second or third language perspective a lot harder. I don't speak other languages though, so I'm not very good on languages. Languages are like the one thing that I can't do. So let's have a look. See, if you could travel to any period in history, where would you go and what would you do? Okay, interesting. So I have a few options, right? But I like the idea of okay, it all ties back in together again. Like, of course it does, it's me. I like the idea of seeing what especially early modern, but I think I mentioned this last month as well, like maybe even earlier to like Dark Ages, medieval time period, how they practiced magic. Because what we have left is what's literally left behind. We either have the records that were documented by Christians, or we have physical remains that are left behind from spells and rituals, which makes it seem like a lot of the workings were purposely physical in nature. But I don't necessarily think that that's going to be true. It's a little bit like how the Dark Ages are the Dark Ages, not because people were not talking to people or not sharing information, but because no one was documenting that information, no one was writing it down, and so we've lost so much of it. And I think the same probably applies. There is so much to early modern magic and witchcraft that has been lost because it wasn't documented. And so I would love to be able to like go back and like shadow a wise person for a day. I want to shadow a cunning man for a day, or a peddler, and see what it is that they do and how they do it. I think that would be so cool. If you could go back to any point in time, what would you do and why? I would love to know. That just sounds so cool to me. Okay. I don't know where I am. Oh no. Some of these I know that I've spoken about earlier, so I'm going to skip over the ones that I've covered like multiple times. This one I feel like is important to touch on though. I know I've touched on it briefly, but if I don't do this, my working won't work. How can you tell the difference between intuition and OCD? For me, the difference is that if I were to walk away from that working, knowing that there was a risk that it wouldn't work, would I be okay? Because I know how my OCD is. And if I were to walk away from an OCD like request that my brain has made, I would be thinking about going, say if I've gone upstairs to bed, for instance, and my OCD is going, oh, you should have touched that one more time or your spell's going to fail. I will then be thinking about that all night. Whereas if it is just my intuition, it's a case of, okay, well, if it just needs a little bit more energy and it just needs me to do something a little bit extra, well, I'll do it tomorrow. And it won't bother me because I know that I will be able to add that working in at a later point. Whereas if it is my OCD, then it is something that I cannot let go of, and it's something I have to work really hard to not focus on. Right, I'm gonna do these ones while I'm here so that they're here. What are some of the best offerings for familiars? I lost my cat last Wednesday and want to work with her and her mate as familiars. So it depends on, I suppose it depends on where in this journey you're already at, because there needs to be kind of a, words, brain, focus. When it comes to connecting with individual spirits, I think it's always good, especially if you know the spirit, and this is what makes it a lot more, not more effective, but easier for some to connect with a passed over pet rather than a non-human, non-living spirit, as in like a human, as in a spirit that has never been physical in our plane. So not an animal, not a human. A lot of people find those difficult to deal with because they don't know what to work with them for. So when it comes to forming a relationship with a passed over pet, it is about still calling them, still talking to them, still referring to them by their name. It is about giving an offering of treats that they really like, or some of their favourite food, or having a toy as their vessel that you work with them within. And then the offerings, it's perhaps less offerings for familiars and more energy. It is about that give and take. And so you can talk with them, add your energy into it. You can light candles, you can add treats, add food, shake little toys if anything's got any little bells on it or crinkly. Things like that can be added onto a space for them. It's things that they will resonate with, especially if you've not formed a kind of contractual agreement. It's about things that they would remember, things that connect them to you, things that connect them to their previous life, and also things that are energetically very useful. So food is often given as an offering to ancestors as well as to deities, spirits, familiars. Food, like liquids as well as food, can be given as well. So you can give them water, you can give them like cat milk, like a little, it doesn't need to be like a bowl full or anything, but like a little dish with some in, as just a little offering to aid them with their energy, to help root them into that space and more deeply connect them to that environment. And generally, just to say that it's got to be a very, very difficult time, and my heart goes out to you for having to go through the loss of an animal, because that's got to be one of the hardest things to deal with. Like, you've loved them so much and then they're gone. So it's a case of taking it slow, and anything that you have that you know that they would have loved or that they did love, anything like that is a really great way of cementing them into that space and keeping them connected to you after. And then at that point, it's about building energy up in that space. It's about interaction, leaving out offerings every so often, giving energy, ideally have like a toy as a vessel for them, because a lot of familiars will have a spirit house that they reside in, or a familiar vessel. And if you can have something that is deeply rooted to them on a very personal level, I think that's going to help improve their connection to the space as well as their connection to you in the long run. And I really hope that you're doing okay with all of it, because it's got to be absolutely unbelievably heartbreaking. Right, let's before I start crying, I can't deal with animals dying. It makes me so upset. Like, it's just, even in like games, movies, TV shows, it's just heartbreaking every time. Is there any lesser known crystals that you would recommend working with or like? This is going to be yet another unpopular opinion. Okay. Another one. I think that you run the risk when you go after hard to come by, lesser known items. I think you run the risk of finding fakes. And I will just kind of say this is a big caveat for Moldavite. I was going to say Malachite then, Moldavite. It is so hard now to find a real Moldavite. It's so difficult because people know that they're popular. TikTok made them super popular. They went viral. Everyone wanted Moldavite. Now what people getting? They're getting glass that is dyed green. Like, anything that is lesser known is often very easily faked. So we're talking like, I mean, some of the most popular fakes are Moldavite, super duper faked, Malachite. I will never understand why people fake Malachite because it's not like normal Malachite. It's super hard to find and it's not like it's that expensive either. But Moldavite, Malachite, turquoise, so commonly faked. So personally, I typically stick to things that are readily available, affordable, and accessible. And then just try and be careful with fakes. Like, I would say, have a feel of some Moldavite. I always get them the wrong way around because they're both green. But realistically, it's so... Oh my god. That's so sad. It's sad, but it's so beautiful at the same time. I'm so glad that she was able to pass with you. I think it's so... Sorry, I know I'm going off on tangents because I'm reading the chat at the same time. It's so heartbreaking when owners are separated from their animals when they pass. I think that's... Oh my goodness. I'm so glad that she had a peaceful passing and that she got to be with people who truly love her, and no doubt she will stick with her family. And so, yeah, maybe a little shelf or something, if you can spare like half a shelf to have little toys and photos and the like, to be like her space, and then offerings can be given on a shelf like that. I think that could be a really good way of cementing her with you. Yeah. Oh, sorry, it's so sad. But yeah, back to the whole like crystals thing. Malachite's super soft, so a lot of beads and such a fake because it's more difficult material to process. Yeah, that is true. And also, like, it's very easy to break as well. Malachite is, like, if you drop malachite, it will just, like, because it's basically just compressed dust, basically. It will just kind of explode and go everywhere. If you can feel Moldavite, real Moldavite, feel it and see what you think about it. But I will warn you that the majority of Moldavite is now fake. I'm very fortunate. I don't have a strong reaction to Moldavite, actually. Some people have like a really negative reaction to it. They can't be near it. I have a friend who can't even be in the same room as Moldavite. Like, immediately, he walks into that room and if there's Moldavite in there, he just walks straight back out again. Whereas for me, I can just hold it no problem. It doesn't bother me at all. The other one that I think is really interesting to work with, that I really enjoy working with as someone who was a storm witch for a long time, is fulgurite. Fulgurite's so fascinating. It is sadly also being massively faked because it is what happens when lightning strikes sand or silica. It forms these tubes of solid sand, basically. And they are fascinating to work with in storm witchcraft. I use them a lot and really nice. Got one here. What do you think of black obsidian? Love it. Super useful for protection. One of my favourite. Yeah, my favourite for protection, actually. Not my favourite for cleansing, but definitely for protection. I'm intending to get some bluestone like the type in Stonehenge. Oh, Preseli bluestone. Beautiful stone to work with. Such a strong, solid energy. Absolutely love it. Right. Let's go back up here and figure out where I was. Do you enchant your cleaning products? No. Mostly because I don't like I don't like cleaning very much. I do it because my brain is happy when things are clean, but I don't like doing it. And so for me, it is a case of hair is up, gloves are on, get in, get out. Do it as fast as possible. You want fast, you want effective. And so I don't bother faffing with any of it. I'm in, I'm out. If you're one of these people that loves cleaning, you gain like so much pleasure from cleaning, it's like your happy space. I completely get why you would want to like enchant all of your cleaning products and like take your time with it. For me, I'm in, I'm out, quick, effective, I'm back to my PC or a book or a walk, you know, anything else. The only exception to this is that I will charge my mirror spray, like my window spray that I got from Sons of Asgard that I use for protecting all of my mirrors. That is the only exception to the rule, because that one I do like charging with energy. But otherwise, nope, it's not happening. Okay, do you have any tips for where to start for someone looking to learn about witchcraft or get into it? So I would say probably the first place to start, you're probably doing the right thing anyway, honestly, is to start dipping your toes in and learning from free resources to figure out whether or not this is a topic that you're interested in. And by free resources, I feel like I shouldn't have to reiterate it, but I'm going to. By that, I don't mean ChatGPT, because that just steals from actual authors. And not ideal, and often the information is incorrect anyway. I mean like YouTube, blog posts, free books that are available on like Kindle Unlimited, you know, things like this, to dip your toes into the water and just to get a feel of whether or not it's something that you want to look into more. Is this something that you want to be investing your time and your money into going forwards? Because books aren't free all of the time. You know, Kindle Unlimited, yes, the books themselves are free, but you're still paying for the subscription. So it's just about kind of going to your library, seeing what books they have there, seeing if this is something that you want to dive into further. And then if it is, I'd recommend getting some beginner books on the topic. I do have an entire kind of playlist for beginners that are like foundational practices. And also I have a video on beginner witchcraft books that I would recommend depending on the type of practice that you want to go into. And so I would say though, starting with kind of the free resources like the blog posts, like the YouTube channels, is really good to figure out whether it is something that you want to invest your time into even further. How do you determine whether a spell genuinely needs an adjustment or addition versus just experiencing anxiety or impatience about its effectiveness? So I would take this in two different ways. So it depends on whether that working is not suitable for what you need. So as an example here, if you are doing a candle spell and it is saying that you need to have a big candle and you need to burn it down constantly, day or night, for 7 days, but you work 8 hours a day and you leave your pets at home when your partner is out, and you aren't necessarily able to be present with that, do not leave burning candles unattended. In which case then it's a case of saying, okay, well, what if I just snuff it out in between and then light it and I'll just burn it for longer? Or maybe I can do smaller candles and I can just do 7 days worth of them to get the same energetic result in the end. I would consider an adaptation based on necessity to be completely fine and adequate. Don't second guess it. You are perfectly fine to kind of adapt for that purpose. If you're thinking, oh, well, I don't know how effective it's going to be with basil instead of chamomile. Oh, and I'm just picking random herbs out of my head here. I don't even know what this working would be related to. Maybe prosperity. if you're like saying, well, I don't think basil would be that effective for this working, you know, should I use chamomile? I would say take the same approach as you take with cooking recipes. So typically with a cooking recipe, they say don't change that recipe until you've tried it once. I would do the same thing. If the only thing that you're worried about in that working is its effectiveness, try it once and just see. Try it once and see. If you feel like it's not that effective, then change it. And it just allows you to figure out whether or not that plant is something that you really resonate with. Maybe this would be a better option, and just kind of spread out from there. But yeah, I would say if it's necessity, don't worry about it. If it is your concern about the effectiveness of it, have an open mind and just try it. And if you don't like it, then go back in and change it. Right. Okay. Would you please explain egregores? So egregores, thought forms, tulpas are man-made spirits that are created by energy that has been attached to a goal. They are made usually of an individual's energy, sometimes a few people's energy, that has been separated from themselves and given purpose. And once that purpose has finished, whether that is finding information, whether that is aiding in a spell, whether that is protection over an area, they then cease to exist. Or you would put a timer in place so that they no longer exist past that point, and they are fed energy in order to maintain them for the purpose of their intended outcome. Really interesting topic, very big topic actually. And yeah, it's kind of one that needs its own bigger content. Is it even possible to work with a historical figure in your practice? Yes. You can work with them archetypally, like people work with like what is it called? Pop culture deities. They're like archetypal energies. They almost become egregores actually, so it kind of ties into the last question. And a lot of these figures can go on to become like an egregore type spirit, especially when people's information about them isn't entirely accurate. So if someone's information about, say, a particular king, for instance, isn't actually true to real life, that version of them almost becomes a living, breathing spirit. It exists separate from the real person. Or you can go to places that were particularly significant and try and connect with the spirit of that individual person, though of course there's no guarantee that they are going to come through to you. How do you feel about God spousing? I don't understand it at all. So as far as I'm aware, there's kind of two extremes of what was I saying? I got distracted because someone sent me a picture of them playing a game and it looks fun. I need to play that. Okay, what was I saying? God spousing. That's it, God spousing. So there's kind of two different ways that people take it. People take it as devotion to a deity, or they take it as marriage to a deity, as like this higher thing. And so it's a complicated one that I don't know all that much information about, mostly because a lot of the information about God spousing comes from people on social media. And that isn't always the most accurate. I think that God spousing has gone down in people's opinions because people use it as a term for just dedicating yourself to a deity. So whereas before, okay, this is the best way I can describe it, is I feel like people today use God spousing in the way that people in the past used being a priest or priestess. So for instance, if you were dedicating yourself to Bridget, you might choose to become a priestess of Bridget. Whereas now I think people on social media are using God spousing instead of just devoting yourself to a deity. It's like a different term for the same thing. But I don't think it was always that way. And I think that's what makes this so complicated, is it becomes convoluted when people are using the same term for different things. Right. Where was I? Oh, I am... I've done that one. No! It's jumped again, I think. Okay, I'm going to answer some from here while I'm at it, just so that I can kind of cover the bases. Have you used shungite? No. And that is for a reason. The problem is, this is a very fine line to walk. I hope that no one who does this sees this video that I know. I've got to find the right words to say this so that I don't piss people off. I have strong opinions about the belief in shungite that worries me. God, wording on the fly is so difficult. The kind of things that people have told me shungite is capable of doing concern me. And so I tend to steer clear of it entirely for that exact reason. I mean, we're talking curing cancer. We are talking stopping 5G from negatively impacting you whilst it's attached to the back of your phone. We're talking like stopping developing cancer from your phone. You know, these kind of statements. If you have shungite in your shower head, it will remove all of the toxins and impurities that the government is pumping into your water to purposely make you sick. Conspiracy theories. Massive, massive conspiracy theories. Down to put shungite in your water and it'll cure you of all of your illnesses. I'm not buying it. It's not happening. I'm not funding that. Like, if you want to, like, some of the claims I've heard, even myself, of people saying that if you don't want 5G in your environment, stick a shungite sticker on the back of your 5G available phone. And it's like, oh, wait a minute. Wait. Are you telling me that if I stick a sheet of shungite to the back of my phone, that I won't experience any 5G I won't experience any 5G radiation? Yeah, that's what I'm telling you. But my phone will still be 5G available? Yes. What? How does that one work? Either you're encasing my phone in lead so that it can't get any signals, or it does still get signals, and in which case then I'm not sure what the point of that is. And it's power to you if this is something that you really, really enjoy. If that's something that you want to deep dive into, be my guest. And I'm not going to judge you negatively for it, because people would do the same for me, right? People would look at me and they're like, oh my God, you practice witchcraft? Weirdo. But my concern is when they start making statements like, put this material in your drinking water and it will cure you of cancer. No, we're not doing that. Let's not go down this rabbit hole of giving people hope in things that is just going to harm them in the future. Like, don't get me wrong, I've done some research on shungite, and there is definitely some evidence that it is able to limit radiation and radio waves. But in the same way that lead can do that. Do you know what I mean? Like, if I stick a sheet of lead to the back of my phone, it's probably going to give me lead poisoning, but it's not going to fix all the world's issues. You know what I mean? Like, it's one of those where there are definite studies that have been done on it that have shown it is able to do certain things in very, very set, controlled laboratory environments. And then people say, wear a piece of shungite and you will never be negatively impacted by anything in your life ever. And I'm like, what? It's definitely not a new concept. People have been doing this for things for years. It's the whole snake oil salesman thing. And I don't like saying it because I don't like saying to someone like, I think that what you're doing is dangerous. But and not everyone is. I think that is the emphasis I need to be putting on here. It doesn't have to be dangerous. You know what I mean? It doesn't have to harm people. It doesn't have to deceive people. It is the few people that do it with the purpose of taking advantage of people in very, very difficult situations that I have a problem with. You know, it's the people who are, yeah, exactly. Belladonna in your water will also permanently end your cancer. It'll also permanently end you too. Like, it's very, very tricky to walk that line between discrediting belief systems and questioning people who are actually putting people at risk. And unfortunately, in the spiritual community, there is a lot of people out there who will... I've pulled so many faces trying to do this bit because it's so difficult. There are people who purposefully try to trick people so that they can make a profit out of it. I mean, I will be the first person to say, do not use witchcraft as a substitute for medicine. Don't do it. Don't stop taking your medication and start taking essential oils instead. Don't do it. Do not start rubbing pure essential oils on your skin or your child's skin because you think it's going to cure them of a cold. Don't do it. Because these things can be used as an assistant. If you want to put a shungite tumblestone around the neck of your water bottle to energetically do something, be my guest. Be my guest. But don't be sticking it in your child's water bottle when you have no idea what it could be leaching into that water and just taking some random person's advice that it's going to cure them of cancer. Like, I feel like this is common sense. This is common sense, no? But yet I'm consistently amazed that this is something that has to be said. Right. I'll get on to the next one before I end up diving down this rabbit hole even further. Can I put different goddesses from different pantheons on the same altar if they agree to it? If there's any kind of energetic upset, any kind of disruption, separate them. What about using ChatGPT for writing spells? That depends. If, like, here you've said, like looking for rhyme words. I don't think there's anything wrong with, like, looking for rhyme words and things that match. The problem comes when we are getting books that are produced, that are AI generated, that are stolen from legitimate authors. Mary Silver, I'm looking at you. When we are gaining information through ChatGPT, which is directly stealing from authors and not paying those authors for their work, that's a problem. And spells, because the entirety of a spell, I mean. So if you were to say, for instance, write me a spell for prosperity with candles, it doesn't necessarily have to change that much in order to do that. It could literally find exactly what you're looking for and just send it over to you, but that information could be stolen from a Kindle edition of a book and now that author hasn't been paid for it. Or you might be getting a working that is mushed together from lots of different religions, traditions, some of them may well be closed, that you then incorporate into your practice without realizing that. And that's not only detrimental to those traditions that are perhaps closed, but also the people whose spells have been stolen from. So I think it's just important to use it with discretion, of just knowing that, like, looking for rhyming words is fine. Like, there's absolutely nothing wrong with using it for that kind of thing. But it's when people are taking all of their information from ChatGPT that it becomes tricky, like a fine line to walk. Oh, it's stabbing me in the eyes again. Stabbing me in the eyes again. Where is it? Where is it? It's... There, good enough. We've been here for 5 hours. It's fine. It's fine. Do you have a deity you work with? I work with Brigid, Ceridwen, and Keranos. Are the three that I connect with the most. Right, let's have a look, see, make sure there's no more in here. Oh, damn it, we are right at the bottom. Ooh, interesting, okay. I just heard someone tell me that having liquid coffee on an ancestral altar would wake up the dead, but coffee grounds is more like an offering. I just wondered if you've heard of that. I haven't heard of that personally. No, I wonder if it's an individual cultural thing. I think probably, unless you are working from a particular culture, I'd say it's maybe best to go with what your family members and ancestors would have worked with. So for instance, if your family members basically just had instant coffee all of the time, it was their favorite drink, was in the morning, they would wake up and they would have a cup of shitty instant coffee, right? Just really bad stuff. If you were to put coffee grounds on that altar as an offering to them, they'd probably look at it and go, what's that? No, but like, actually, what is that? I've never seen that before in my entire life. Whereas if you were to give them instant coffee, then they would go, oh, okay, well, I know what that is, that I will appreciate this as an offering, yes. So I think it very much depends on culture, tradition, who you're working with, and the like. Oh yeah, that's the other thing as well with AI. It destroys the environment. Like, really, really bad. Like, I think that's the thing that people don't seem to be grasping with AI. This isn't, oh my god, my fringe is doing my head in. Is that people seem to forget the fact that you are running a question through a system that needs to be cooled constantly. Like, your computer, I mean, mine isn't running at all. Why is my fan not running? Anyway, you have a PC, you have a fan built into that system, you have a laptop, you have a fan built into that system to cool it down. Some PCs are water-cooled PCs. That's just one PC that needs to be water-cooled, right? You are having massive systems. Oh, shut up, Jamie. He's taking the piss because I'm talking technology. It destroys the environment. Fine, I won't talk about technology, fucking nerd. It's mean. It destroys the environment. Pooh. He's being mean to me. Okay, right. I'll move on to less techie questions then. Right. Are there certain times of day that you feel more drawn to for spell crafting? I tend to work at night because it's just easier and next door's dog isn't barking. But I think it just depends on what you feel drawn to. If you work with solar energies, then you're going to work with the sun during the day. If you work with lunar energies, you're going to work mostly at night. I tend to find it works best to go with whenever it is that I need the working done. Oh my god. Right, where was I? I'm somewhere over here. How would you interpret the moon card as being someone's strength? The moon card is very much about being, so to me, if I'm thinking someone's strengths, right, the moon card is someone who is able to make their moves in silence. They don't need a big show, they don't need a big dance. They are maybe able to enjoy the little things, the privacy, the quiet. They don't need the bustle of a busy nightclub or a busy space. They're able to appreciate the little things. They're able to make progress without having to make a big show of it. They're able to enjoy a quiet night or just being more private and more reserved. That's how I would take it personally. Right. Let's have a look. See, where am I? I am... any advice on how much time you should dedicate to working with a deity? I've just started and I don't know how much time I should spend. As much time as you are willing to spend and able to keep up. So I wouldn't, I mean, at the start, you can maybe do it a little bit more and then peter off over time. But I'd say set yourself a schedule, maybe like once a week you spend half an hour communing with them or doing divination for them or something. But I wouldn't necessarily say that you need to be setting like massive amounts of time every single day. I think I probably spend like 30 seconds a day and that's it. But I do that consistently. So it's 30 seconds a day every single day for however many years. So I don't think you need to be setting yourself up to do like massive tasks. Right, I'm somewhere over here. How do you keep motivated in your craft? I'm trying to think of the right wording here. Not necessarily like excitement, but about finding something that you're passionate about. Consistently be learning. Instead of, say, getting yourself stuck in a rut, that's a really easy way to lose yourself a little bit in your craft. Like it's an easy way of getting to the point where you're like, oh well, I kind of am not super excited about doing this. Instead, like I find that finding something new to read about, something new to learn about, something new to practice is a great way of not getting stagnant with it and to constantly be having something that you're newly passionate about. I think that's always really, really useful. Right. I am right at the bottom actually. How can I move forward with a deity connection if you keep getting the same message from them? Keep going, you've got everything you need. Honestly, probably don't. That's not me saying like don't keep moving forwards. That's just like at this point in time, there is nothing else that they can offer for the situation. So you can pivot to a different situation or just take a step back and just be like, okay, I've got everything I need right now. This is what I'm going to be working on. And when they need to step in or when I need them to step in, they will. And just have faith that they will in that situation. I wouldn't necessarily say that you need to be pushing it forwards at all. Ideas for spells to dismantle an authoritarian government regime takeover. Start little. Don't go for anything big because there's too many strings attached to it. Start with little things that are manageable and build up from there. That's probably the best thing I can advise from a magical standpoint. People tend to go for the big guns. They go for the top. The problem is there's too many strings to pull there. It takes too much energy, too much time, too much focus. Start with the little things that you can change actively. And that's in like all things as well, like not just like the magical stuff, but the mundane stuff as well. Start making the steps that you can do and then move forwards from there. Right. Where am I? I mean, to be fair, I've done all of the chat actually. Like I've done all of the questions in the Q&A that I can find. So I suppose the last thing I should ask is, does anyone have any last remaining questions? And I will have a look-see over those just before I go. And then, have you ever had spiritual psychosis? No, because I've spent way too much time in therapy. I'm too self-aware at this point. I've got to the point where like if I can tell that my OCD is like flaring up, or if I can tell that other things are going on, I'm usually like in on it pretty quickly. I usually don't let it get very far, and that just comes from a shit ton of therapy. Lots and lots of it, which helps. I think generally it can help stop yourself from getting into negative situations, getting sucked into things. And I think that comes from like the OCD and stuff. How do you interpret the Three of Swords? Depends on the context, I suppose. The Three of Swords is primarily a card of sometimes it would be heartbreak. Sometimes it is, for me anyway, it's the card of like spanner in the works. So it's like, if it comes up with, say, a job, it might be that the promotion that you were hoping to be able to get, you've ended up not being able to get. Oh, dog. Sorry. I'm having two conversations at once. It ends up being that like the promotion that you wanted to get, you ended up not getting. And you're like heartbroken over that situation because you were really focusing in on it. But it doesn't necessarily mean that it is over. It can just be like a temporary spanner in the works. If we're talking like relationships, whether that is familial relationships, whether that is with friends or with a romantic partner, it could be something coming up that is going to cause issues. It's going to cause a little bit of heartbreak and pain. It doesn't necessarily mean that it's going to be the end of the world, but it's something that's like actually that kind of hurts. Maybe that brings up something from the past, maybe previous heartbreak. Maybe that brings up issues that you've not worked on, for instance. But it can also mean heartbreak and like the end of relationships and stuff like that. So yeah, what are some good references for learning the flower language and their meanings? I don't have any particularly in my collection. Everything that I've learned from it has come from blog posts, piecing things together, using kind of a not factor of elimination, but like if you have looked at multiple different resources and they all have really similar references and like information on them, that tends to be pretty trustworthy. And then look at the information that they've offered as references and find where it comes from. Kind of working it back to an individual source can be really, really useful. Any spells or herbs for a nice, calm conversations? My landlord is visiting and our relationship is tricky. So really anything for... I mean, I had one immediately that came into mind. Like, immediately. And I don't know why it's come to me immediately, which makes me think that that isn't my information. Where's my book? That's making me think that that might be from somewhere else. So hang on, let me just check. Let's see. I have it here. So the immediate thing that came to mind was... No, I'll check first and then I'll see so that I don't embarrass myself. See, this is how I tend to do my workings, is I'll think about a working and what I want to use. Random things will come into mind and then I will just search through and see if it is applicable. A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, M, N, O, P, wait, A, B, I'm dyslexic, my alphabet's not good. B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, M, N, O, P, wait, I think it's earlier. I have to have it written down. It's so embarrassing. It's just the downside of not being able... I can't, like, just jump to somewhere in the alphabet. Is it not in here? Wait, it has to be. Nope. Looks like I am going rogue. Okay, right. Una momento, por favor. Let me try this. So what I had in my mind immediately was marshmallow root. And I don't really understand why, and it's kind of hard to come by. But let's have a look. So... Ah, here we go. So, love attraction, protective magic, drawing love, enhancing and improving existing relationship, powerful guardians, shielding against negative influence. That would be why. And so that's what I immediately thought of when I think of this kind of situation, would be that kind of mallow root, marshmallow root. But you can also go for something more simple. So you could go for lavender, though sometimes people find lavender to be a little bit aggravating. You can go for White roses and yellow roses are designed for like friendship and peace and calming, but especially white roses are really good for that kind of like calming energy. What else? Actually, I have this book right in front of me. Instead of going off the top of my head like I always do, let's go through this. So we're looking for communication, if there is. Communication isn't an option, so what else would it be? Friendships to promote, happiness to promote. Boop, 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 boop. I'm trying to think of what on earth would it be best to fall under. Oh, peace, harmony to instill. This looks good. Gardenia, lavender, meadowsweet, myrtle, olive, passion flower, pennyroyal, ooh, skullclap. I wouldn't recommend some of these. Violet, vervain, lavender, gardenia, I would say would be good. Marshmallow root or mallow flowers, if you can get them, they would be good as well. White roses, yellow roses, typically. Right, let's have a look-see. Oh, I sent you another ghost story. Thank you so much. I'll have a look. Oh, for anyone who's wondering on the ghost stories, like I've had some people like message and ask like, when's mine going to be on? When's mine going to be on? I've had like over 100, maybe like 150 ghost stories in. And so I'm picking like 3 an episode. And what I'm trying to do is having it so that each episode is like 3 or 4 stories that cover like a variety of different styles of haunting. Maybe I should do some that are like all like the same kind, but at the minute I'm trying to have like some positive, some negative, some kind of grey area in between. So basically what I do is I'm going into the system and I'm just sticking a random number in and I'm seeing what comes up, and then I'm just trying to match stories with others. So I'm not doing them like chronologically, but yeah, I'm getting there slowly but surely. Right, any recommendations on a protective talisman spell? Depends on what it is that you're using and how and what it is for, which is why protection magic is so convoluted, because there's just so many different ways of doing it. You can do a pouch with different herbs that are designed for protection. You can do sigils that have been carved into clay and then charged with different protection oils. You can do jewelry that's been charged with protection. You can have jewelry that contains a servitor so that it's able to offer you spiritual protection. So many options. How's your garden doing? I'm not really sure, honestly. I've not been out in a good few months, and it's cold. It's cold and it's wet, and I think some of the herbs have died, but we will check in on that when the weather starts getting a bit warmer. Slowly but surely. Any plans for the spring equinox? At the moment, I have none. Zilch. Nada. I will get round to it eventually. Everything I do is pretty much like last resort. So let's have a look at this one. Any substitutes for see if they have any in here. Does this offer anything that can... Sorry, I'm still on the calming situations down. What could we use instead? Okay. Let's have a look-see. So Aphrodite and Venus, planetary correspondence is the moon, zodiac correspondence is heart. So really you're going to be looking for something that has similar associations. So we're looking for deities of love, planetary of the moon because of that kind of emotion thing. Zodiac correspondence of Cancer, because it's that kind of heart and sleeve. Some kind of plant that is a substitute. Chamomile. Yeah, I mean chamomile would work because it's Venus, it's water, it's sun instead of moon, but that isn't necessarily a bad thing. So we could go for something like chamomile. I'm trying to think of something that people have in like their homes. Licorice root would substitute instead, but like it's not necessarily something that many people carry. I mean, I'd say marshmallow root is your best bet, then probably licorice root, and then probably like chamomile, lavender, and the like would be like my third choice. But obviously it depends on what you have access to. Yeah, chamomile, you can get them in tea bags. You might even be able to get tea bags with different things in. I think someone said here that if you live in America, marshmallow root is available in Walmart as tea. That's really interesting to know, actually. I don't think we get that here in the same way. So, I still haven't found, oh, sorry about the last question. I just reminded myself of this. What's the best way to keep up with the talks and events that you'll be attending? So the best way to do it is through my website. If I can type in my own website address, that would be great. I have an events page on there. Here is the talk. Okay, so just as kind of an update, I've got a couple of like things just to end on here. I am doing an in-person talk. It is going to be happening on the 13th of April. I love 13 as well, so that'll be good. It's happening on the 13th of April. I am hoping to be able to record it so that anyone who lives further afield, doesn't want to, isn't able to attend, is still able to watch it. Don't know if that's going to be available on Patreon or on the main channel. If it's on Patreon, it will be available for anyone to watch, I think, for like a little donation. It'd probably be like a 99p donation or something, just to help fund the stress of me doing it. I'm absolutely terrified because I don't get paid to do the talks. I do the talks for free, and so that's terrifying. But I do have a link, so if anyone is interested in like the events and whatnot, and you would like to come to the shows and come and support me, there is a link that you can use to be able to do that. And I get a little bit of a kickback from it because they know that like I'm the one that's like led people there and whatnot. So I will put this in here for anyone who's interested in just having a look-see. Absolutely zero pressure to do it at all. It's just for the people who've asked about coming to the talk and how to go about learning about all of that and whatnot. So I've put that in there. I'm terrified. The talk is going to be on sympathetic and contagion magic. And I'm absolutely bricking it. I'm terrified. I don't like public speaking in the slightest. I'm terrified. But that is the talk that I'm doing. I'm doing another one in October. And if anyone wants to come to any of the shows and events, the website is a great place to check those out. I will put the link to the website in here if anyone is interested in having a look. That's where I post the talks and the events and stuff when I am doing them. So yeah, and also I am thinking of moving the live streams back to a Wednesday again, because if I'm doing Sunday videos, Wednesday seems to make more sense to me. And so next month, if you have enjoyed this live stream, feel free to come back for another one. I do them every single month. It's probably going to be on Wednesday the 19th of March. Maybe I will keep everyone updated when I post the stream up. I tend to do that like a couple days beforehand. But yes, yeah, good for communication, and maybe it will stop me from tripping over all of my blooming words. That would be useful. So yeah, I'm thinking of moving them back to Wednesdays now that I am trying to do 2 videos a week, which is kind of scary. It feels like a lot of pressure. But Yeah, see, this is why I wanted to do it. So what would happen is if, obviously, like, I don't expect very many people to come to the talk because it's a small venue. It's, you know, only 60 people can fit into the room and whatnot. It's only an hour, you know what I mean? Like, I'm not talking, like, all day. But I've asked if I'm allowed to record the talk to then post it afterwards, and so I'm going to see if I can do that. I've got no idea what the audio quality is going to be like. I've got no idea if I'm even going to be able to get it, because I'm going to have to leave someone else in control of the camera, and I can just imagine I get to the end of the talk and we turn off the camera and it turns out it's not been on the entire time. So I don't quite know how I'm going to do that yet. I'm going to have like a little mic, lapel mic thing. I don't know. We're going to figure it out so that if anyone is not able to join or doesn't want to join or lives too far away or whatever it is still going to be able to access the content, because I don't really like putting things behind like a screen so that no one's able to access it. So yeah, I have asked about that, so we'll see. And who knows, maybe next year, I'm manifesting, maybe next year I'll do a talk at Witchfest International or something. I was asked to do a talk at Witchfest International a few years ago and I chickened out because I'm a wuss. And I feel really bad about it. I feel like I've got to start grabbing opportunities. And so, Witchfest, you fancy having a speaker? Maybe not this year, because I'm too scared for that. If you fancy ever having a speaker in the future, let me know. I am terrified, but I will give it a good old college try. So, with that being said, if that is the last of the questions, I think, I will see you all on Sunday, where we are talking about what the Love Witch got right about witchcraft, and especially 1960s Wicca. Always. 1960s Wicca. And so, yeah, that one is really, really interesting. Oh, I missed yours. Oh no, please let me know what it is and then I can answer it now before I go. I don't want to miss it. You don't even have to ask, Jamie. You know this. Because I don't want to miss anyone's questions if I can avoid it. It might be that they need to go in the normal chat though. I say this because I think the other chat has jumped and I think it's mixed everything up. So if you want to put them in the normal chat, I will do them now before I go, because I don't want to lose them. If you can talk to us, you can talk to them. It's the same thing. It's not though, because they're all going to be looking at me, right? They're all going to be like beady-eyed. Like one of the last talks I did, people got up and left halfway through because they'd gone into the wrong talk. And I'm like, bitch, couldn't you have just stayed sitting for the 15 minutes I had left? You really had to make a scene of standing up saying, what the hell is this? I didn't plan this talk, and then leave. Sit down and shut the fuck up. I was so mortified. It was so awful. I simultaneously wanted the floor to swallow me whole, and I also wanted the floor to swallow her whole. So I'm really hoping that doesn't happen. Because it's just mortifying when that kind of thing happens. It's like, I get it, you've walked into the wrong talk, you don't want to be listening to this talk, that's fine, but you've already sat here for 20 minutes. Why would you only just realise 20 minutes into the talk that you're in the wrong talk room when the other talk was a guide to mediumship? I'm sorry, does it look like I'm talking to dead people? No! I was talking to you about the history of witchcraft. Like, goodness sake. Oh no, she stood up. She looked from the front row, she stood up, looked me dead in the eyes, and she said, like, I don't even know why I'm here. Like, this is not what I signed up for. I'm in the wrong talk. And got up and left. I'm like, you could have made a sneaky side exit, or, just a thought, stayed seated for the next 15 minutes. So annoying. It was awful, and it was that was the point where I was like, I'm not doing any more talks. I'm never doing any more talks because I'm just not cut out for it. I can't. Oh, if I'd have been quicker witted at the time, I'd have probably said something like, you know, this is not a departure lounge. You don't have to announce that you're leaving. But I don't do that when I'm in person. I will be the most savage person ever. Like I have like a sharp tongue, and I'm terrible for it. I have to bite my tongue so often because so many people say that I'm rude, and I don't mean to be rude. It's just how it comes across. I pay attention to like what I'm saying, not how I'm saying it, and that's often a problem. So if you see me like mentally processing, it's because of that. But when I'm in person in a pressured situation, I just go to pot. I just can't. I just cry. I just burst into tears. And that's a problem. I cry at everything. It's an issue. And so I was just standing on the stage just trying really hard not to cry. It was embarrassing. I never want to feel that way ever again. And I hope that she, I don't know, tripped over I hope she stubbed her toe. I hope she stood on Lego. I hope she lost the last piece of her jigsaw puzzle that she's taken a month to finish. Any small, little, annoying inconvenience that I can think of. I hope that one of the buttons on her TV remote gets jammed in and then she can't use the TV anymore. Or I hope she loses the back to her favourite earrings. Not the earrings themselves, just the back. Like, oh, that's what I have a problem with, is that I have a massive problem with like public speaking in that regard. So yeah, we'll just have to see. I've signed myself up to do these 2 talks. If it goes absolutely terribly, I won't do them anymore. But I like the idea of giving talks because this is like my favourite kind of thing to do. Like, as much as I love the rest of the business, the education side of it is really what I'm good at. I'm bad at selling. I'm a terrible saleswoman. Like, really, really shockingly bad at it. If someone says to me like, oh, do you think this is better and this, or this is better, and then they'll tell me what they're using it for, and I'm like, none of them. Here's what you do instead. I will give them a free option. I'm bad. I know I'm not bad. I'm good at it if I really want to. Like if I want to sell someone, I don't know how to describe it. With Witchcraft, I'm more passionate about the education than the sales. But I'm really good at selling things when it doesn't involve witchcraft. I'm great at business, just not when education is involved, because I will always prioritize the education over the business when it comes to this, something that I'm really passionate about. So the question was, what was it? I have a friend who recently passed. I heard angels, choir singing in my ears. I have had clairaudience before. Any thoughts? For 2 days, I'd hear it occasionally. Any thoughts, please? She was a Christian. Interesting. Probably, this kind of seems very much like she's letting you know that, that she's at peace. I mean, that choir singing is typically what I would associate with, like, peaceful, surrender, eternity. That's what I tend to associate it with. So if you've had experiences like this before, it may well have been your friend on the way to her forever, her eternity, just letting you know, like, gone but not forgotten, I think is probably the best wording that I can use. Gone but not forgotten. Right. I have closet doors in my new office that are mirrored. I have to stare at them all day. Do I need to lock them? If you've never had anything negative, probably not. I wouldn't bother. I think that being overcautious can sometimes be a detriment. I think it can sometimes lead to issues because you never have the opportunity to run any risk. I think really, unless you've had issues with mirrors, I wouldn't bother locking them. Did you see my thing about Primrose? I'm not sure. Could you post it again, please? Because I can't get into any of the questions anymore because they've jumped and they've gone everywhere. I just asked about the Beltane Sneaton Market, Nottingham. I will be at the Beltane event, yeah. That's my favourite event of the year, the Sneaton Markets events. I can't Sneinton. The Nottingham events are my favourite, I think, of all of them. I absolutely love them. Outside event, I get to have a gazebo. It's great. Absolutely love it. You're not confined. There's no claustrophobia. It's fantastic. One of the best... No, I can't really say... No, it's the best event of the year. It's my most favourite event of the year is the Nottingham Markets one. So yeah, I'll be there for the Beltane and the Samhain events. Where do I send ghost stories? Okay, so ghost stories. If I can get back to one of my previous videos. So on all of my Sunday spirit videos, in the description box there is this link that can be followed. If I can post it in the chat, there's this link just there, that Google form there, and that is for the ghost stories. That can go in there. At the moment it is for like first ghost encounters, but I am opening them up in the future. So I have another one. If you have any kind of cryptozoology ones, then you can post them to this link like that. So they're the cryptozoology ones. She suffered so much she wanted to go be with her husband. Oh, beautiful angelic singing was otherworldly, indescribably beautiful. Yeah, that sounds very much like it's okay. You know, like, it's okay. I'm on my way to where I need to be right now. And I think that is absolutely, that's really beautiful. Yeah. I believe she is too. I think she has ended up where she wanted to go, and I think she's ended up where her people are as well. And I think that's really beautiful that you've had the opportunity to hear that and have closure is the wrong word, because I don't think that with grief you ever actually do get closure. I think the grief doesn't get any smaller. I think that the rest of your life just grows around it. And I think that the fact that you've managed to have such a beautiful experience is like a positive note that you can remember going forwards. I think it's really beautiful that she's done that for you and that you've been able to experience that as well. Oh, would it be easier if people ask questions starting with my MQI? Maybe. I don't know. I honestly I find that after a few hours, the YouTube live stream system kind of goes a little bit to pot. Have you ever taken evening primrose? I haven't. No, I tend to not take too many things besides just a bunch of vitamins because I have the diet of a toddler. Okay, it's not that bad. It's not the diet of it's sometimes the diet of a toddler. I have very I have very set things that I like, and I will eat them on repeat. And the problem is that isn't always the most useful thing to do. You really shouldn't be eating the same thing over and over and over again. So I need to look into other things, actually. I have a really good friend. I say really good friend. We're probably not super good friends. I tend to think that everyone is a really good friend, and they just think that I'm like a kind of okay friend. And I think that's probably because I don't really know that many people. And so to me, everyone is like a really good friend. I talk to her at all the events and whatnot, and she's a medically trained herbalist. And so maybe I should talk to her about it and see what she thinks would be good. Yeah. Are you eating rusks as snacks then? What are rusks? Genuine question. Because I have no idea what that is. No, prawn cocktail crisps. Are my weakness. Prawn cocktail crisps. sweets of any variety. Onion rings. Onion rings. Broccoli. I just have the weirdest diet ever. Like, I will obsessively, like, just kind of an example is during lockdown, I was obsessed with this one pasta dish, right? And I would batch cook this pasta dish. And I'm not even joking when I tell you that I would eat this same pasta for lunch and for tea every single day for 3 solid months. It was my comfort food. It was my, I like the texture of it. I like the taste of it. I like everything about it. So I'm going to keep eating it. And then one day I ate it so many times over those 3 months that all of a sudden I just decided that I couldn't tolerate eating it for a second longer. And I don't really understand what changed, because like I had it that lunchtime and it was great. And then I had it later that evening and it was awful. I'm sure it was in one of the old vlogs. I'm going to have to go back and find it. It was an aubergine 1-pot pasta. And it was onion and garlic and half an aubergine and tomato, chopped tomato, like in a can. And you would mix it with seasoning and spices and whatnot, and you would cover it with a certain amount of like stock, put it in the oven and leave it for like an hour and a half. And when it came out, you had like 6 portions of the most amazing pasta ever. I'm gonna have to, maybe I should start doing the vlogs again one day. I've recently been asked like to do like the makeup that I wear in videos, to post a video about it. And I'm like, I don't know if I'm cut out for beauty YouTube. But like, maybe I should start doing the vloggy things every so often again. But that was incredible. And yeah, it was lockdown. Like, I was here like by myself all day, every day. My one thing was Black Forest hot chocolate and this pasta dish. That was what got me through lockdown the entire time. And yeah, add some vegetables. Here's the problem, right? The issue with vegetables, okay, is if I were to eat 5 packs of prawn cocktail crisps, right, they're all the same texture. If I were to eat 5 carrots, they're all a different texture, and some of them are hard in the middle and some of them are really, really soft and squishy. Fruit is the bane of my existence, right? Why can't all blueberries be the same? I just want all blueberries to be that like perfect, not too hard, not too soft, sweet but not too sweet, like not gone over but also not crunchy. And instead you're eating blueberries and it's like, oh, this one's sour and hard, and this one is too sweet, and this one is too squishy. I have a problem with texture. is what I'm discovering. I just have a problem with texture, which is a problem. Yeah, it's an issue. So yeah, and lockdown, we were all emotional eaters. We were, yeah. Oh, I can't believe there's so many people in the chat who've actually watched the vlogs. Like, you've been around long. That was 5 years ago. 5. Yeah, I mean, maybe I should start doing the vlogs again. I'm never going to be one of those like super aesthetically pleasing people, right? It's just not going to happen. I'm not an aesthetically pleasing person. Like, I look at people's content, like I look at the Green Witch's content and I'm like, oh, it's so beautiful. It's so pretty. And then I feel bad about myself because my content isn't that pretty. So yeah, if I were to do vlogs again, they would be not very aesthetically pleasing. It would be like lockdown all over again, I think. So with that being said, do you have any recommendations for video games or books? Baldur's Gate 3 is the only thing I'm playing right now. Oh, they just released Sims and Sims 2 on re-release for the 25th anniversary. You're welcome. It's great. For books, I'm reading the Fourth Wing series, so I'm 3/4 of the way through Iron Flame. No spoilers. It's very good. It's just very, very dense. They're really big books and I'm not sure how I feel about it, but that's my current kind of obsessions at the minute. So yeah, I've been here for years. Definitely a comfort space. Oh, thank you so much. So let me just double check that we don't have any more in here. And yeah, thank you so much for being here. It's been nearly 6 hours. Can I turn the stream off at exactly 6 hours? That would be pretty cool. Thank you so much for everyone who stuck around this entire time. Thank you so much to the mods that stick around and just help me control the chat. I think it would be really overwhelming to do it otherwise. And yeah, new video maybe this Sunday if I can get it finished. If not, then it will be Wednesday. And yeah, this will be posted afterwards for anyone who wants to kind of go back and check it out and watch it later. So yeah, with that being said, I hope you're staying safe. I hope you have a marvelous, magical day. And I will see you in the next video. And thank you so much everyone who's liked. Oh, that's a good point. If you can like, I'd really appreciate it. And subscribe if you aren't. Thank you so much to anyone who has donated. It means a lot to me. So, and I will see you in the next video. I kind of gave up on the whole 6 minutes thing because I talk too much. But anyway, right. I hope you have an amazing night and an amazing February. Okay. Bye. And outro.